Section 0 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephanie Lee. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Section 0. Preface. The character, sensibilities, and intellectual faculties of animals have always been a favorite study, and they are, perhaps, more strongly developed in the dog than in any other quadruped, from the circumstance of his being the constant companion of man. I am aware how much has been written on this subject, but having accumulated many original and interesting anecdotes of this faithful animal, I have attempted to enlarge the general stock of information respecting it. It is a pleasing task, arising from the conviction that the more the character of the dog is known, the better his treatment is likely to be, and the stronger the sympathy excited in his behalf. Let me hope that the examples which are given in the following pages will help to produce this effect, and that a friend so faithful, a protector so disinterested and courageous, will meet with that kindness and affection he so well deserves. It is now my grateful duty to express my thanks to those friends who have so kindly contributed original anecdotes to this work, and especially to Lady Morgan and Mrs. S. Carter Hall, for their remarks on the Irish wolf-dog. I have also to acknowledge my obligations for various anecdotes illustrative of the character of peculiar dogs, extracted from Colonel Hamilton Smith's volumes in the Naturalist Library, and Captain Brown's interesting sketches, as well to the editor of the Irish Penny Magazine for his extremely well-written account of the Irish wolf-dog, and to other sources too numerous to mention. The present new edition is considerably enlarged, both in matter and plates, and, to suit the taste of the age, is presented in a cheap and popular form. My publisher has, as usual, lent his aid, and is responsible for some of the additional anecdotes, for the account of the setter, and for all after page 458, including the chapter on feeding and management. Edward Jesse, East Sheen, September 1858. End of Preface. Section 1 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Stephanie Lee. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Section 1. Introduction. Part 1. A French writer has boldly affirmed that with the exception of women there is nothing on earth so agreeable or so necessary to the comfort of man as a dog. This assertion may readily be disputed, but still it will be allowed that man, deprived of the companionship and services of the dog, would be a solitary and, in many respects, a helpless being. Let us look at the shepherd, as the evening closes in and his flock is dispersed over the almost inaccessible heights of mountains. They are speedily collected by his indefatigable dog. Nor do his services end here. He guards either the flock or his master's cottage by night, and a slight caress and the coarsest food satisfy him for all his trouble. The dog performs the services of a horse in the more northern regions, while in Cuba and some other hot countries he has been the scourge and terror of the runaway negroes. In the destruction of wild beasts, or the less dangerous stag, or in attacking the bull, the dog has proved himself to possess preeminent courage. In many instances he has died in the defense of his master. He has saved him from drowning, warned him of approaching danger, served him faithfully in poverty and distress, and, if deprived of sight, has gently led him about. When spoken to, he tries to hold conversation with him by the movement of his tail, or the expression of his eyes. If his master wants amusement in the field or wood, he is delighted to have an opportunity of procuring it for him. If he finds himself in solitude, his dog will be a cheerful and agreeable companion, and may be, when death comes, the last to forsake the grave of his beloved master. There are 1,000 little facts connected with dogs, which many, who do not love them as much as I do, may not have observed, but which all tend to develop their character. For instance, every one knows the fondness of dogs for warmth, and that they never appear more contented than when reposing on the rug before a good fire. If, however, I quit the room, my dog leaves his warm berth, and places himself at the door where he can the better hear my footsteps, and be ready to greet me when I re-enter. If I am preparing to take a walk, my dog is instantly aware of my intention. He frisks and jumps about, and is all eagerness to accompany me. If I am thoughtful or melancholy, he appears to sympathize with me, and, on the contrary, when I am disposed to be merry, he shows by his manner that he rejoices with me. I have often watched the effect which a change in my countenance would produce. If I frown or look severe, but without saying a word or uttering a sound, the effect is instantly seen by the ears drooping, and the eyes showing unhappiness, together with a doubtful movement of the tail. If I afterwards smile and look pleased, the tail wags joyously, the eyes are filled with delight, and the ears even are expressive of happiness. Before a dog, however, arrives at this knowledge of the human countenance, he must be the companion of your walks, repose at your feet, and receive his food from your hands. Treated in this manner, the attachment of the dog is unbounded. He becomes fond, intelligent, and grateful. Whenever Stanislaus, the unfortunate king of Poland, wrote to his daughter, he always concluded his letter with these words: "Tristan, my companion in misfortune, licks your feet," thus showing that he had still one friend who stuck to him in his adversity. Such is the animal whose propensities, instincts, and habits I propose to illustrate by various anecdotes. The propensities of the dog, and some of them are most extraordinary, appear to be independent of that instinct which Paley calls a propensity previous to experience, and independent of instruction. Some of these are hereditary, or derived from the habits of the parents, and are suited to the purposes to which each breed has long been and is still applied. In fact, their organs have a fitness or unfitness for certain functions without education. For instance, a very young puppy of the St. Bernard breed of dogs, when taken on snow for the first time, will begin to scratch it with considerable eagerness. I have seen a young pointer of 3 or 4 weeks old stand steadily on first seeing poultry, and a well-bred terrier puppy will show a great deal of ferocity at the sight of a rat or mouse. Sir John Sebright, perhaps the best authority that can be quoted on this subject, says that he had a puppy of the wild breed of Australia, that the mother was with young when caught, and the puppy was born in the ship that brought her over. This animal was so like a wolf, not only in its appearance, but in all its habits, that Sir John at first doubted if it really were a dog, but this was afterwards proved by experiment. Of all the propensities of the brute creation, the well-known attachment of the dog to man is the most remarkable, arising probably from his having been so many years his constant companion, and the object of his care. That this propensity is not instinctive is proved by its not having existed, even in the slightest degree, in the Australian dog. Sir John Sebright kept this animal for about a year, almost always in his room. He fed him himself, and took every means that he could think of to reclaim him, but with no effect. He was insensible to caresses, and never appeared to distinguish Sir John from any other person. The dog would never follow him, even from one room to another, nor would he come when called unless tempted by the offer of food. Wolves and foxes have shown much more sociability than he did. He appeared to be in good spirits, but always kept aloof from the other dogs. He was what would be called tame for an animal in a menagerie, that is, he was not shy, but would allow strangers to handle him, and never attempted to bite. If he were led near sheep or poultry, he became quite furious from his desire to attack them. Here then we see that the propensities that are the most marked, and the most constant in every breed of domestic dogs, are not to be found in animals of the same species in their natural state, or even in their young, although subjected to the same treatment from the moment of their birth. Notwithstanding the above-mentioned fact, we may, I think, consider the domestic dog as an animal per se, that is, that it neither owes its origin to the fox nor wolf, but is sprung from the wild dog. In giving this opinion, I am aware that some naturalists have endeavored to trace the origin of the dog from the fox, while others, and some of the most eminent ones, are of opinion that it sprung from the wolf. I shall be able to show that the former is out of the question. The wolf, perhaps, has some claim to be considered as the parent animal, and that he is susceptible of as strong attachment as the dog is proved by the following anecdote, related by Cuvier. He informs us that a young wolf was brought up as a dog, became familiar with every person whom he was in the habit of seeing, and in particular followed his master everywhere, evincing evident chagrin at his absence, obeying his voice, and showing a degree of submission scarcely differing in any respect from that of the domesticated dog. His master, being obliged to be absent for a time, presented his pet to the Menagerie du Roi, where the animal, confined in a den, continued disconsolate, and would scarcely eat his food. At length, however, his health returned, he became attached to his keepers, and appeared to have forgotten all his former affection, when, after an absence of 18 months, his master returned. At the first word he uttered, the wolf, who had not perceived him amongst the crowd, recognized him, and exhibited the most lively joy. On being set at liberty, the most affectionate caresses were lavished on his old master, such as the most attached dog would have shown after an absence of a few days. A second separation was followed by similar demonstrations of sorrow, which, however, again yielded to time. 3 years passed, and the wolf was living happily in company with a dog, which had been placed with him, when his master again returned, and again the long-lost but still remembered voice was instantly replied to by the most impatient cries, which were redoubled as soon as the poor animal was set at liberty, when, rushing to his master, he threw his forefeet on his shoulders, licking his face with the most lively joy, and menacing his keepers, who offered to remove him, and towards whom, not a moment before, he had been showing every mark of fondness. A third separation, however, seemed to be too much for this faithful animal's temper. He became gloomy, desponding, refused his food, and for a long time his life appeared in great danger. His health at last returned, but he no longer suffered the caresses of any but his keepers, and towards strangers manifested the original savageness of his species. Mr. Bell, in his History of Quadrupeds, mentions a curious fact, which, I think, still more strongly proves the alliance of the dog with the wolf, and is indeed exactly similar to what is frequently done by dogs when in a state of domestication. He informs us that he remembers a bitch wolf at the Zoological Gardens, which would always come to the front bars of her den to be caressed as soon as he, or any other person whom she knew, approached. When she had pups, she used to bring them in her mouth to be noticed, and so eager, in fact, was she that her little one should share with her in the notice of her friends, that she killed all of them in succession by rubbing them against the bars of her den, as she brought them forwards to be fondled. Other instances might be mentioned of the strong attachment felt by wolves to those who have treated them kindly, but I will now introduce some remarks on the anatomical affinities between the dog, the fox, and the wolf, which serve to prove that the dog is a breed distinct from either of the last mentioned animals. It must, in fact, be always an interesting matter of inquiry respecting the descent of an animal so faithful to man, and so exclusively his associate and his friend, as a dog. Accordingly, this question has been entertained ever since natural history took the rank of a science. But the origin of the dog is lost in antiquity. We find him occupying a place in the earliest pagan worship. His name has been given to one of the first mentioned stars of the heavens, and his effigy may be seen in some of the most ancient works of art. Pliny was of opinion that there was no domestic animal without its unsubdued counterpart, and dogs are known to exist absolutely wild in various parts of the Old and New World. The dingo of New Holland, a magnificent animal of this kind, has been shown to be susceptible of mutual attachment in a singular degree, though none of the experiments yet made have proved that he is capable, like the domestic dog, of a similar attachment to man. The parentage of the wild dogs has been assigned to the tame species, strayed from the dominion of their masters. This, however, still remains a question, and there is reason to believe that the wild dog is just as much a native of the wilderness as the lion or tiger. If there be these doubts about an animal left for centuries in a state of nature, how can we expect to unravel the difficulties accumulated by ages of domestication? Who knows for a certainty the true prototype of the goat, the sheep, or the ox? To the unscientific reader such questions might appear idle, as having been settled from time immemorial, yet they have never been finally disposed of. The difficulty, as with the dog, may be connected with modifications of form and color, resulting from the long-continued interference of man with the breed and habits of animals subjected to his sway. Buffon was very eloquent in behalf of the claim of the sheep-dog to be considered as a true ancestor of all the other varieties. Mr. Hunter would award this distinction to the wolf, supposing also that the jackal is the same animal a step further advanced towards civilization, or perhaps the dog returned to its wild state. As the affinity between wolf, jackal, fox, and dog cannot fail to attract the notice of the most superficial observer, so he may ask if they do not all really belong to one species, modified by varieties of climate, food, and education? If answered in the negative, he would want to know what constitutes a species, little thinking that this question, apparently so simple, involves one of the nicest problems in natural history. Difference of form will scarcely avail us here, for the pug, greyhound, and spaniel are wider apart in this respect than many dogs and the wild animals just named. It has often been said that these varieties in the dog have arisen from artificial habits and breeding through a long succession of years. This seems very like mere conjecture. Can the greyhound be trained to the pointer's scent, or the spaniel to the bulldog's ferocity? But admitting the causes assigned to be adequate to the effects, then the forms would be temporary, and those of a permanent kind only would serve our purpose. Of this nature is the shape of the pupil of the eye, which may be noticed somewhat particularly, not merely to make it plain to those who have never thought on the subject, but with the hope of leading them to reflections on this wondrous inlet to half our knowledge, the more especially as the part in question may be examined by any one in his own person by the help of a looking-glass. In the front of the eye, then, just behind the transparent surface, there is a sort of curtain called the iris, about the middle of which is a round hole. This is the pupil, and you will observe that it contracts in a strong light, and dilates in a weaker one, the object of which is to regulate the quantity of light admitted into the eye. Now the figure of the pupil is not the same in all animals. In the horse it is oval, in the wolf, jackal, and dog it is round, like our own, however contracted. But in the fox, as in the cat, the pupil contracts vertically into an elongated figure, like the section of a lens, and even to a sort of slit, if the light be very strong. This is a permanent character, not affected, as far as is at present known, by any artificial or natural circumstances to which the dog has been subjected. Naturalists, therefore, have seized upon this character as a ground for a division of animals of the dog kind, the great genus Canis of Linnaeus, into two groups, the diurnal and the nocturnal. Not to imply that these habits necessarily belong to all the individuals composing either of these divisions, for that would be untrue, but simply that the figure of the pupils corresponds with that frequently distinguishing day-roaming animals from those that prowl only by night. It is remarkable that a more certain and serviceable specific distinction is thus afforded by a little anatomical point, than by any of the more obvious circumstances of form, size, or color. Whether future researches into the minute structure of animals may not discover other means to assist the naturalist in distinguishing nearly allied species, is a most important subject for inquiry, which cannot be entertained here. But to encourage those who may be disposed to undertake it, I must mention the curious fact that the group to which the camel belongs is not more certainly indicated by his grotesque and singular figure than by the form of the red particles which circulate in his blood. And here again the inherent interest of the matter will lead me to enter a little into particulars, which may engage any one who has a good microscope in a most instructive course of observations, not the least recommendation of which is, that a just and pleasing source of recreation may be thus pursued by evening parties in the drawing-room, since the slightest prick of the finger will furnish blood enough for a microscopic entertainment, and you may readily procure a little more for comparison from any animal. Now the redness of the blood is owing to myriads of minute objects in which the color of the vital fluid resides. They were formerly called globules, but as they are now known to be flattened and disc-like, they are more properly termed particles or corpuscles. Their form is wonderfully regular, and so is their size within certain limits. In birds, reptiles, or fishes, the corpuscles are oval. They are circular in man and all other mammalia, except in the camel tribe, in which the corpuscles are oval, though much smaller than in the lower animals. Thus, in the minutest drop of blood, any one of the camel family can be surely distinguished from all other animals, even from its allies among the ruminants. And what is more to our purpose in pursuing this inquiry, Mr. Gulliver has found that the blood corpuscles of the dog and wolf agree exactly, while those of all the true foxes are slightly though distinctly smaller. These curious facts are all fully detailed in Mr. Gulliver's appendix to the English version of Gerber's Anatomy, but I think that they are now for the first time enlisted into the service of natural history. Thus we dismiss the fox as an alien to the dog, or, at all events, as a distinct species. Then comes the claim of the wolf as the true original of the dog. Before considering this, let us revert to the question of what constitutes a species. Mr. Hunter was of opinion that it is the power of breeding together and of continuing the breed with each other. That this is partially the case between the dog and the wolf is certain, for Lord Clanbrassil and Lord Pembroke proved the fact beyond a doubt, above half a century ago, and the following epitaph in the garden at Wilton House is a curious record of the particulars. Here lies Lupa, whose grandmother was a wolf, whose father and grandfather were dogs, and whose mother was half wolf and half dog. She died on the 16th of October, 1782, aged 12 years. Conclusive as this fact may appear, as proving the descent of the dog from the wolf, it is not convincing, the dog having characters which do not belong to the wolf. The dog, for instance, guards property with strictest vigilance, which has been entrusted to his charge. All his energies seem roused at night, as though aware that that is the time when depredations are committed. His courage is unbounded, a property not possessed by the wolf. He appears never to forget a kindness, but soon loses the recollection of an injury, if received from the hand of one he loves, but resents it if offered by a stranger. His docility and mental pliability exceed those of any other animal. His habits are social, and his fidelity not to be shaken. Hunger cannot weaken, nor old age impair it. His discrimination is equal, in many respects, to human intelligence. If he commits a fault, he is sensible of it, and shows pleasure when commended. These, and many other qualities, which might have been enumerated, are distinct from those possessed by the wolf. It may be said that domestication might produce them in the latter. This may be doubted, and is not likely to be proved. The fact is, the dog would appear to be a precious gift to man from a benevolent Creator, to become his friend, companion, protector, and the indefatigable agent of his wishes. While all other animals had the fear and dread of man implanted in them, the poor dog alone looked at his master with affection, and the tie once formed was never broken to the present hour. It should also be mentioned, in continuation of my argument, that the experiment of the wolf breeding with the dog is of no value, because it has never been carried sufficiently far to prove that the progeny would continue fertile inter se. The wolf has oblique eyes. The eyes of dogs have never retrograded to that position. If the dog descended from the wolf, a constant tendency would have been observed in the former to revert to the original type or species. This is the law in all other cross breeds, but amongst all the varieties of dogs this tendency has not existed. I may also add, that as far as I have been able to ascertain the fact, the number of teats of the female wolf have never been known to vary. With respect to the dog, it is known that they do vary, some having more and others a less number. Having thus brought forward such arguments as have occurred to me to prove that a dog is a breed sui generis, I will give a few anecdotes to show how different this animal is in a specific character to the wolf, and that he has a natural tendency to acknowledge man as his friend and protector, an instinct never shown by the wolf. In Ceylon there are a great number of what are called wild dogs, that is, dogs who have no master, and who haunt villages and jungles, picking up what food they are able to find. If you meet one of these neglected animals, and only look at him with an expression of kindness, from that moment he attaches himself to you, owns you for his master, and will remain faithful to you for the remainder of his life. Man, says Burns, is the god of the dog. He knows no other, and sees how he worships him. With what reverence he crouches at his feet, with what reverence he looks up to him, with what delight he fawns upon him, and with what cheerful alacrity he obeys him. Such is the animal which the brutality of man subjects to so much ill treatment. Its character depends very much on that of his master. Kindness and confidence produce the same qualities in the dog, while ill usage makes him sullen and distrustful of beings far more brutal than himself. I have had many opportunities of observing how readily dogs comprehend language, and how they are aware when they are the subject of conversation. A gentleman once said in the hearing of an old and favorite dog, who was at the time basking in the sun, "I must have Ponto killed, for he gets old and is offensive." The dog slunk away, and never came near his master afterwards. Many similar anecdotes might be brought forward, but I will mention one which Captain Brown tells us he received himself from Sir Walter Scott. "The wisest dog I ever had," said Sir Walter, "was what is called a bulldog terrier. I taught him to understand a great many words, insomuch that I am positive that the communication betwixt the canine species and ourselves might be greatly enlarged. Camp once bit the baker, who was bringing bread to the family. I beat him, and explained the enormity of his offence, after which, to the last moment of his life, he never heard the least allusion to the story, in whatever voice or tone it was mentioned, without getting up and retiring into the darkest corner of the room with great appearance of distress. Then if you said, the baker was well paid, or the baker was not hurt after all, Camp came forth from his hiding-place, capered and barked, and rejoiced. When he was unable, towards the end of his life, to attend me when on horseback, he used to watch for my return, and the servant would tell him his master was coming down the hill or through the moor, and although he did not use any gesture to explain his meaning, Camp was never known to mistake him, but either went out at the front to go up the hill, or at the back to get down to the moor side. He certainly had a singular knowledge of a spoken language. An anecdote from Sir Walter Scott must be always pleasing. Mr. Smellie, in his Philosophy of Natural History, mentions a curious instance of the intellectual faculty of a dog. He states that a grocer in Edinburgh had one which for some time amused and astonished the people in the neighbourhood. A man who went through the streets ringing a bell and selling pies happened one day to treat this dog with a pie. The next time he heard the pieman's bell he ran impetuously toward him, seized him by the coat, and would not suffer him to pass. The pieman, who understood what the animal wanted, showed him a penny, and pointed to his master, who stood at the street door, and saw what was going on. The dog immediately supplicated his master by many humble gestures and looks, and on receiving a penny he instantly carried it in his mouth to the pieman, and received his pie. This traffic between the pieman and the grocer's dog continued to be daily practised for several months. End of section 1.
Introduction, Part 2, of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Jackson. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Introduction, Part 2. The affection which some dogs show to their masters and mistresses is not only very often surprising, but even affecting. An instance of this lately occurred at Brighton. The wife of a member of the town council at that place had been an invalid for some time, and at last was confined to her bed. During this period she was constantly attended by a faithful and affectionate dog, who either slept in her room or outside her door. She died, was buried, and the dog followed the remains of his beloved mistress to her grave. After the funeral the husband and his friends returned to the house, and while they were partaking of some refreshment, the dog put its paws on his master's arm as if to attract his attention, looked wistfully in his face, and then laid down and instantly expired. In giving miscellaneous anecdotes in order to show the general character of the dog, I may mention the following very curious one. During a very severe frost and fall of snow in Scotland, the fowls did not make their appearance at the hour when they usually retired to roost, and no one knew what had become of them. The house dog at last entered the kitchen, having in his mouth a hen apparently dead. Forcing his way to the fire, the sagacious animal laid his charge down upon the warm hearth, and immediately set off. He soon came again with another, which he deposited in the same place, and so continued till the whole of the poor birds were rescued. Wandering about the stackyard, the fowls had become quite benumbed by the extreme cold, and had crowded together, when the dog, observing them, effected their deliverance, for they all revived by the warmth of the fire. That dogs possess a faculty nearly allied to reason cannot, I think, be doubted. Mr. Davy, in his Angler in the Lake District, a charming work, gives one or two anecdotes in proof of this. When Mr. Davy was at Ceylon, the governor of that island, the late Sir Robert Brownrigg, had a dog of more than ordinary sagacity. He always accompanied his master, being allowed to do so except on particular occasions, such as going to church or council, or to inspect his troops, when the governor usually wore his sword. But when the dog saw the sword girded on, he would only follow to the outer door. Without a word being said, he would return and wait the coming back of his master, patiently remaining upstairs at the door of his private apartment. So it is with respect to my own pet terrier Fizz. When he sees me putting on my walking shoes, my greatcoat, or hat, he is all eagerness to accompany me, jumping about me and showing his joy. But on Sundays it is very different. My shoes, greatcoat, or hat may be put on, but he remains perfectly resigned on the rug before the fire, and never attempts or shows any inclination to follow me. Is the dog guided in acting thus by instinct or reason? Let me give another instance from Mr. Davy's work. Once when he was fishing in the Highlands of Scotland, he saw a party of sportsmen with their dogs cross the stream, the men wading, the dogs swimming, with the exception of one, who stopped on the bank piteously howling. After a few minutes he suddenly ceased, and started off full speed for a higher part of the stream. Mr. Davy was able to keep him in view, and he did not stop till he came to a spot where a plank connected the banks, on which he crossed dry-footed, and soon joined his companions. Dogs have sometimes strange fancies with respect to moving from one place to another. A fellow of a college at Cambridge had a dog, which sometimes took it into his head to visit his master's usual places of resort in London. He would then return to his home in Suffolk, and then go to Cambridge, remaining at each place as long as he felt disposed to do so, and going and returning with the most perfect indifference and complacency. The extraordinary sense of a dog was shown in the following instance. A gentleman, residing near Pontypool, had his horse brought to his house by a servant. While the man went to the door, the horse ran away, and made his escape to a neighbouring mountain. A dog belonging to the house saw this, and of his own accord followed the horse, got hold of the bridle, and brought him back to the door. I have been informed of 2 instances of dogs having slipped their collars, and put their heads into them again of their own accord, after having committed depredations in the night, and I have elsewhere mentioned the fact of a dog now in my possession, who undid the collar of another dog chained to a kennel near him. These are curious instances of sense and sagacity. Mr. Bell, in his History of British Quadrupeds, gives us the following fact of a dog belonging to a friend of his. This gentleman dropped a louis d'or one morning when he was on the point of leaving his house. On returning late at night, he was told by his servant that the dog had fallen sick and refused to eat, and, what appeared very strange, she would not suffer him to take her food away from before her, but had been lying with her nose close to the vessel without attempting to touch it. On Mr. Bell's friend entering the room, the dog instantly jumped upon him, laid the money at his feet, and began to devour her victuals with great voracity. It is a curious fact that dogs can count time. I had, when a boy, a favourite terrier, which always went with me to church. My mother, thinking that he had attracted too much of my attention, ordered the servant to fasten him up every Sunday morning. He did so once or twice, but never afterwards. Trim concealed himself every Sunday morning, and either met me as I entered the church, or I found him under my seat in the pew. Mr. Southey, in his Omniana, informs us that he knew of a dog which was brought up by a Catholic and afterwards sold to a Protestant, but still he refused to eat anything on a Friday. Dogs have been known to die from excess of joy at seeing their masters after a long absence. An English officer had a large dog, which he left with his family in England while he accompanied an expedition to America during the War of the Colonies. Throughout his absence the animal appeared very much dejected. When the officer returned home, the dog, who happened to be lying at the floor of an apartment into which his master was about to enter, immediately recognized him, leapt upon his neck, licked his face, and in a few minutes fell dead at his feet. A favourite spaniel of a lady recently died on seeing his beloved mistress after a long absence. A gentleman who had a dog of a most endearing disposition was obliged to go on a journey periodically once a month. His stay was short, and his departure and return very regular and without variation. The dog always grew uneasy when he first lost his master, and moped in a corner, but recovered himself gradually as the time for his return approached, which he knew to the hour, nay, to a minute. When he was convinced that his master was on the road, at no great distance from home, he flew all over the house, and if the street door happened to be shut, he would suffer no servant to have any rest until it was opened. The moment he obtained his freedom, away he went, and to a certainty met his benefactor about 2 miles from town. He played and frolicked about him till he had obtained one of his gloves, with which he ran, or rather flew home. entered the house, laid it down in the middle of the room, and danced round it. When he had sufficiently amused himself in this manner, out of the house he flew, returned to meet his master, and ran before him or gambolled by his side, till he arrived with him at home. I know not, says Mr. Dibdin, who relates this anecdote, how frequently this was repeated, but it lasted till the old gentleman grew infirm and incapable of continuing his journeys. The dog by this time was also grown old, and became at length blind. But this misfortune did not hinder him from fondling his master, whom he knew from every other person, and for whom his affection and solicitude rather increased than diminished. The old gentleman, after a short illness, died. The dog knew the circumstances, watched the corpse, blind as he was, and did his utmost to prevent the undertaker from screwing up the body in the coffin, and most outrageously opposed its being taken out of the house. Being past hope, he grew disconsolate, lost his flesh, and was evidently verging towards his end. One day he heard a gentleman come into the house, and he ran to meet him. His master, being old and infirm, wore ribbed stockings for warmth. The gentleman had stockings on of the same kind. The dog perceived it, and thought it was his master, and began to exhibit the most extravagant signs of pleasure. But upon further examination, finding his mistake, he retired into a corner, where in a short time he expired. Some dogs are so faithful that they will never quit a thing entrusted to their charge, and will defend it to the utmost of their power. This may be often observed in the case of a cur lying on a coat of a labourer while he is at work in the fields, and in those of carriers' and bakers' dogs. An instance is on record of a chimney sweeper having placed his soot bag in the street under the care of his dog, who suffered a cart to drive over and crush him to death sooner than abandon his charge. Colonel Hamilton Smith, in the Cyclopedia of Natural History, mentions a curious instance of fidelity and sagacity in a dog. He informs us that in the neighbourhood of Cupar, in the country of Fife, there lived 2 dogs, mortal enemies of each other, and who always fought desperately whenever they met. Captain R was the master of one of them, and the other belonged to a neighbouring farmer. Captain R's dog was in the practice of going messages, and even of bringing butcher's meat and other articles from Cupar. One day, while returning charged with a basket containing some pieces of mutton, he was attacked by some of the curs of the town, who no doubt thought the prize worth contending for. The assault was fierce, and of some duration, but the messenger, after doing his utmost, was at last overpowered and compelled to yield up the basket, though not before he had secured a part of its contents. The piece saved from the wreck he ran off with, at full speed, to the quarters of his old enemy, at whose feet he laid it down, stretching himself beside it till he had eaten it up. A few snuffs, a few whispers in the ear, and other dog-like courtesies, were then exchanged, after which they both set off together for Cupar, where they worried almost every dog in town, and, what is more remarkable, they never afterwards quarrelled, but were always on friendly terms. That society and culture soften and moderate the passions of dogs cannot be doubted, and they constantly imbibe feelings from those of their master. Thus, if he is a coward, his dog is generally found to be one. Dogs are, however, in many respects rational beings, and some proofs of this will be given in the present work. They will watch the countenance of their master. They will understand words, which, though addressed to others, they will apply to themselves and act accordingly. Thus a dog which, from its mangy state, was ordered to be destroyed, took the first opportunity of quitting the ship, and would never afterwards come near a sailor belonging to it. If I desire the servant to wash a little terrier who is apparently asleep at my feet, he will quit the room, and hide himself for some hours. A dog, though pressed with hunger, will never seize a piece of meat in presence of his master, though with his eyes, his movements, and his voice, he will make the most humble and expressive petition. Is this not reasoning? But there is one faculty in the dog which would appear perfectly incomprehensible. It is the sense of smelling. He will not only scent various kinds of game at considerable distances, but he has been known to trace the odour of his master's feet through all the winding streets of a populous city. This extreme sensibility is very wonderful. It would thus appear that the feelings of dogs are more exquisite than our own. They have sensations, but the faculty of comparing them, or of forming ideas, is much circumscribed. A dog can imitate some human actions, and is capable of receiving a certain degree of instruction, but his progress soon stops. It is, however, an animal that should always be loved and treated with kindness. It is a curious fact that dogs who have had their ears and tails cut for many generations transmit these defects to their descendants. Drovers' dogs, which may always be seen with short tails, are a proof of this. A pleasing character of the dog is given in Smelly's Philosophy of Natural History. He says, "The natural sagacity and talents of the dog are well known, and justly celebrated, but when these are improved by association with man, and by education, he becomes in some measure a rational being. The senses of the dog, particularly that of scenting distant objects, give him a superiority over every other quadruped. He reigns at the head of a flock, and his language, whether expressive of blandishment or of command, is better heard and better understood than the voice of his master. Safety, order, and discipline are the effects of his vigilance and activity. Sheep and cattle are his subjects. These he conducts and protects with prudence and bravery, and never employs force against them, except for the preservation of peace and good order. But when in pursuit of his prey, he makes a complete display of his courage and intelligence. In this situation, both natural and acquired talents are exerted. As soon as the horn or the voice of the hunter is heard, the dog demonstrates his joy by the most expressive emotions and accents. By his movements and cries, he announces his impatience for combat and his passion for victory. Sometimes he moves silently along, reconnoiters the ground, and endeavors to discover and surprise the enemy. At other times, he traces the animal's steps, and by different modulations of voice, and by the movements, particularly of his tail, indicates the distance, the species, and even the age of the fugitive deer. All these movements and modifications of voices are perfectly understood by experienced hunters. When he wishes to get into an apartment, he comes to the door. If that is shut, he scratches with his foot, makes a bewailing noise, and if his petition is not soon answered, he barks with a peculiar and humble voice. The shepherd's dog not only understands the language of his master, but, when too distant to be heard, he knows how to act by signals made with the hand. Mr. Brockton, in his Journal of Excursions in the Alps, says, "In these valleys the early hours of retirement placed us in the difficult situation of fighting our way to the inn door at Lanzelborg against a magnificent Savoyard dog, who barked and howled defiance at our attempts, for which he stood some chance of being shot. At length, a man, hearing our threats, popped his head out of a window and entreated our forbearance. We were soon admitted, and refreshments amply provided. I had heard a story of a duel fought here from Mr. N., in which he was a principal, about a dog, and upon inquiry learnt that this was the same animal. A party of 4 young officers, returning from Genoa, stopped here. Mr. N. had brought with him a beautiful little pet dog, which had been presented to him by a lady on his leaving Genoa. Struck by the appearance of the fine dog at the inn, one of the officers bought it. He was fairly informed that the dog had been already sold to an Englishman who had taken it as far as Lyons, where the dog escaped, and returned 200 miles to Lanzelborg. The officer who made the purchase intended to fasten it in the same place with the little dog. This Mr. N. objected to, when his brother officer made some offensive allusions to the lady from whom the pet had been received. An apology was demanded and refused. Swords were instantly drawn. They fought in the room. Mr. N. wounded and disarmed his antagonist. An apology for the injurious reflections followed, and the party proceeded to England. The dog was taken safely as far as Paris, where he again escaped and returned home 500 miles. I was now informed that the dog had been sold a 3rd time to an Englishman, and again, in spite of precautions having been taken, he had returned to Lanzelborg from Calais. A Scotch grazier named Archer, having lost his way and being benighted, at last got to a lone cottage, where, on his being admitted, a dog which had left Archer's house 4 years before immediately recognized him, fawned upon him, and, when he retired for the night, followed him into the chamber where he was to lie, and there, by his gestures, induced him narrowly to examine it. And then Archer saw sufficient to assure him that he was in the house of murderers. Rendered desperate by the terrors of his situation, he burst into the room where the banditti were assembled, and wounded his insidious host by a pistol shot. And in the confusion which the sudden explosion occasioned, he opened the door, and, notwithstanding he was fired at, accompanied by his dog Brutus, exerted all the speed which danger could call forth until daylight, which enabled him to perceive a house and the main road at no great distance. Upon his arrival at the house, and telling the master of it his story, he called up some soldiers that were there quartered, and who, by the aid of the dog, retraced the way back to the cottage. Upon examining the building, a trap-door was found, which opened into a place where, amongst the mangled remains of several persons, was the body of the owner, who had received the shot from the grazier's pistol in his neck, and, although not dead, had been, by the wretches his associates, in their quick retreat, thrown into this secret cemetery. He was, however, cured of his wound, delivered up to justice, tried, and executed. A merchant had received a large sum of money, and being fatigued with riding in the heat of the day, had retired to repose himself in the shade, and upon remounting his horse had forgotten to take up the bag which contained the money. His dog tried to remind his master of his inadvertency by crying and barking, which so surprised the merchant that, in crossing a brook, he observed whether the dog drank, as he had his suspicions of his being mad, and which were confirmed by the dog's not lapping any water, and by his increased barking and howling, and at length by his endeavouring to bite the heels of the horse. Impressed with the idea of the dog's madness, to prevent further mischief, he discharged his pistol at him, and the dog fell. After riding some distance, with feelings that will arise in every generous beast at the destruction of an affectionate animal, he discovered that his money was missing. His mind was immediately struck that the actions of the dog, which his impetuosity had construed into madness, were only efforts to remind him of his loss. He galloped back to where he had fired his pistol, but the dog was gone from thence with equal expedition to the spot where he had reposed. But what were the merchant's feelings when he perceived his faithful dog, in the struggles of death, lying by the side of the bag which had been forgotten? The dog tried to rise, but his strength was exhausted. He stretched out his tongue to lick the hand that was now fondling him with all the agony of regret for the wound its rashness had inflicted, and, casting a look of kindness on his master, closed his eyes forever. I am indebted to a well-known sportsman for the following interesting account of some of his dogs. It affords another proof how much kindness will do in bringing out the instinctive faculties of these animals, and that, when properly educated, their sense, courage, and attachment are most extraordinary. Smoker was a deer greyhound of the largest size, but of his pedigree I know nothing. In speed he was equal to any hare greyhound. At the same time, in spirit he was indomitable. He was the only dog I ever knew who was a match for a red stag, single-handed. From living constantly in the drawing-room, and never being separated from me, he became acquainted with almost the meaning of every word, certainly of every sign. His retrieving of game was equal to any of the retrieving I ever saw in any other dogs. He would leap over any of the most dangerous spikes at a sign, walk up and come down any ladder, and catch without hurting it any particular fowl out of a number that was pointed out to him. If he missed me from the drawing-room, and had doubts about my being in the house, he would go into the hall and look for my hat. If he found it, he would return contented. But if he did not find it, he would proceed upstairs to a window at the very top of the house, and look from the window each way to ascertain if I were in sight. One day, in shooting at Cranford, with his late Royal Highness the Duke of York, a pheasant fell on the other side of the stream. The river was frozen over, but in crossing to fetch the pheasant, the ice broke, and let Smoker in, to some inconvenience. He picked up the pheasant, and instead of trying the ice again, he took it many 100 yards, round to the bridge. Smoker died at the great age of 18 years. His son, Shark, was also a beautiful dog. He was by Smoker out of a common greyhound bitch called Vagrant, who had won a cup at Swaffham. Shark was not so powerful as Smoker, but he was, nevertheless, a large-sized dog, and was a first-rate deer greyhound and retriever. He took his father's place on the rug and was inseparable from me. He was educated and entered at deer under Smoker. When Shark was first admitted to the house, it chanced that one day he and Smoker were left alone in a room with a table on which luncheon was laid. Smoker might have been left for hours with meat on the table, and he would have died rather than touched it. But at that time Shark was not proof against temptation. I left the room to hand some lady to her carriage, and as I returned by the window, I looked in. Shark was on his legs, smelling curiously round the table, whilst Smoker had risen to a sitting posture, his ears pricked, his brow furrowing, and his eyes intently fixed on his son's actions. After tasting several viands, Shark's long nose came in contact with about half a cold tongue. The morsel was too tempting to be withstood. For all the look of curious anger for which his father was intently watching, the son stole the tongue and conveyed it to the floor. No sooner had he done so than the offended sire rushed upon him, rolled him over, beat him, and took away the tongue. Instead, though, of replacing it on the table, the father contented himself with the punishment he had administered, and retired with great gravity to the fire. I was once waiting by the moonlight for wild ducks on the Ouse in Bedfordshire, and I killed a couple on the water at a shot. The current was strong, but Shark, having fetched one of the birds, was well aware there was another. Instead, therefore, of returning by water to look for the second, he ran along the bank as if aware that the strong stream would have carried the bird further down, looking in the water till he saw it at least 100 yards from the spot where he had left it in bringing the first, when he also brought that to me. Nothing could induce either of these dogs to fetch a glove or a stick. I have often seen game fall close to me, and they would not attempt to touch it. It seemed as if they simply desired to be of service when service was to be done, and that when there were no obstacles to be conquered, they had no wish to interfere. Shark died at a good old age, and was succeeded by his son Wolf. Wolf's mother was a Newfoundland bitch. He was also a large and powerful dog, but of course not so speedy as his ancestors. While residing at my country house, being my constant companion, Wolf accompanied me 2 or 3 times a day in the breeding season, to feed the young pheasants and partridges, reared under the hens. When going near the coops, I put down my gun, made Wolf a sign to sit down by it, and fed the birds, with some caution, that they might not be in any way scared. I mention this because I am sure that dogs learn more from the manner and method of those they love than they do from direct teaching. In front of the windows on the lawn there was a large bed of shrubs and flowers, into which the rabbits used to cross, and where I had often sent Wolf in to drive them for me to shoot. One afternoon, thinking that there might be a rabbit, I made Wolf the usual sign to go and drive the shrubs, which he obeyed. But ere he had gone some yards beneath the bushes, I heard him make a peculiar noise with his jaws, which he always made when he saw anything he did not like, and he came back to me with a sheepish look. I repeated the sign, and encouraged him to go, but he never got beyond the spot he had been to in the first instance, and invariably returned to me with a very odd expression of countenance. Curiosity tempted me to creep into the bushes to discover the cause of the dog's unwonted behavior, when there I found, congregated under one of the shrubs, 8 or 9 of my young pheasants, who had for the first time roosted at a distance from their coop. Wolf had seen and known the young pheasants, and would not scare them. Wolf was the cause of my detecting and discharging of one of my gamekeepers. I had forbidden my rabbits to be killed until my return, and the keeper was ordered simply to walk Wolf to exercise on the farm. There was a large stone quarry in the vicinity, where there were a good many rabbits, some parts of which were so steep that though you might look over the cliff and shoot a rabbit below, neither man nor dog could pick him up without going a considerable way round. On approaching the edge of the quarry to look over for a rabbit, I was surprised at missing Wolf, who invariably stole off in another direction, but always the same way. At last, on shooting a rabbit, I discovered that he invariably went to the only spot by which he could descend, to pick up whatever fell to the gun, and by this I found that somebody had shot rabbits in his presence at times when I was from home. Wolf accompanied me to my residence in Hampshire, and there I naturalized in a wild state some white rabbits. For the first year the white ones were never permitted to be killed, and Wolf saw that such was the case. One summer's afternoon I shot a white rabbit for the first time, and Wolf jumped the garden fence to pick the rabbit up, but his astonishment and odd sheepish look when he found it was a white one were curious in the extreme. He dropped his stern, made his usual snap with his jaws, and came back looking up in my face, as much as to say, "You made a mistake, and shot a white rabbit, but I have not picked him up." I was obliged to assure him that I intended to shoot it, and to encourage him before he would return and bring the rabbit to me. Wolf died when he was about 9 years old, and was succeeded by my present favourite, Brenda, a hare greyhound of the highest caste. Brenda won the oak stakes of her year, and is a very fast and stout greyhound. I have taught her to retrieve game to the gun, to drive home the game from dangerous sands, and, in short, to do everything but speak, and this she attempts by making a beautiful sort of bark when she wants her dinner. I have the lop-eared rabbit naturalized, and in a half-wild and wild state, and Brenda is often to be seen with some of the tamest of them asleep in the sun on the lawn together. When the rabbits have been going out into a dangerous vicinity late in the evening, I have often sent Brenda to drive them home, and to course and kill the wild ones, if she could. I have seen one of the wild-bred lop-ears get up before her, and I have seen her make a start to course it, but when she saw that it was not a native of the soil, she would stop and continue her search for others. The next moment I have seen her course and kill a wild rabbit. She is perfectly steady from hare, if I tell her not to run, and is, without any exception, one of the prettiest and most useful and engaging creatures ever seen. She is an excellent rat-killer also, and has an amazing antipathy to a cat. When I have been absent from home for some time, Mrs. B. has observed that she is alive to every sound of a wheel, and if the doorbell rings, she is the first to fly to it. When walking on the sea-beach during my absence, she is greatly interested in every boat she sees, and watches them with the most intense anxiety, as in the yachting season she has known me return by sea. Brenda would take my part in a row, and she is a capital house-dog. If ever the heart of a creature was given to man, this beautiful, graceful, and clever animal has given me hers, for her whole existence is either passed in watching for my return, or in seeking opportunities to please me when I am at home. It is a great mistake to suppose that severity of treatment is necessary to the education of a dog, or that it is serviceable in making him steady. Manner, marked and impressive manner, is that which teaches obedience, and example rather than command forms the desired character. I had 2 foxhounds when I hunted stag. My pack were all foxhounds. They were named Bachelor and Blunder. We used to play with them together, and they got to know each other by name. In returning from hunting, my brother and myself used to amuse ourselves by saying, in a particular tone of voice, the one we used to use in playing with them, "Bachelor, where's Blunder?" On hearing this, Bachelor's stern bristles rose, and he trotted out among the pack looking for Blunder, and when he found him he would push his nose against his ear and growl at him. Thus Bachelor evidently knew Blunder by name, and this arose from the way in which we used to play with them. At this moment, when far away from home, and after an absence of many weeks, if I sing a particular song, which I always sing to a dog named Jessie, Brenda, though staying in houses where she had never seen Jessie, will get up much excited and look to the door and out of the window in expectation of her friend. I have a great pleasure in the society of all animals, and I love to make my house a place where all may meet in rest and good fellowship. This is far easier to achieve than when people would think for when dogs are kindly used, but impressed with ideas of obedience. The gazelle, which came home from Acre in the Thunderer, was one evening feeding from Mrs. B.'s plate at dessert, when Odeon, the great deerhound, who was beaten in my match against the 5 deer by an unlucky stab in the first course, came in by special invitation for his biscuit. The last deer he had seen previous to the gazelle he had coursed and pulled down. The strange expression of his dark face was beautiful when he first saw her, and halting in his run up to me, he advanced more slowly to her. She met him also in apparent wonder at his great size, and they smelled each other's faces. Odion then kissed her, and came to me for his biscuit, and never after noticed her. She will at times butt him if he takes up too much of the fire, but this she will not do to Brenda, except in play, and if she is eating from Mrs. Berkeley's hand, Brenda, by a peculiar look, can send her away and take her place. Odion, the gazelle, Brenda, and the rabbits will all quietly lay on the lawn together, and the gazelle and Bruiser, and immense house dog between the bloodhound and the mastiff, will run and play together. I had forgotten to mention a bull and mastiff dog that I had, called Grumbo. He was previous to Smoker, and was indeed the first four-footed companion established in my confidence. I was then very young, and of course inclined to anything like a row. Grumbo, therefore, was well entered in all kinds of strife. Bulls, oxen, pigs, men, dogs, all came in turn as combatants. And Grumbo had the oddest ways of making men and animals the aggressors I ever knew. He seemed to make it a point of honor never to begin, but on receiving a hint from me, some one of his enemies was sure to commence the battle, and then he or both of us would turn to as an oppressed party. I have seen him walk leisurely out into the middle of a field where oxen were grazing, and then throw himself down. Either a bull or the oxen were sure to be attracted by the novel sight, and come dancing and blowing round him. All this he used to bear with the most stoical fortitude, till some one more forward than the rest touched him with the horn. War to the knife and no favour, was then the cry, and Grumbo had one of them by the nose directly. He being engaged at odds, I of course made in to help him, and such a scene of confusion used to follow as was scarce ever seen. Grumbo tossed in the air, and then some beast pinned by the nose would lie down and bellow. I should all this time be swinging round on to some of their tails, and so it would go on till Grumbo and myself were tired, and our enemies happy to beat a retreat. If he wished to pick a quarrel with a man, he would walk listlessly before him till the man trod on him, and then the row began. Grumbo was the best assistant, night or day, for catching delinquents in the world. As a proof of his thoughtful sagacity, I give the following fact. He was my sole companion when I watched two men steal a quantity of pheasants' eggs. We gave chase, but before I could come near them, with 200 yards start of me, they fled. There was no hope of my overtaking them before they reached the village of Harlington, so I gave Grumbo the office. Off he went, but in the chase the men ran up a headland on which a cow was tethered. They passed the cow, and when the dog came up to the cow he stopped, and to my horror contemplated a grab at the tempting nose. He was, however, uncertain as to whether or not this would be right, and he looked at me for further assistance. I made the sign to go ahead, and he understood it, for he took up the running again, and disappeared down a narrow pathway leading through the orchards to the houses. When I turned that corner, to my infinite delight, I found him placed in the narrow path directly in front of one of the poachers, with such an evident determination of purpose that the man was standing stock still, afraid to stir either hand or foot. I came up and secured the offender, and bade the dog be quiet. End of introduction, Part 2. Recorded by Steve Jackson. Section 3 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Jackson. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Introduction, Part 3. It is, I believe, a fact, and if so, it is a curious one, that the dog in a wild state only howls. But when he becomes the friend and companion of man, he has then wants and wishes, hopes and fears, joys and sorrows, to which in his wilder state he appears to have been a stranger. His vocabulary, if it may be so called, then increases, in order to express his enlarged and varying emotions. He anticipates rewards and punishments, and learns to solicit the former and deprecate the latter. He bounds exultingly forth to accompany his master in his walks, rides, and sports of the field. He acts as the faithful guardian of his property. He is his fireside companion, evidently discerns days of household mirth or grief, and deports himself accordingly. Hence, his energies and his sensibilities are all expanded, and what he feels he seeks to tell in various accents, and in different ways. For instance, our little dog comes and pulls his mistress's gown, and makes significant whines if anyone is in or about the premises whom he thinks has no right to be there. I have seen a dog pick up a stick and bring it in his mouth to his master, looking at the water first and then at his master, evidently that the stick might be thrown into it, that he might have the pleasure of swimming after it. In my younger days, I was in the habit of teasing a favorite dog by twitching his nose and pretending to pull his ears. He would snap gently at me, but if by accident he gave me a rather harder bite than he had intended, he became instantly aware of it, and expressed his regret in a way not to be mistaken. Dogs who have hurt or cut themselves will submit patiently while the wound is being dressed, however much the operation may hurt them. They become instantly sensible that no punishment is intended to be inflicted, and I have seen them lick the hand of the operator, as if grateful for what he was doing. Those who are in the habit of having dogs constantly in the room with them will have perceived how alive they are to the slightest change in the countenance of their master, how gently they will touch him with their paw when he is eating, in order to remind him of their own want of food, and how readily they distinguish the movements of any inmate of the house from those of a stranger. These and many other circumstances which might be mentioned show a marked distinction between a domesticated dog and one that is wild, or who has lived with people who are in an uncivilized state, such as the Eskimo, etc. Both the wild and domestic dog, however, appear to be possessed of and to exercise forethought. They will bury or hide food which they are unable to consume at once, and return for it. But the domestic dog, perhaps, gives stronger proofs of forethought, and I will give an instance of it. A large metal pot, turned on one side, in which a great quantity of porridge has been boiled, was then set before a Newfoundland puppy of 3 or 4 months old. At first he contented himself by licking off portions of the oatmeal which adhered to the interior, but finding this unsatisfactory, he scraped the morsels with his forepaws into a heap, and then ate the whole at once. I had a dog who, having once scalded his tongue, always afterwards, when I gave him his milk and water at breakfast, put his paw very cautiously into the saucer to see if the liquid was too hot before he would touch it with his tongue. Dogs have frequently been known to hunt in couples, that is, to assist each other in securing their prey, thus associating together and admitting of no partnership. At Palermo, in Sicily, there is an extraordinary quantity of dogs wandering about without owners. Amongst the number, 2 more particularly distinguished themselves for their animosity to cats. One day they were in pursuit of a cat which, seeing no other place of refuge near, made her escape into a long earthen water pipe which was lying on the ground. These 2 inseparable companions, who always supported each other, pursued the cat to the pipe, where they were seen to stop, and apparently to consult each other as to what was being done to deceive and get possession of the poor cat. After they had stood a short time, they divided, taking post at each end of the pipe, and began to back alternately, thus giving the cat reason to suppose that they were both at one end, in order to induce her to come out. This maneuver had a successful result, and the cheated cat left her hiding-place. Scarcely had she ventured out, when she was seized by one of the dogs. The other hastened to his assistance, and in a few moments deprived her of life. Footnote: Thornton's Instincts. The memory of dogs is quite extraordinary, and only equalled by that of the elephant. Mr. Swainson, in his work on the instincts of animals, gives the following proof of this. He says that a spaniel belonging to the Reverend H.N., being always told that he must not follow his master to church on Sundays, used on those days to set off long before the service, and lie concealed under the hedge so near the church that at length the point was yielded to him. My little parlour dog never offers to go with me on a Sunday, although on other days he is perfectly wild to accompany me in my walks. In my younger days I had a favourite dog, which always accompanied me to church. My mother, seeing that he attracted too much of my attention, ordered the servant to shut him every Sunday morning. This was done once, but never afterwards, for he concealed himself early every Sunday morning, and I was sure to find him either under my seat at church, or else at the church door. That dogs clearly distinguish the return of Sunday cannot be doubted. The almost incredible penetration and expedition with which dogs are known to return to their former homes from places to which they have been sent, or carried in such a recluse way as to not retain a trace of the road, will ever continue to excite the greatest admiration. A dog having been given by a gentleman at Wivenhoe to the captain of a collier, he took the dog on board his vessel and landed him at Sunderland. But soon after his arrival, there the dog was missing, and in a few days arrived at the residence of his old master in Essex. A still more extraordinary circumstance is upon record of the late Colonel Hardy, who, having been sent for express to Bath, was accompanied by a favourite spaniel bitch in his chaise, which he never quitted till his arrival there. After remaining there 4 days, he accidentally left his spaniel behind him, and returned to his residence at Springfield, in Essex, with equal expedition, where, in 3 days after, his faithful and steady adherent arrived also, notwithstanding the distance between that place and Bath is 140 miles, and she had to explore her way through London, to which she had never been, except in her passage to Bath, and then within the confines of a close carriage. Footnote: Sportsman's Cabinet. In the small town of Melbourne, in Derbyshire, cocks and hens may be seen running about the streets. One day a game cock attacked a small bantam, and they fought furiously, the bantam having, of course, the worst of it. Some persons were standing about looking at the fight, when my informant's house dog suddenly darted out, snatched up the bantam in his mouth, and carried it into the house. Several of the spectators followed, believing that the poor fowl would be killed and eaten by the dog, but his intentions were of a more benevolent nature. After guarding the entrance of the kennel for some time, he trotted down the yard into the street, looked about to the right and left, and seeing that the coast was clear, he went back again, and once more returning with his protégé in his mouth, safely deposited him in the street, and then walked quietly away. How few human beings would have acted as this dog had done. Here is another curious anecdote from Mr. Davies' work. He says that the cook in the house of a friend of his, a lady on whose accuracy he could rely, and from whom he had the anecdote, missed a marrowbone. Suspicion fell on a well-behaved dog, a great favourite, and up to that time distinguished for his honesty. He was charged with the theft. He hung down his tail, and for a day or two was altered in his manner, having become shy, sullen, and sheepish, to use these expressions for want of better. In this mood he continued, till, to the amusement of the cook, he brought back the bone and laid it at her feet. Then, with the restoration of her stolen property, he resumed his cheerful manner. How can we interpret this conduct of the dog, better than by supposing that he was aware he had done amiss, and that the evil-doing preyed on him till he had made restitution? Was not this a kind of moral sense? If a dog finds a bone while he is accompanying his master in a walk, he does not stay behind to gnaw it, but runs some distance in advance, attacks the bone, waits till his master comes up, and then proceeds forward again with it. By acting in this manner, he never loses sight of his master. A dog has been known to convey food to another of his species, who was tied up and pining for want of it. A dog has frequently been seen to plunge voluntarily into a rapid stream to rescue another that was in danger of drowning. He has defended helpless curs from the attacks of other dogs, and learns to apportion punishment according to the provocation received, frequently disdaining to exercise his power and strength on a weaker adversary. Repeated provocation will, however, excite and revenge. For instance, a Newfoundland dog was quietly eating his mess of broth and broken scraps. While so employed, a turkey endeavoured to share the meal with him. The dog growled and displayed his teeth. The intruder retired for a moment, but quickly returned to the charge, and was again warned off with a like result. After 3 or 4 attempts of the same kind, the dog became provoked, gave a sudden ferocious growl, bit off the delinquent's head, and then quietly finished his meal, without bestowing any further attention on his victim. The celebrated Leibnitz related to the French Academy an account of a dog he had seen which was taught to speak, and could call in an intelligible manner for tea, coffee, chocolate, etc. The dog was of a middling size, and the property of a peasant in Saxony. A little boy, the peasant's son, imagined that he perceived in the dog's voice an indistinct resemblance to certain words, and was, therefore, determined to teach him to speak distinctly. For this purpose he spared neither time nor pains with his pupil, who was about 3 years old when his learned education commenced, and at length he made such progress in language as to be able to articulate no less than 30 words. It appears, however, that he was somewhat of a truant, and did not very willingly exert his talents, being rather pressed into the service of literature, and it was necessary that the words should be first pronounced to him each time before he spoke. The French academicians who mention this anecdote add that unless they had received the testimony of so great a man as Leibnitz, they should scarcely have dared to relate the circumstance. An invalid gentleman, who resided for some years on Ham Common in Surrey, had a dog which distinctly pronounced John, William, and 2 or 3 other words. A medical friend of mine who attended this gentleman has frequently heard the animal utter these words, and a female relative of his, who was often on a visit at his house, assures me of the fact. Indeed, it need not be doubted. These are the only 2 instances I have met with of talking dogs. But my brother had a beautiful little spaniel named Doll, who was an indefatigable hunter after woodcocks and snipes. Doll would come home in the evening after a hard day's sport, wet, tired, and dirty, and then deposit herself on the rug before the fire. Happening one day to pull her ear gently when in this state, she expressed her dislike to be disturbed by a sort of singing noise. By repeating this from day to day, and saying, "Sing, Doll," she would utter notes of a somewhat musical tone, and continue for some time after I had ceased to touch her ear, to the amusement and surprise of those who heard her. Poor Doll! I shall never see your like again, either for beauty or intelligence. If she was affronted, she would come to me at a distance of 4 miles, remain some time, and then return to her master. A small cur, blind of one eye, lame, ugly, old, and somewhat selfish, yet possessed of great shrewdness, was usually fed with 3 large dogs. Watching his opportunity, he generally contrived to seize the best bit of offal or bone, with which he retreated into a recess, the opening to which was so small that he knew the other dogs could not follow him into it, and where he enjoyed his repast without the fear of molestation. Early habits predominate strongly in dogs, and indeed in other animals. At the house of a gentleman in Wexford, out of 4 dogs to guard the premises, 3 of them would always wag their tails, and express what might be called civility on the approach of any well-dressed visitors, manifesting on the other hand no very friendly feelings towards vagrants or ill-dressed people. The 4th, a sort of foxhound, which as a puppy had belonged to a poor man, always seemed to recognize beggars and ill-dressed passengers as old familiar friends, growling at well-attired strangers, barking vehemently at gigs, and becoming almost frantic with rage at a 4-wheeled carriage. The olfactory nerves of a dog are quite extraordinary, and it is said that, making allowance for difference of corporeal bulk, they are about 4 times larger than those of a man. Some dogs, however, seem to excel in acuteness of hearing, and others in peculiar powers of vision. We quote the following from the Percy Anecdotes. One day when Dumont, a tradesman of the Rue Saint-Denis, was walking into the Boulevard Saint-Antoine with a friend, he offered to lay a wager with the latter that if he were to hide a 6-livre piece in the dust, his dog would discover and bring it to him. The wager was accepted, and the piece of money secreted after being carefully marked. When the two had proceeded some distance from the spot, M. Dumont called to his dog that he had lost something, and ordered him to seek it. Caniche immediately turned back, and his master and his companion pursued their walk to the Rue Saint-Denis. Meanwhile, a traveller, who happened to be just then returning in a small chaise from Vincennes, perceived the piece of money, which his horse had kicked from its hiding-place. He alighted, took it up, and drove to his inn in the Rue Pont-aux-Choux. Caniche had just reached the spot in search of the lost piece when the stranger picked it up. He followed the chaise, went into the inn, and stuck close to the traveller. Having scented out the coin, which he had been ordered to bring back in the pocket of the latter, he leapt up incessantly at and about him. The traveller, supposing him to be some dog that had been lost or left behind by his master, regarded his different movements as marks of fondness, and as the animal was handsome, he determined to keep him. He gave him a good supper, and on retiring to bed took him with him to his chamber. No sooner had he pulled off his breeches than they were seized by the dog. The owner, conceiving that he wanted to play with them, took them away again. The animal began to bark at the door, which the traveller opened, under the idea that the dog wanted to go out. Caniche snatched up the breeches, and away he flew. The traveller posted after him with his nightcap on, and literally sans culottes. Anxiety for the fate of a purse full of gold Napoleons, of 40 francs each, which was in one of the pockets, gave redoubled velocity to his steps. Caniche ran full speed to his master's house, where the stranger arrived in a moment afterwards, breathless and enraged. He accused the dog of robbing him. "Sir," said the master, "my dog is a very faithful creature, and if he has run away with your breeches, it is because you have in them money which does not belong to you." The traveller became still more exasperated. "Compose yourself, sir," rejoined the other, smiling. "Without doubt there is in your purse a 6-livre piece, with such and such marks, which you have picked up in the Boulevard Saint-Antoine, and which I threw down there with the firm conviction that my dog would bring it back again. This is the cause of the robbery which he has committed upon you." The stranger's rage now yielded to astonishment. He delivered the 6-livre piece to the owner, and could not forbear caressing the dog, which had given him so much uneasiness and such an unpleasant chase. A gentleman in Cornwall possessed a dog which seemed to set a value on white and shining pebble stones, of which he had made a large collection in a hole under an old tree. A dog in Regent Street is said to have barked with joy upon hearing the wheels of his master's carriage driven to the door, when he could not by any possibility see the vehicle, and while many other carriages were at the same time passing and repassing. This, I believe, is a fact by no means uncommon. My retriever will carry an egg in his mouth to a great distance, and during a considerable length of time, without ever breaking or even cracking the shell. A small bird having escaped from its cage and fallen into the sea, a dog conveyed it in his mouth to the ship, without doing it the slightest injury. One of the carriers of a New York paper called The Advocate having become indisposed, his son took his place, but not knowing the subscribers he was to supply, he took for his guide a dog which had usually attended his father. The animal trotted on ahead of the boy, and stopped at every door where the paper was in use to be left, without making a single omission or mistake. The following is from a newspaper of this year. "A most extraordinary circumstance has just occurred at the Hawick toll bar, which is kept by 2 old women. It appears that they had a sum of money in the house, and were extremely alarmed lest they should be robbed of it. Their fears prevailed to such an extent that, when a carrier whom they knew was passing by, they urgently requested him to remain with them all night, which, however, his duties would not permit him to do, but, in consideration of the alarm of the women, he consented to leave with them a large mastiff dog. In the night the women were disturbed by the uneasiness of the dog, and heard a noise apparently like an attempt to force an entrance into the premises, upon which they escaped by the back door and ran to a neighbouring house, which happened to be a blacksmith's shop. They knocked at the door, and were answered from within by the smith's wife. She said her husband was absent, but that she was willing to accompany the terrified women to their home. On reaching the house, they heard savage but half stifled growling from the dog. On entering, they saw the body of a man hanging half in and half out of their little window, whom the dog had seized by the throat, and was still worrying. On examination, the man proved to be their neighbour, the blacksmith, dreadfully torn about the throat, and quite dead. A dog, belonging to the late Dr. Robert Hooper, had been in the constant habit of performing various little personal services for his master, such as fetching his slippers, etc. It happened one day that Dr. Hooper had been detained by his professional duties much beyond his usual dinner hour. The dog impatiently waited for his arrival, and he at last returned, weary and hungry. After showing his pleasure at the arrival of his master, greeting him with his usual attention, the animal remained tolerably quiet until he conceived a reasonable time had elapsed for the preparation of the doctor's dinner. As it did not, however, make its appearance, the dog went into the kitchen, seized with his mouth a half-broiled beefsteak, with which he hastened back to his master, placing it on the tablecloth before him. A few years ago, the public were amused with an account given in the newspapers of a dog which possessed the strange fancy of attending all of the fires that occurred in the metropolis. The discovery of this predilection was made by a gentleman residing a few miles from town, who was called up in the middle of the night by the intelligence that the premises adjoining his house of business were on fire. "The removal of all my books and papers," said he, in telling the story, "of course claimed my attention. Yet, notwithstanding this, and the bustle which prevailed, my eye every now and then rested on a dog, which, during the hottest progress of the conflagration, I could not help noticing running about and apparently taking a deep interest in what was going on, contriving to keep himself out of everybody's way, and yet always present amidst the thickest of the stir. When the fire was got under, and I had leisure to look about me, I again observed the dog, which, with the fireman, appeared to be resting from the fatigues of duty, and was led to make some inquiries respecting him. 'Is this your dog, my friend?' said I to a fireman. 'No, sir,' said he, 'it does not belong to me, or to any one in particular. We call him the fireman's dog.' 'The fireman's dog!' I replied. 'Why so? Has he no master?' 'No, sir,' rejoined the fireman, 'he calls none of us master, though we are all of us willing enough to give him a night's lodging and a pennyworth of meat. But he won't stay long with any of us. His delight is to be at all the fires in London, and, far or near, we generally find him on the road as we are going along, and sometimes, if it is out of town, we give him a lift. I don't think there has been a fire for these 2 or 3 years past which he has not been at.' The communication was so extraordinary that I found it difficult to believe the story until it was confirmed by the concurrent testimony of several other firemen. None of them, however, were able to give any account of the early habits of the dog, or to offer any explanation of the circumstances which led to this singular propensity. Some time afterwards I was again called up in the night to a fire in the village in which I resided, Camberwell, in Surrey, and to my surprise here I again met with the fireman's dog, still alive and well, pursuing with the same apparent interest and satisfaction the exhibition of that which seldom fails to bring with it disaster and misfortune, oftentimes loss of life and ruin. Still he called no man master, disdained to receive bed or board from the same hand more than a night or 2 at a time, nor could the fireman trace out his resting place. Such was the account of this interesting animal as it appeared in the newspapers, to which were shortly afterwards appended several circumstances, communicated by a fireman at one of the police offices. A magistrate having asked him whether it was a fact that the dog was present at most of the fires that occurred in the metropolis, the fireman replied that he never knew Tyke, as he was called, to be absent from a fire upon any occasion that he, the fireman, attended himself. The magistrate said the dog must have an extraordinary predilection for fires. He then asked what length of time he had been known to possess that propensity. The fireman replied that he knew Tyke for the last 9 years, and although he was getting old, yet the moment the engines were about, Tyke was to be seen as active as ever, running off in the direction of the fire. The magistrate inquired whether the dog lived with any particular fireman. The fireman replied that Tyke liked one fireman as well as another. He had no particular favourites, but passed his time amongst them, sometimes going to the house of one, and then to another, and off to a third, when he was tired. Day or night it was all the same to him. If a fire broke out, there he was, in the midst of the bustle, running from one engine to another, anxiously looking after the firemen, and although pressed upon by crowds, yet from his dexterity he always escaped accidents, only now and then getting a ducking from the engines, which he rather liked than otherwise. The magistrate said that Tyke was a most extraordinary animal, and having expressed a wish to see him, he was shortly after exhibited at the office, and some other peculiarities respecting him were related. There was nothing at all particular in the appearance of the dog. He was a rough-looking, small animal of the terrier breed, and seemed to be in excellent condition, no doubt from the care taken of him by the firemen belonging to the different companies. There was some difficulty experienced in bringing him to the office, as he did not much relish going any distance from where the firemen are usually to be found, except in cases of attending with them at a conflagration, and then distance was of no consequence. It was found necessary to use stratagem for the purpose. A fireman commenced running. Tyke, accustomed to follow upon such occasions, set out after him, but this person, having slackened his pace on the way, the sagacious animal, knowing there was no fire, turned back, and it was necessary to carry him to the office. End of Introduction, Part 3. Section 4 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Jackson. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Introduction, Part 4. The following striking anecdote of a similar kind appeared in the first number of the new issue of Cassell's Illustrated Family Paper. After giving a short account of a fire-escape man named Samuel Wood, the writer thus alludes to his dog Bill. As to Bill, he regards him evidently in the light of a friend. He had him when he was a pup from a poor fellow who died in the service, and he and his Bill have been on excellent terms ever since. The fire-escape man's dog takes after his master in courage and perseverance. He is of the terrier breed, 6 years old. An alarm of fire calls forth all his energy. He is the first to know that something is wrong, the first to exert himself in setting it right. He has not been trained to the work. It is a gift, as his master says, and if we all used our gifts as efficiently as the dog Bill, it would be better for us. On an alarm of fire, Bill barks his loudest, dashes about in a frantic manner, till his master and the escape are on their way to it. He, of course, is there first, giving the police and the crowd to understand that Wood and his fire escape are coming. When the escape is fixed, and Wood begins to ascend the ladder, Bill runs up the canvas. As soon as a window is opened, Bill leaps in and dashes about to find the occupants, loudly barking for assistance as soon as he has accomplished his errand of mercy. His watchfulness and sagacity are never at fault, although on more than one occasion he has stood a fair chance of losing his life, and has sustained very severe injury. Not long ago a collar was presented to Bill as a reward for his services. Unfortunately for him, he has since lost this token of public regard, a misfortune much to be regretted. The following verse was engraved on the collar. I am the fire-escape man's dog. My name is Bill. When fire is called, I am never still. I bark for my master, all danger brave, to bring the escape, human life to save. Collared or collarless, Bill is always ready to lend a helping bark. May his life be long and his services properly esteemed. The following anecdote shows extraordinary sense, if not reasoning faculty in a dog. A lady of high rank has a sort of collie or Scotch sheepdog. When he is ordered to ring the bell, he does so. But if he is told to ring the bell when the servant is in the room whose duty it is to attend, he refuses, and then the following occurrence takes place. His mistress says, "Ring the bell, dog." The dog looks at the servant, and then barks his bow-wow once or twice. The order is repeated 2 or 3 times. At last the dog lays hold of the servant's coat in a significant manner, just as if he had said to him, "Don't you hear that I am to ring the bell for you? Come to my lady." His mistress always had her shoes warmed before she put them on, but one day during the hot weather her maid was putting them on without their having been previously placed before the fire. When the dog saw this, he immediately interfered, expressing the greatest indignation at the maid's negligence. He took the shoes from her, carried them to the fire, and after they had been warmed as usual, he brought them back to his mistress with much apparent satisfaction, evidently intending to say, if he could, "It is all right now." The dispositions and characters of dogs, as well as their intelligence, vary very much. Let me give a few instances of this. When that benevolent man, Mr. Backhouse, went to Australia in hopes of doing good among the convicts, he was residing in the house of a gentleman who had a son about 4 years of age. This boy strayed one morning into the bush and could not be found after a long search had been made for him. In the evening a little dog which had accompanied the child scratched at the door, and on its being opened showed unmistakable signs of wishing to be followed. This was done, and he led the way to the child, who was at last found sitting by the side of a river 3 or 4 miles from the house. At Albany, in Worcestershire, at the seat of Admiral Mailing, a dog went every day to meet the mail, and brought the bag in his mouth to the house. The distance was about half a quarter of a mile. The dog usually received a meal of meat as his reward, the servants having, on one day only, neglected to give him his accustomed meal. The dog, on the arrival of the next mail, buried the bag, nor was it found without considerable search. M. d'Aubinsville had a dog which he had brought up in India from 2 months old, and having to go with a friend from Pondicherry to Bangalore, a distance of more than 900 miles, he took the animal along with him. "Our journey," says M. D.O., "occupied nearly 3 weeks, and we had to traverse plains and mountains, and to ford rivers and go along bypaths. The animal, which had certainly never been in that country before, lost us at Bangalore, and immediately returned to Pondicherry. He went directly to the house of my friend M. Beglier, then commandant of artillery, and with whom I had generally lived. Now the difficulty is not so much to know how the dog subsisted on the road, for he was very strong and able to procure himself food, but how he should so well have found his way after an interval of more than a month. This was an effort of memory greatly superior to that which the human race is capable of exerting. A gentleman residing in Denmark, Mr. Decouick, one of the king's privy councillors, found that he had a remarkable dog. It was the habit of Mr. Decouick to leave Copenhagen on Fridays for Drovengård, his country seat. If he did not arrive there on Friday evening, the dog would invariably be found at Copenhagen on Saturday morning, in search of his master. Hydrophobia becoming common, all dogs were shot that were found running about, an exception being made in the case of Mr. Decouick's dog, on account of his sagacity and fidelity, a distinctive mark being placed upon him. The following anecdotes are from Daniel's Rural Sports. Upon the fidelity of dogs, the following facts deserve to be here recorded. Of this property, or other peculiar traits, if they appertain to any class of sporting dogs, in that class they will be noticed. Dr. Beatty, in one of his ingenious and elegant essays, relates a story, in his own knowledge, of a gentleman's life being saved, who fell beneath the ice, by going in quest of assistance, and almost forcibly dragging a farmer to the spot. Mr. Valiant describes the losing of a bitch while travelling in Africa, when after firing his gun and fruitlessly searching for her, he dispatched one of his attendants to return by the way they had proceeded, when she was found at about 2 leagues distance, seated by the side of a chair and basket, which had dropped unperceived from his wagon, an instance of attentive fidelity which must have proved fatal to the animal, either from hunger or beasts of prey, had she not been luckily discovered. As instances of the dog's sagacity, the following are submitted. In crossing the mountain Saint Gothard, near Airola, the Chevalier Gaspard de Brandenburg and his servant were buried by an avalanche. His dog, who escaped the heap of snow, did not quit the place where he had lost his master. This was, fortunately, not far from the convent. The animal howled, ran to the convent frequently, and then returned. Struck by his perseverance, the next morning the people from the house followed him. He led them directly to the spot, scratched the snow, and after 36 hours passed beneath it, the Chevalier and his domestic were taken out safe, hearing distinctly, during their confinement, the howling of the dog and the discourse of their deliverers. Sensible That to the sagacity and fondness of this creature he owed his life, the gentleman ordered by his will that he should be represented on his tomb with his dog, and at Zug, in the church of St. Oswald, where he was buried in 1728, they still show the monument and the effigy of this gentleman, with the dog lying at his feet. In 1792, a gentleman who lived in Varay Street, Clare Market, went with his family to the pit of Drury Lane Theatre at about 5:30 in the evening, leaving a small spaniel of King Charles's breed locked up in the dining room to prevent the dog from being lost in his absence. At 8 o'clock his son opened the door, and the dog immediately went to the playhouse and found out his master, though the pit was unusually thronged, and his master seated near its centre. A large dog of Mr. Hilson's of Maxwell Hugh, on the 21st of October, 1797, seeing a small one that was following a cart from Kelso, carried by the current of the Tweed, in spite of all of its efforts to bear up against the stream, after watching its motions attentively, plunged voluntarily into the river, and seizing the tired animal by the neck, brought it safely to land. The docility of the dog is such that he may be taught to practice with considerable dexterity a variety of human actions, to open a door fastened by a latch, and pull a bell when desirous to be admitted. Faber mentions one belonging to a nobleman of the Medici family, which always attended at its master's table, took from him his plates, and brought him others, carried wine to him in a glass upon a salver, which it held in its mouth, without spilling. The same dog would also hold the stirrup in its teeth while its master was mounting his horse. Mr. Daniel had formerly a spaniel, which he gave the Honourable Mr. Greville, that, beyond the common tricks which dogs trained to fetch and carry exhibit, would bring the bottles of wine from the corner of the room to the table by the neck, with such care as never to break one, and in fact was the boots of the mess-room. Some few years since, the person who lived at the Turnpike House, about a mile from Stratford-upon-Avon, had trained a dog to go to the town for any small parcels of grocery, etc., which he wanted. A note, mentioning the things required, was tied round his neck, and in the same manner the articles were fastened and arrived safe to his master. Colonel Hutchinson relates the following anecdote. A cousin of one of my brother officers was taking a walk at Tunbridge Wells, when a strange Newfoundland snatched her parasol from her hand and carried it off. The lady followed the dog, who kept ahead, constantly looking back to see if she followed. The lady followed the dog, who kept ahead, constantly looking back to see if she followed. The dog at length stopped at a confectioner's, and went in, followed by the lady, who, as the dog would not resign it, applied to the shopman for assistance. He then told her that it was an old trick of the dog's to get a bun, and that if she would give him one, he would return the property. She cheerfully did so, and the dog as willingly made the exchange. The above anecdote proves that dogs are no mean observers of countenances, and that he had satisfied himself by a previous scrutiny as to the probability of his delinquencies being forgiven. Of the abstinence and escape of a dog the following narrative may not be uninteresting. In 1789, when preparations were making at St. Paul's for the reception of His Majesty, a favourite dog followed its master up the dark stairs of the dome. Here, all at once, it was missing, and calling and whistling were to no purpose. 9 weeks after this, all but 2 days, some glaziers were at work in the cathedral, and heard a faint noise amongst the timbers which support the dome. Thinking it might be some unfortunate human being, they tied a rope round a boy, and let him down near the place whence the sound came. At the bottom he found a dog lying on its side, the skeleton of another dog, and an old shoe half eaten. The humanity of the boy led him to rescue the animal from its miserable situation, and it was accordingly drawn up. Much emaciated, and scarce able to stand, the workmen placed it in the porch of the church to die or live as it might happen. This was about 10 o'clock in the morning. Some time after, the dog was seen endeavouring to cross the street at the top of Ludgate Hill, but its weakness was so great that, unsupported by a wall, it could not accomplish it. The miserable appearance of the dog again excited the compassion of a boy, who carried it over. By the aid of the houses it was enabled to get to Fleet Market, and over 2 or 3 narrow crossings in its way to Holborn Bridge, and about 8 o'clock in the evening it reached its master's house in Red Lion Street, Holborn, and laid itself down on the steps, having been 10 hours in its journey from St. Paul's to that place. The dog was so much altered, its eyes being so sunk in its head as to be scarce discernible, that the master would not encourage his faithful old companion, who when lost was supposed to weigh 20 pounds, but now only weighed 3 pounds 14 ounces. The first indication it gave of knowing its master was by wagging its tail when he mentioned its name, Phyllis. For a long time it was unable to eat or drink, and it was kept alive by the sustenance it received from its mistress, who used to feed it with a teaspoon. At length it recovered. It must not be supposed that this animal existed for 9 weeks without food. She was in whelp when lost, and doubtless ate her young. The remains of another dog killed by a similar fall were likewise found, and were most probably converted by the survivor to the most urgent of all natural purposes. And when this treat was done, the shoe succeeded, which was almost half devoured. What famine and 1,000 accidents could not do was effected a short time after by the wheels of a coach, which unfortunately went over her and ended the life of poor Phyllis. Of dogs that have supported themselves in a wild state to the great loss and annoyance of the farmer, there are 2 instances worthy of notice, from the cunning with which both these dogs frustrated for a length of time every secret and open attack. In December 1784, a dog was left by a smuggling vessel near Boomer, on the coast of Northumberland. Finding himself deserted, he began to worry sheep, and did so much damage that he was the terror of the country, within the circuit of above 20 miles. It is asserted that when he caught a sheep he bit a hole in its right side, and after eating the fat about the kidneys, left it. Several of them, thus lacerated, were found alive by the shepherds, and being properly taken care of, some of them recovered, and afterwards had lambs. From this delicacy of his feeding, the destruction may in some measure be conceived, as the fat of 1 sheep in a day would scarcely satisfy his hunger. Various were the means used to destroy him. Frequently was he pursued with hounds, greyhounds, etc., but when the dogs came up with him, he laid down on his back, as if supplicating for mercy, and in that position they never hurt him. He therefore laid quietly, taking his rest, until the hunters approached, when he made off, without being followed by the hounds, until they were again excited to the pursuit, which always terminated unsuccessfully. He was one day pursued from Hawick to upwards of 30 miles distance, but returned thither and killed sheep the same evening. His constant residence was upon a rock on the Hugh Hill, near Hawick, where he had a view of 4 roads that approached it, and there, in March 1785, after many fruitless attempts, he was at last shot. Another wild dog, which had committed similar devastation among the sheep, near Wooler, in the same county, Northumberland, was on the 6th of June 1799 advertised to be hunted on the Wednesday following by 3 packs of hounds, which were to meet at different places. The aid of men and firearms was also requested, with a reward promised of 20 guineas to the person killing him. This dog was described by those who had seen him at a distance as a large greyhound, with some white in his face, neck, and 1 foreleg white, rather grey on the back, and the rest of a jet black. An immense concourse of people assembled at the time appointed, but the chase was unprosperous, for he eluded his pursuers among the Cheviot hills, and, what is singular, returned that same night to the place from whence he had been hunted in the morning, and worried an ewe and her lamb. During the whole summer he continued to destroy the sheep, but changed his quarters, for he infested the fells 16 miles south of Carlisle, where upwards of 60 sheep fell victims to his ferocity. In September, hounds and firearms were again employed against him, and after a run from Carrick Fell, which was computed to be 30 miles, he was shot whilst the hounds were in pursuit by Mr. Sewell of Wedlock, who laid in ambush at Moss Dale. During the chase, which occupied 6 hours, he frequently turned upon the headmost hounds, and wounded several so badly as to disable them. Upon examination, he appeared of the Newfoundland breed, of a common size, wire-haired, and extremely lean. This description does not tally with a dog so injurious to the farmers in Northumberland, although, from circumstances, there is little doubt but it was the same animal. With a laughably philosophical account of dogs under the supposition of a transmigration of souls, and with their general natural history from Linnaeus and Buffon, this introductory chapter will be concluded. A facetious believer in the art of distinguishing at the sight of any creature from what class of animals his soul is derived, thus allots them. The souls of deceased bailiffs and common constables are in the bodies of setting dogs and pointers. The terriers are inhabited by trading justices. The bloodhounds were formerly a set of informers, thief-takers, and false evidences. The spaniels were heretofore courtiers, hangers-on of administrations, and hack journal writers, all of whom preserve their primitive qualities of fawning on their feeders, licking their hands, and snarling and snapping at all who offer to offend their master. A former train of gamblers and blacklegs are now embodied in that species of dog called lurchers. Bulldogs and mastiffs were once butchers and drovers. Greyhounds and hounds owe their animation to country squires and fox hunters. Little whiffling useless lapdogs draw their existence from the quandambo, macaronis and gentlemen of the tippy still being the playthings of ladies and used for their diversion. There are also a set of sad dogs derived from attorneys, and puppies who were in past time attorneys' clerks, shopmen to retail haberdashers, men milliners, etc., etc. Turnspits are animated by old aldermen who still enjoy the smell of roast meat. That droning, snarling species styled Dutch pugs have been fellows of colleges, and that faithful, useful tribe of shepherd's dogs were, in days of yore, members of Parliament who guarded the flock and protected the sheep from wolves and thieves, although indeed of late some have turned sheep-biters and worried those they ought to have defended. Linnaeus informs us the dog eats flesh and farinaceous vegetables, but not greens. This is a mistake, for they will eat greens when boiled. Its stomach digests bones. It uses the tops of grass as a vomit, is fond of rolling and carrion, voids its excrements on a stone. Its dung, the album grisum, is one of the greatest encouragers of putrefaction. It laps up its drink with its tongue, makes water sideways by lifting up one of its hind legs, is most diuretic in the company of a strange dog, and very apt to repeat it where another dog has done the same. Odorat anem alterius menstruans catulit cum varius, mordet illa illos, coherit copula junctus. Its scent is most exquisite when its nose is moist. It treads lightly on its toes, scarce ever sweats, but when hot lolls out its tongue, generally walks frequently round the place it intends to lie down on. Its sense of hearing is very quick when asleep. It dreams. It goes with young 63 days, and commonly brings from 4 to 10. The male puppies resemble the dog, the female the bitch, an assertion by no means accurate, any more than the tail always bending to the left is a common character of the species. It is the most faithful of animals. It is very docile, fawns at his master's approach, runs before him on a journey, often passing over the same ground. On coming to crossways, stops and looks back, drives cattle home from the field, keeps herds and flocks within bounds, protects them from wild beasts, points out to the sportsman the game, brings the birds that are shot to its master, will turn a spit. At Brussels and in Holland draws little carts to the herb market. In more northern regions, draws sledges with provisions, travellers, etc. Will find out what is dropped. Watchful by night, and when the charge of a house or garden is at such times committed to him, his boldness increases, and he sometimes becomes perfectly ferocious. When it has been guilty of a theft, slinks away with its tail between its legs, eats voraciously with oblique eyes, enemy to beggars, attacks strangers without provocation, hates strange dogs, howls at certain notes in music, and often urines on hearing them, will snap at a stone thrown at it, is sick at the approach of bad weather, a remark vague and uncertain, is afflicted with worms, spreads its madness, grows blind with age, sapi gonorrhea infectus, driven as unclean from the houses of the Mahometans. Yet the same people establish hospitals for and allow them daily food. The dog, says Buffon, like every other animal which produces above 1 or 2 at a time, is not perfectly formed immediately after birth. Dogs are always brought forth blind. The 2 eyelids are not simply glued together, but shut up with a membrane, which is torn off as soon as the muscles of the upper eyelids acquire strength sufficient to overcome this obstacle to vision, which generally happens the 10th or 12th day. At this period, the bones of the head are not completed, the body and muzzle are bloated, and the whole figure is ill-defined. But in less than 2 months they learn to use all their senses. Their growth is rapid, and they soon gain strength. In the 4th month they lose some of their teeth, which, as in other animals, are soon replaced, and never again fall out. They have 6 cutting and 2 canine teeth in each jaw, and 14 grinders in the upper and 12 in the under, making in all 42 teeth. But the number of grinders sometimes varies in particular dogs. The time of gestation is 9 weeks, or 63 days, sometimes 62 or 61, but never less than 60. The bitch produces 6, 7, and even so far as 12 puppies, and generally has more at the subsequent litters than she has at the first. But the observation of Buffon, that a female hound, covered by a dog of her own kind, and carefully shut up from all others, has been known to produce a mixed race, consisting of hounds and terriers, is totally void of foundation. A curious circumstance in the account of the setter will be mentioned, of an impression made upon the mind of a bitch of that sort by the attention of a cur, which never had access to her, and yet her whelps were always like him, and possibly this hound bitch had a violent hankering after some terrier. Dogs continue to propagate during life, which is commonly limited to 14 or 15 years, yet some have been known to exceed 20, but that is rare. The duration of life in this, as in other animals, bears proportion to the time of his growth, which in the dog is not completed in less than 2 years, and he generally lives 14. His age may be discovered by his teeth. When young they are white, sharp, and pointed. As he increases in years, they become black, blunt, and unequal. It may likewise be known by the hair, which turns gray on the muzzle, front, and around the eyes. The manner in which the shepherds of the Pyrenees employ their peculiar breed of dogs, which are large, long-haired, of a tawny white color, and a very strong build, with a ferocious temper, exhibits a vivid instance of the trust they repose in the courage and fidelity of these animals, and of the virtues by which they merit and reward it. Attended by 3 or more dogs, the shepherds will take their numerous flocks at early dawn to the part of the mountainside which is destined for their pasture. Having counted them, they descend to follow other occupations, and commit the guardianship of the sheep to the sole watchfulness of the dogs. It has been frequently known that when wolves have approached, the 3 sentinels would walk round and round the flock, gradually compressing them into so small a circle that one dog might with ease overlook and protect them, and that this measure of caution being executed, the remaining 2 would set forth to engage the enemy, over whom, it is said, they invariably triumph. The following interesting remarks are extracted from Chambers. The educability of the dog's perceptive faculties has been exemplified in a remarkable manner by his acquired knowledge of musical sounds. On some dogs fine music produces an apparently painful effect, causing them gradually to become restless, to moan piteously, and finally to fly from the spot with every sign of suffering and distress. Others have been seen to sit and listen to music with seeming delight, and even go every Sunday to church with some obvious purpose of enjoying the solemn and powerful strains of the organ. Some dogs manifest a keen sense of false notes in music. Mrs. Samuel Carter Hall, at Old Brompton, possesses an Italian greyhound, which screams in apparent agony when a jarring combination of notes is produced, accidentally or intentionally, upon the piano. These opposite and various manifestations show what might be done by education to teach dogs a critical knowledge of sounds. A gentleman of Darmstadt in Germany, as we learn, has taught a poodle dog to detect false notes in music. we give the account of this remarkable instance of educability as it appears in a French newspaper. Mr. S., having acquired a competency by commercial industry, retired from business and devoted himself heart and soul to the cultivation and enjoyment of music. Every member of his little household was by degrees involved more or less in the same occupation, and even the housemaid could in time bear a part in a chorus, or decipher a melody of Schubert. One individual alone in the family seemed to resist this musical entrancement. This was a small spaniel, the sole specimen of the canine race in the mansion. Mr. S. felt the impossibility of instilling the theory of sounds into the head of Poodle, but he firmly resolved to make the animal bear some part or other in the general domestic concert, and by perseverance and the adoption of ingenious means, he attained his object. Every time that a false note escaped, either from the instrument or voice, as often as any blunder of whatever kind was committed by the members of the musical family, and such blunders were sometimes committed intentionally, down came its master's cane on the back of the unfortunate Poodle, till she howled and growled again. Poodle perceived the meaning of these unkind chastisements, and instead of becoming sulky, showed every disposition to howl on the instant a false note was uttered, without waiting for the formality of a blow. By and by, a mere glance of Mr. S.'s eye was sufficient to make the animal howl to admiration. In the end, Poodle became so thoroughly acquainted with and attentive to false notes and other musical barbarisms that the slightest mistake of the kind was infallibly signalized by a yell from her, forming the most expressive commentary upon the misperformance. When extended trials were made of the animal's acquirements, they were never found to fail, and Poodle became, what she still is, the most famous, impartial, and conscientious connoisseur in the Duchy of Hesse. But, as may be imagined, her musical appreciation is entirely negative. If you sing with expression and play with ability, she will remain cold and impassible. But let your execution exhibit the slightest defect, and you will have her instantly showing her teeth, whisking her tail, yelping, barking, growling. At the present time there is not a concert or an opera at Darmstadt to which Mr. S. and his wonderful dog are not invited, or at least the dog. The voice of the prima donna, the instruments of the band, whether violin, clarionet, hautbois, or bugle, all of them must execute their parts in perfect harmony, otherwise Poodle looks at its master, erects its ears, shows its grinders, and howls outright. Old or new pieces, known or unknown to the dog, produce on it the same effect. It must not be supposed that the discrimination of the creature is confined to the mere execution of musical compositions. Whatever may have been the case at the outset of its training, its present and perfected intelligence extends even to the secrets of composition. Thus, if a vicious modulation or a false relation of parts occur in a piece of music, the animal shows symptoms of uneasy hesitation, and if the error be continued, will infallibly give the grand condemnatory howl. In short, Poodle is the terror of all the middling composers of Darmstadt, and a perfect nightmare to the imagination of all poor singers and players. Sometimes Mr. S. and his friends take a pleasure in annoying the canine critic by emitting all sorts of discordant sounds from instrument and voice. On such occasions the creature loses all self-command. Its eyes shoot forth fiery flashes, and long and frightful howls respond to the immelodious concert of the mischievous bipeds. But the latter must be careful not to go too far, for when the dog's patience is tried to excess, it becomes altogether wild, and flies fiercely at the tormentors and their instruments. This dog's case is a very curious one, and the attendant phenomena not very easy of explanation. From the animal's power of discerning the correctness of musical composition as well as of execution, one would be inclined to imagine that Mr. S., in training his dog, had only called into play faculties existing, but latent, before, and that dogs have in them the natural germs of a fine musical ear. This seems more likely to be the case than that the animal's perfect musical taste was wholly an acquirement resulting from the training. However this may be, the Darmstadt dog is certainly a marvellous creature, and we are surprised that in these exhibiting times its powers have not been displayed on a wider stage. The operatic establishments of London and Paris might be greatly the better, perhaps, for a visit from the critical poodle. It is now settled as a philosophical question that the instruction communicated to dogs, as well as various other animals, has an hereditary effect on the progeny. If a dog be taught to perform certain feats, the young of that dog will be much easier initiated to the same feats than other dogs. Thus, the existing races of English pointers are greatly more accomplished in their required duties than the original race of Spanish pointers. Dogs of the St. Bernard variety inherit the faculty of tracking footsteps in the snow. A gentleman of our acquaintance, and of scientific acquirements, obtained some years ago a pup which had been produced in London by a female of the celebrated St. Bernard breed. The young animal was brought to Scotland, where it was never observed to give any particular tokens of a power of tracking footsteps until winter, when the ground became covered with snow. It then showed the most active inclination to follow footsteps, and so great was its power in doing so under these circumstances, that, when its master had crossed a field in the most curvilinear way, and caused other persons to cross his path in all directions, it nevertheless followed his course with the greatest precision. Here was a perfect revival of the habit of its alpine fathers, with a degree of specialty as to external conditions at which, it seems to us, we cannot sufficiently wonder. Such are some of the qualities of dogs in a state of domestication, and let me hope that the anecdotes related of them will tend to ensure for them that love and gratitude to which their own fine disposition and noble character give them a claim from us. It is pleasing to observe that men of the highest acquirements and most elevated minds have bestowed their sincere attachment upon their favourite canine companions. For kindness to animals is perhaps as strong an indication of the possession of generous sentiments as any that can be adduced. The late Lord Grenville, a distinguished statesman, an elegant scholar, and an amiable man, affords an illustration of the opinion. It is thus that he eloquently makes his favourite Zephyr speak: Captum maculis, senioque habitem, morboque gravatum, dulcis hire, antiquo me qual d'amore foves, suave habet et carum, Zephyrus tuos, et leviore se sentit mortis conditione premi. Interiere quidem, tibique placuis solebant et forme dotes, et facile ingenium. Deficiunct sensus, tremulae scintillula vitae vix micat, in cinerem max habitura brevem. Sola manet, vetuli tibi nec despecta ministri, mens grata, ipsaque in morte memor domini. Hanc tu igitur, pro blanditiis molique lepore, et prompta ad nutus sedulitate tuos, pro saltu cursuque levi, lusuque protervo, hanc nostri extremum pignis amoris habe. Jamque vale, Elysiae subeo loco leeta, piorumque dat Persephone manibus esse canum. In the previous pages I have endeavoured to give my readers some idea of the general character of the dog, and I will now proceed to illustrate it more fully by anecdotes peculiar to different breeds. These animals will then be found to deserve the encomiums bestowed upon them by Buffon, as possessing such an ardour of sentiment, with fidelity and constancy in their affection, that neither ambition, interest, nor desire of revenge can corrupt them, and that they have no fear but that of displeasing. They are, in fact, all zeal, ardour, and obedience. More inclined to remember benefits than injuries, more docile and tractable than any other animal, the dog is not only instructed, but conforms himself to the manners, movements, and habits to those who govern him. He is always eager to obey his master, and will defend his property at the risk of his own life. Pope says that history is more full of examples of fidelity in the dog than in friends, and Lord Byron characterizes him as in life the firmest friend, the first to welcome, foremost to defend, whose honest heart is still his master's own, who labours, fights, lives, breathes for him alone. And truly indeed may he be called the rich man's guardian and the poor man's friend. End of introduction, Part 4.
Section 5 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Noel Badrian. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. The Irish and Highland Wolf Dog. Part 1. His bulk and beauty speak no vulgar praise. Oh, had you seen him vigorous, bold, and young, swift as a stag, and as a lion strong, him no fell savage in the plain withstood, none scaped him bosomed in the gloomy wood, his eye how piercing. Pope. A certain degree of romance will always be attached to the history of the Irish wolf-dog, but so contradictory are the accounts handed down to us respecting it, that, with every disposition to do justice to the character of this noble animal, the task is one of no small difficulty. This dog seems to have flourished, and to have become nearly extinct, with the ancient kings of Ireland, and, with the harp and shamrock, is regarded as one of the national emblems of that country. When princely hospitality was to be found in the old palaces, castles, and baronial halls of fair Erin, it is hardly possible to imagine anything more aristocratic and imposing than the aspect of these dogs while attending the banquets of their masters. So great, indeed, was their height, that it has been affirmed that when their chieftain was seated at table, these dogs could rest their heads on his shoulders. However this may have been, it is certain that the bold, majestic, and commanding appearance of the animal, joined to the mild and softened look with which he regarded those to whom he was attached, and whom he was always ready to defend, must have rendered him worthy of the enthusiasm with which the remembrance of him is still cherished by the warm-hearted people of Ireland. The following anecdote, which has been communicated to me by an amiable Irish nobleman, will at all events serve to show the peculiar instinct which the Irish wolf-dog was supposed to possess. A gentleman of an ancient family, whose name it is unnecessary to mention, from his having been engaged in the troubles which agitated Ireland about 50 or 60 years since, went into a coffee-room at Dublin during that period, accompanied by a noble wolf-dog, supposed to be one of the last of the breed. There was only one other gentleman in the coffee-room, who, on seeing the dog, went up to him, and began to notice him. His owner, in considerable alarm, begged him to desist, as the dog was fierce, and would never allow a stranger to touch him. The gentleman resumed his seat, when the dog came to him, showed the greatest pleasure at being noticed, and allowed himself to be fondled. His owner could not disguise his astonishment. "You are the only person," he said, "whom the dog would ever allow to touch him without showing resentment. May I beg of you the favour to tell me your name?" mentioning his own at the same time. The stranger announced it. He was the last of his race, one of the most ancient and noble in Ireland, and descended from one of its kings. "I do not wonder," said the owner of the dog, "at the homage this animal has paid to you. He recognises in you the descendant of one of our most ancient races of gentlemen, to whom this breed of dogs almost exclusively belonged, and the peculiar instinct he possesses has now been shown in a manner which cannot be mistaken by me, who am so well acquainted with the ferocity this dog has hitherto shown to all strangers." Few persons, Sir Walter Scott excepted, would perhaps be inclined to give credit to this anecdote. So convinced was he of the extraordinary instinct exhibited by dogs generally, that he has been heard to declare that he would believe anything of a dog. The anecdote, however, above related, was communicated to me with the strongest assurance of its strict accuracy. In a poem written by Mrs. Catherine Phillips about the year 1660, the character of the Irish wolf-hound is well portrayed, and proves the estimation in which he was held at that period. Behold this creature's form and state, him nature surely did create, that to the world might be expressed what mien there can be in a beast. More nobleness of form and mind than in the lion can we find. Yea, this heroic beast does seem in majesty to rival him, yet he vouchsafes to man to show his service and submission too. And here we a distinction have, that brute is fierce, the dog is brave. He hath himself so well subdued, that hunger cannot make him rude, and all his manners do confess that courage dwells with gentleness. War with the wolf he loves to wage, and never quits if he engage, but praise him much, and you may chance to put him out of countenance, and having done a deed so brave, he looks not sullen, yet looks grave. No fondling playfellow is he, his master's guard he wills to be, willing for him his blood be spent, his look is never insolent. Few men to do such noble deeds have learnt, nor having done, could look so unconcerned. This is one of the finest descriptions of a noble dog which I have yet met with in English poetry. Courage and modesty are well portrayed and contrasted. The following anecdotes relate to an animal which must have strongly resembled the Irish wolf-dog. Plutarch mentions a certain Roman in the civil wars, whose head nobody durst cut off for fear of the dog that guarded his body, and fought in his defence. The same author relates that King Pyrrhus, in the course of one of his journeys, observed a dog watching over a dead body, and hearing that he had been there 3 days without meat or drink, ordered the body to be buried, and the dog taken care of and brought to him. A few days afterward there was a muster of the soldiers, so that every man had to march in order before the king. The dog lay quiet for some time, but when he saw the murderers of his late master pass by, he flew upon them with extraordinary fury, barking and tearing their garments, and frequently turning about to the king, which both excited the king's suspicion and that of all who stood about him. The men were in consequence apprehended, and though the circumstances which appeared in evidence against them were very slight, they confessed the crime, and were accordingly punished. Montfaucon mentions a similar case of attachment and revenge which occurred in France in the reign of Charles V. The anecdote has been frequently related, and is as follows. A gentleman named Macaire, an officer of the king's bodyguard, entertained, for some reason, a bitter hatred against another gentleman, named Aubry de Montdidier, his comrade in service. These two having met in the forest of Bondy, near Paris, Macaire took an opportunity of treacherously murdering his brother officer, and buried him in a ditch. Montdidier was unaccompanied at the moment, excepting by a dog, probably a wolf-hound, with which he had gone out, perhaps to hunt. It is not known whether the dog was muzzled, or from what other cause it permitted the deed to be accomplished without its interference. Be this as it might, the hound lay down on the grave of its master, and there remained till hunger compelled it to rise. It then went to the kitchen of one of Aubry de Montdidier's dearest friends, where it was welcomed warmly and fed. As soon as its hunger was appeased, the dog disappeared. For several days this coming and going was repeated, till at last the curiosity of those who saw its movements was excited, and it was resolved to follow the animal, and see if anything could be learnt in explanation of Montdidier's sudden disappearance. The dog was accordingly followed, and was seen to come to a pause on some newly turned up earth, where it set up the most mournful wailings and howlings. These cries were so touching that passengers were attracted, and finally digging into the ground at the spot, they found there the body of Aubry de Montdidier. it was raised and conveyed to Paris, where it was soon afterwards interred in one of the city cemeteries. The dog attached itself from this time forth to the friend, already mentioned, of its late master. While attending on him, it chanced several times to get a sight of Macaire, and on every occasion it sprang upon him and would have strangled him had it not been taken off by force. This intensity of hate on the part of the animal awakened a suspicion that Macaire had had some share in Montdidier's murder, for his body showed him to have met a violent death. Charles V, on being informed of the circumstances, wished to satisfy himself of their truth. He caused Macaire and the dog to be brought before him, and beheld the animal again spring upon the object of its hatred. The king interrogated Macaire closely, but the latter would not admit that he had been in any way connected with Montdidier's murder. Being strongly impressed by a conviction that the conduct of the dog was based on some guilty act of Macaire, the king ordered a combat to take place between the officer and his dumb accuser, according to the practice in those days between human plaintiffs and defendants. This remarkable combat took place on the Isle of Notre Dame at Paris, in presence of the whole court. The king allowed Macaire to have a strong club as a defensive weapon, while, on the other hand, the only self-preservative means allowed to the dog consisted of an empty cask, into which it could retreat if hard pressed. The combatants appeared in the lists. The dog seemed perfectly aware of its situation and duty. For a short time it leapt actively round Macaire, and then at one spring it fastened itself upon his throat in so firm a manner that he could not disentangle himself. He would have been strangled had he not cried for mercy, and avowed his crime. The dog was pulled from off him, but he was only liberated from its fangs to perish by the hands of the law. The fidelity of this dog has been celebrated in many a drama and poem, and there is a monument of him in basso relievo still to be seen in the castle of Montargis. The dog which attracted such celebrity has been usually called the dog of Montargis, from the combat having taken place at the chateau of that name. Footnote: Ballet, in his Dissertations sur la mythologie française, shows that this popular story of the dog of Montargis is much older than the time of Charles V, and that Albericus, an old monkish chronicler, records it as happening in the reign of Charlemagne, anno 780. End of footnote. The strength of these dogs must have been very great. A nobleman informed me that when he was a boy and staying on a visit with the Knight of Kerry, 2 Irish wolf-dogs made their escape from the place in which they were confined, and pulled down and killed a horse which was in an adjoining paddock. The following affecting anecdote of an Irish wolf-dog, called the dog of Aughrim, affords a proof of the extraordinary fidelity of these animals to their masters, and puts to shame the vaunted superiority of many human brutes. At the hard-fought battle of Aughrim, or Vidconnell, an Irish officer was accompanied by his wolf-hound. This gentleman was killed and stripped in the battle, but the dog remained by his body both by day and night. He fed upon some of the other bodies with the rest of the dogs, yet he would not allow them or anything else to touch that of his master. When all the other bodies were consumed, the other dogs departed, but this used to go in the night to the adjacent villages for food, and presently to return again to the place where his master's bones were only then left. This he continued to do from July, when the battle was fought, until January following, when a soldier being quartered near, and going that way by chance, the dog, fearing he came to disturb his master's bones, flew upon the soldier, who, being surprised at the suddenness of the thing, unslung his carbine, he having been thrown on his back, and killed the noble animal. he expired with the same fidelity to the remains of his unfortunate master as that master had shown devotion to the cause of his unhappy country. In the Irish Penny Journal there is an interesting account of the Irish wolf dog, from which the following anecdote is taken. In the mountainous part of the county Tyrone, the inhabitants suffered much from the wolves, and gave from the public funds as much for the head of one of these animals as they would now give for the capture of a notorious robber on the highway. There lived in those days an adventurer, who, alone and unassisted, made it his occupation to destroy these ravagers. The time for attacking them was in the night, and midnight was fixed upon for doing so, as that was their wonted time for leaving their lairs in search of food, when the country was at rest and all was still. Then, issuing forth, they fell on their defenceless prey, and the carnage commenced. There was a species of dog for the purpose of hunting them, called the wolf dog. The animal resembled a rough, stout, half-bred greyhound, but was much stronger. In the county Tyrone there was then a large space of ground enclosed by a high stone wall, having a gap at each of the two opposite extremities, and in this were secured the flocks of the surrounding farmers. But, secure as this fold was deemed, it was often entered by the wolves, and its inmates slaughtered. The neighbouring proprietors, having heard of the noted wolf hunter above mentioned, by name Rory Curra, sent for him and offered the usual reward with some addition, if he would undertake to destroy the two remaining wolves that had committed such devastation. Curra, undertaking the task, took with him 2 wolf dogs and a little boy 12 years of age, the only person who would accompany him, and repaired at the approach of midnight to the fold in question. Now, said Curra to the boy, as the 2 wolves usually enter the opposite extremities of the sheepfold at the same time, I must leave you and one of the dogs to guard this one, while I go to the other. He steals with all the caution of a cat, nor will you hear him, but the dog will, and will give him the first fall. If, therefore, you are not active when he is down, to rivet his neck to the ground with this spear, he will rise up and kill both you and the dog. So, good night. I'll do what I can, said the little boy, as he took the spear from the wolf hunter's hand. The boy immediately threw open the gate of the fold, and took his seat in the inner part, close to the entrance, his faithful companion crouching at his side, and seeming perfectly aware of the dangerous business he was engaged in. The night was very dark and cold, and the poor little boy, being benumbed with the chilly air, was beginning to fall into a kind of sleep, when at that instant the dog with a roar leapt across and laid his mortal enemy upon the earth. The boy was roused into double activity by the voice of his companion, and drove the spear through the wolf's neck as he had been directed, at which time Curra appeared, bearing the head of the other. This anecdote is taken from a biograph of a Tyrone family, published in Belfast in 1829. It is now time to attempt a description of this celebrated dog, and here our difficulties commence. Some writers have affirmed that it was rough-coated, and had the appearance of a greyhound. The greyhound, the great hound, the graceful of limb, rough fellow, tall fellow, etc., while others assert that it was of a mastiff-like appearance, and smooth, strong, and tall. All we can do is to bring forward the different evidence that we have been able to collect, and then to let our readers judge for themselves. In an old print of Patrick Sarsfield, Earl of Lucan, there are 2 wolf dogs, which are represented as smooth, prick-eared, and with somewhat bushy tails. Lord Lucan distinguished himself in several engagements, and commanded the 2nd troop of Irish Horse Guards, to which he was appointed by James II, and received his death wound, behaving most gallantly, at the head of his countrymen, in 1693, when the Allies under William III were defeated by Marshal Luxembourg at the Battle of Landen. He was probably attended by his faithful wolf dogs on that occasion, when he uttered those sublime words which no Irishman will ever forget. Oh, that this was for Ireland! Thus showing his love and affection for his native country as he was expiring in the arms of victory. An old and amiable acquaintance, Mr. Aylmer Bourke Lambert, now, alas, no more, communicated an account of the wolf-hound to the Linnean Society, which may be found in the 3rd volume of their Transactions. He had in his possession an old picture of one of these dogs, which, at the sale of his effects, was purchased by the Earl of Derby. The dog is represented as smooth-haired, with a somewhat wide forehead, and having no appearance of the greyhound, but more of that of the mastiff. In February 1841, Mr. Webber presented to the Royal Irish Academy an ancient stone, on which was carved a rude bas-relief, supposed to be the representation of a dog killing a wolf. Mr. Webber accompanied the present with a communication, to the effect that the stone was taken from the castle of Ardnaglass, in the barony of Tireragh and county of Sligo, and was said to commemorate the destruction of the last wolf in Ireland. The current tradition in the place from whence it came was, that some years after it was supposed that the race of wolves was extinct, the flocks in the county of Leitrim were attacked by a wild animal, which turned out to be a wolf, and thereupon the chieftains of Leitrim applied to O'Dowd, the chieftain of Tireragh, who possessed a celebrated dog of the breed of the ancient Irish wolf-dog, to come and hunt the wolf. This application having been complied with by O'Dowd, there ensued a chase, which forms the subject of an ancient Irish legend, detailing the various districts through which it was pursued, until at length the wolf was overtaken and killed in a small wood of pine-trees at the foot of one of the mountains of Tireragh. The quarter of land on which the wolf was killed is to this day called Carronamadhu, which means the dog's quarter. In commemoration of the event, O'Dowd had a representation of it carved on stone, and placed in the wall of his baronial residence. It is difficult to form an opinion of the shape of a dog from so rude a representation, except that it appears to have had a wide forehead and pricked ears. A gentleman who in his youth saw one of these dogs informs me that it was smooth, strong, and partaking somewhat of the character and appearance of a powerful Danish dog. This agrees with the account given of it by some writers, especially in The Sportsman's Cabinet, a work more remarkable for the truth and fineness of its engravings than for the matter contained in it. Buffon also forms much the same opinion. That great strength must be necessary to enable a dog to compete with a wolf cannot be doubted. And perhaps there is no breed of the rough greyhound now known capable of competing with a wolf single-handed. Her Majesty has now in her possession one of the finest specimens of the Highland deerhound. He has great strength and height, is rough-coated, wide across the loins, and altogether a noble animal. Powerful, however, as he is, it may be questioned whether such a dog would be a match for a wolf, which the Irish hounds undoubtedly were. This circumstance alone would lead us to suppose that we must look to a different breed than that of greyhounds as the antagonists of the wolf. But it is time to turn to the other side of the question. In a very agreeable, well-written article in the Irish Penny Journal of May 1841, the author brings forward strong evidence to prove that the celebrated Irish wolf-dog resembled a greyhound in form. He will, I hope, allow me to quote some of his arguments, which show considerable research and historical information. He says, Public opinion has long been divided respecting the precise appearance and form of this majestic animal, and so many different ideas have been conceived of him, that many persons have been induced to come to the conclusion that no particular breed of dogs was ever kept for wolf hunting in Ireland, but that the appellation of wolf dog was bestowed on any dog swift enough to overtake, and powerful enough to contend with and overcome that formidable animal. While some hold this opinion, others suppose that though a particular breed was used, it was a sort of heavy mastiff-like dog, now extinct. It is the object of the present paper to show that not only did Ireland possess a peculiar race of dogs exclusively devoted to wolf hunting, but that those dogs, instead of being of the mastiff kind, resembled the greyhound in form, and, instead of being extinct, are still to be met with, although they are very scarce. I myself was once in a very gross error respecting this dog, for I conceived him to have been a mastiff, and implicitly believed that the dogs of Lord Altamont, described in the 3rd volume of the Linnaean Transactions by Mr. Lambert, were the sole surviving representatives of the Irish wolf dog. An able paper, read by Mr. Haffield about a year ago before the Dublin Natural History Society, served to stagger me in my belief, and subsequent careful inquiry and research have completed my conversion. I proceed to lay before my readers the result of that inquiry, and I feel confident that no individual, after reading the evidence which I shall adduce, will continue to harbour a doubt respecting the true appearance and form of the ancient Irish wolf dog. We are informed, by several disjointed scraps of Celtic verse, that in the times of old, when Fionn MacCool, popularly styled Finn MacCool, wielded the sceptre of power and justice, we possessed a prodigious and courageous dog, used for hunting the deer and wild boar, and also the wolf, which ravaged the folds and slaughtered the herds of our ancestors. We learn from the same source that these dogs were also frequently employed as auxiliaries in war, and that they were mighty in combat, their breasts like plates of brass, and greatly to be feared. We might adduce the songs of Ossian, where the epithet hairy-footed, white-breasted, and bounding are singularly characteristic of some of the striking peculiarities of the dog in question, and strangely coincide with the descriptions furnished by other writers respecting him. Macpherson must, at all events, have been at the pains of considerable research, if he actually forged the beautiful poem which he put forth to the world under Ossian's name. The word Bran, the name given to Fingal's noble hound, employed by others than Ossian, is Celtic, and signifies mountain torrent, implying that impetuosity of course and headlong courage which the dog possessed. I have said that many assert the Irish wolf dog to be no longer in existence. I have ventured a denial of this, and refer to the wolf dog or deer dog of the Highlands of Scotland, as his actual and faithful living representative. Perhaps I am wrong in saying representative. I hold that the Irish wolf dog and the Highland deer dog are one and the same, and I now proceed to cite a few authorities in support of my position. The Venerable Bede, as well as the Scottish historian John Major, informs us that Scotland was originally peopled from Ireland under the conduct of Renda, and that one half of Scotland spoke the Irish language as their mother tongue. Many persons also are doubtless aware that even at this present time the Gaelic and Erse are so much alike that a Connaught man finds no difficulty in comprehending and conversing with a Highlander. Scotland also was called by the early writers Scotia Minor, and Ireland Scotia Major. The colonization, therefore, of Scotland from Ireland admits of little doubt. As the Irish wolf dog was at that time in the enjoyment of his most extended fame, it was not to be expected that the colonists would omit taking with them such a fine description of a dog, and which would prove so useful to them in a newly established settlement, and that, too, at a period when hunting was not merely an amusement, but one of their main occupations, and also their main source of subsistence. The Irish wolf-dog was thus carried into Scotland, and became the Highland or Scottish wolf-dog, changing in process of time his name with his country. And when wolves disappeared from the land, his occupation was that of deer hunting, and thus his present name. In Ireland the wolves were in existence longer than in Scotland, but as soon as wolves ceased to exist in the former country, the dogs were suffered to become extinct also, while in Scotland there was still abundant employment for them after the days of wolf hunting were over. The deer still remained, and useful as they had been as wolf-dogs, they proved themselves, if possible, still more so as deer-hounds. That the Irish wolf-dog was a tall, rough greyhound, similar in every respect to the Highland dog of the present day, of which an engraving is given, cannot be doubted from the following authorities. Strabo mentions a tall greyhound in use among the Pictish and Celtic nations, which he states was held in high esteem by our ancestors, and was even imported into Gaul for the purposes of the chase. Campion expressly speaks of the Irish wolf-dog as a greyhound of great bone and limb. Silaus calls it also a greyhound, and asserts that it was imported into Ireland by the Belgae, and is the same with the renowned Belgic dog of antiquity, and that it was, during the days of Roman grandeur, brought to Rome for the combats of the amphitheatre. Pliny relates a combat in which the Irish wolf-dog took a part. He calls them canes graei hibernici, and describes them as much taller than the mastiff. Holinshead, in speaking of the Irish, says, "They are not without wolves, and greyhounds to hunt them." Evelyn, speaking of the bear garden, says, "The bulldogs did exceeding well, but the Irish wolf-dog exceeded, which was a tall greyhound, a stately creature, and beat a cruel mastiff." Llewellyn, Prince of Wales, was presented by King John with a specimen of this kind of dog. These animals were in those days permitted to be kept only by princes and chiefs, and in the Welsh laws of the 9th century we find heavy penalties laid down for the maiming or injuring of the Irish greyhound, or, as it was styled in the code alluded to, canis graeus hibernicus, and a value was set on them equal to more than double that set on the ordinary greyhound. Morrison, secretary to Lord Deputy Mountjoy, says, "The Irishmen and greyhounds are of great stature." Lombard remarks that the finest hunting dogs in Europe were produced in Ireland. Greyhounds useful to take the stag, wild boar, or wolf. Pennant describes these dogs as scarce, and as being led to the chase in leather slips or thongs, and called them the Irish greyhound. Bay mentions him as the greatest dog he had ever seen. Buffon says he saw an Irish greyhound which measured 5 feet in height when in a sitting posture, and says that all other sorts of greyhounds are descended from him, and that in Scotland it is called the Highland greyhound, that it is very large, deep-chested, and covered with long rough hair. Scottish noblemen were not always content with such specimens of this dog as their own country produced, but frequently sent for them to Ireland, conceiving, doubtless, that they would be found better and purer in their native land. The following is a copy of a letter addressed by Deputy Falkland to the Earl of Cork in 1623. My Lord, I have lately received letters from my Lord Duke of Buccleuch and others of my noble friends, who have entreated me to send them some greyhound dogs and bitches out of this kingdom of the largest sort, which I perceive they intend to present unto divers princes and other noble persons; and if you can possibly, let them be white, which is the colour most in request here. Expecting your answer by the bearer, I commit you to the protection of the Almighty, and am your Lordship's attached friend, Falkland. Smith, in his History of Waterford, says, the Irish greyhound is nearly extinct. It is much taller than a mastiff, but more like a greyhound, and for size, strength, and shape, cannot be equalled. Roderick, King of Connaught, was obliged to furnish hawks and greyhounds to Henry II. Sir Thomas Rue obtained great favour from the Great Mogul in 1615 for a brace of Irish greyhounds presented by him. Henry VIII. Presented the Marquis of Dessarges, a Spanish grandee, with 2 goshawks and 4 Irish greyhounds. Perhaps sufficient evidence has now been adduced to demonstrate the identity of the Irish wolf-dog with the Highland deer-hound. I may, however, in conclusion give an extract from the excellent paper of Mr. Haffield, already alluded to, as having been read before the Dublin Natural History Society, and which was received by that gentleman from Sir William Betham, Ulster King-at-Arms, an authority of very high importance on any subject connected with Irish antiquities. Sir William says, from the mention of the wolf-dogs in the old Irish poems and stories, and also from what I have heard from a very old person, long since dead, of his having seen them at the Neale, in the county of Mayo, the seat of Sir John Browne, ancestor to Lord Kilmaine, I have no doubt they were a gigantic greyhound. My departed friend describes them as being very gentle, and says that Sir John Browne allowed them to come into his dining room, where they put their heads over the shoulders of those who sat at table. They were not smooth-skinned, like our greyhounds, but rough and curly-haired. The Irish poets called the wolf-dog Coo, and the common greyhound Gaillard, a marked distinction, the word Coo signifying a champion. The colour of these dogs varies, but the most esteemed are dark iron grey, with white breast. They are, however, to be found of a yellowish or sandy hue, brindled, or even white. In former times, as will be seen from Lord Falkland's letter, quoted above, this latter colour was by many preferred. It is described as a stately, majestic animal, extremely good-tempered and quiet in his disposition, unless when irritated or excited, when he becomes furious, and is, in consequence of his tremendous strength, a truly formidable animal. Goldsmith asserts that he had seen a dozen of these dogs, and informs us that the largest was about 4 feet high, or as tall as a calf of a year old. They are generally of a white or cinnamon colour, and more robust than the greyhound, their aspect mild, and their disposition gentle and peaceable. It is said that their strength is so great that in combat the mastiff or bulldog is far from equal to them. They commonly seize their antagonists by the back and shake them to death. These dogs were never serviceable for hunting, either the stag, the fox, or the hare. Their chief utility was in hunting wolves, and to this breed may be attributed the final extirpation of those ferocious animals in England and Wales in early times in the woody districts. Having thus given these different accounts of the Irish wolf-dog, I may add that some persons are of opinion that there were 2 kinds of them, one partaking of the shape and disposition of the mastiff, and the other of the Highland deer-hound. It is not improbable that a noble cross of dogs might have been made from these 2 sorts. At all events, I have fairly stated the whole of the information I have been able to obtain respecting these dogs, and my readers must form their own opinions. The following anecdote, recently communicated to me, is given in the words of the writer. 2 whelps were made a present to my brother by Harvey Combe, of a breed between the old Irish wolf dog and the bloodhound. My brother gave them to Robert Evatt of Mount Louise, County Monaghan. One died young, but the other grew to be a very noble animal indeed. Unfortunately he took to chasing sheep, and became an incorrigible destroyer of that inoffensive but valuable stock. Evatt found he could not afford to keep such a marauder, and as he was going to Dublin, he took up the sheep-killer in order to present him to the Zoological Society as a fine specimen of the breed. His servant was holding him at the door of the hotel, when a gig drove up, and the gentleman alighted. The dog sprung from the servant's hold, and jumping into the gig with one bound, seized the mat at the bottom of the gig, which was made of sheepskin, and with another bound made away with his woolly prize, and was brought back with difficulty after a long and fatiguing pursuit. This is one of the most desperate cases of sheep hunting in dogs I ever met with. It is said that this propensity may be got rid of by tying a cord covered with wool to the dog's lower jaw, so that the wool may be kept in the mouth. I should mention that in a manuscript of Froissart, in the British Museum, which is highly illuminated, there is a representation of the grand entrance of Queen Isabel of England into Paris, in the year 1324. She is attended by a noble greyhound, who has a flag powdered with fleur-de-lis bound to his neck. Greyhounds were a favourite species of dog in the Middle Ages. In the ancient pipe rolls, payments are frequently made in greyhounds. In Hawes' Pastime of Pleasure, written in the time of Henry VII., fame is attended by 2 greyhounds, on whose golden collars, Grace and Governance are inscribed in diamond letters. In the pictures of Rubens, Snyders, and other old masters, some of the powerful dogs there represented would appear to be a breed between the greyhound and mastiff. Nothing can exceed the majestic and commanding appearance of these dogs, and such a breed would be most likely to produce the sort of animal most capable of contending with the wolf. The Irish wolf-dogs were formerly placed as the supporters of the arms of the ancient monarchs of Ireland. They were collared or, with the motto, gentle when stroked, fierce when provoked. Mr. Scrope, in his agreeable book on deer-stalking in Scotland, has communicated an account from Mr. Macneill of Colonsay of the Highland deer-hound, in which are some interesting remarks relative to the Irish wolf-dog, and from which I shall make a few extracts. In making these extracts, it is impossible not to be struck with a remark in the work referred to, that from modern writers we learn nothing further respecting the Irish wolf-dog, than that such a race of dogs at one time existed in Ireland, that they were of a gigantic size, and that they are now extinct. End of the Irish and Highland Wolf-Dog, Part 1. Section 6 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. The Irish and Highland Wolf Dog, Part 2. One great obstacle in the way of investigating the history of this dog has arisen from the different appellations given to it, according to the fancy of the natives in different parts of the country, such as Irish wolf-dog, Irish greyhound, Highland deer-hound, and Scotch greyhound, and this circumstance may have produced the confusion in fixing its identity. In the 4th century, a number of dogs of a great size were sent in iron cages from Ireland to Rome, and it is not improbable that the dogs so sent were greyhounds, particularly as we learn from the authority of Evelyn and others that the Irish wolf-dog was used for the fights of the Bear-Garden. Greyhound probably means a great hound. Holinshead, in his Description of Ireland and the Irish, written in 1586, has the following notice: "They are not without wolves, and greyhounds to hunt them, bigger of bone and limb than a colt." And in a frontispiece to Sir James Ware's History of Ireland, an allegorical representation is given of a passage from the Venerable Bede, in which two dogs are introduced bearing a strong resemblance to that given by Gesner in his History of Quadrupeds, published in 1560. The term Irish is applied to Highland dogs, as everything Celtic, not excepting the language, was designated in England, probably in consequence of Ireland being at that period better known to the English than Scotland. This is perhaps a proof of the similarity of the Irish and Scotch deerhounds. Of the courage of the ancient deerhound there can be little doubt, from the nature of the game for which he was used. If any proof were wanting, an incident mentioned by Evelyn in his diary in 1670, when present at a bullfight in the Bear-Garden, is conclusive. He says the bulls, meaning the bulldogs, did exceeding well, but the Irish wolf-dog exceeded, which was a tall greyhound, a stately creature indeed, who beat a cruel mastiff. Here, perhaps, is a proof that the Irish wolf-dog was a greyhound, and there can be little doubt that it is the same dog we find mentioned under the name of the Irish greyhound. Buffon remarks that the Irish greyhounds are of a very ancient race. They were called by the ancients dogs of Epirus and Albanian dogs. Pliny gives an account of a combat between one of these dogs, first with a lion and then with an elephant. In France they are so rare that I never saw above one of them, which appeared when sitting to be about 5 feet high. He was totally white, and of a mild and peaceful disposition. The following description of these dogs, translated from a Celtic poem, is probably an accurate one. An eye of sloe, with ear not low, with horse's breast, with depth of chest, with breadth of loin, and curve in groin, and nape set far behind the head. Such were the dogs that Fingall bred. It is probable that even in Scotland very few of the pure breed of dogs are left, but those which are show a surprising combination of speed, strength, size, endurance, courage, sagacity, docility, and, it may be added, dignity. The purest specimens of the deerhound now to be met with are supposed to be those belonging to Captain Macneill of Colonsay, two of them being called Buscar and Bran. And here let me give an extract from an interesting and graphic account published by Mr. Scrope of the performance of these dogs in the chase of a stag. Let us fancy a party assembled overnight in a Highland glen, consisting of sportsmen, deer-stalkers, a piper, and 2 deerhounds, cooking their supper and concluding it with the never-failing accompaniment of whisky toddy. Let us fancy them reposing on a couch of dried fern and heather, and being awoke in the morning with the lively air of Hey Johnny Cope. While their breakfast is preparing, they wash and refresh themselves at a pure mountain stream, and are soon ready to issue forth with Buscar and Bran. The party proceeds up a rocky glen, where the stalker sees a stag about a mile off. He immediately prostrates himself on the ground, and in a second the rest follow his example. We will not follow all the different manoeuvres of the deer-stalker and his followers, but bring them at once near the unconscious stag. After performing a very considerable circuit, moving sometimes forwards and sometimes backwards, the party at length arrive at the back of a hillock, on the opposite side of which the stalker said, in a whisper, the deer was lying, and that he was not distant 100 yards. The whole party immediately moved forward in silent and breathless expectation, with the dogs in front straining in the slips. On reaching the top of the hillock, a full view of the noble stag presented itself, who, having heard the footsteps, had sprung on his legs and was staring at his enemies at the distance of about 60 yards. The dogs were slipped. A general halloo burst from us all, and the stag, wheeling around, set off at full speed, with Buskar and Bran straining after him. The brown figure of the deer, with his noble antlers laid back, contrasted with the light colour of the dog stretching along the dark heath, presented one of the most exciting scenes that it is possible to imagine. The deer's first attempt was to gain some rising ground to the left of the spot where we stood, and rather behind us, but, being closely pursued by the dogs, he soon found that his only safety was in speed, and, as a deer does not run well uphill, nor, like a roe, straight downhill, on the dogs approaching him he turned and almost retraced his footsteps, taking, however, a steeper line of descent than the one by which he ascended. Here the chase became more interesting. The dogs pressed him hard, and the deer, getting confused, found himself suddenly on the brink of a small precipice of about 14 feet in height, from the bottom of which there sloped a rugged mass of stones. He paused for a moment, as if afraid to take the leap, but the dogs were so close that he had no alternative. At this time the party were not above 150 yards distant, and most anxiously awaited the result, fearing, from the ruggedness of the ground below, that the deer would not survive the leap. They were, however, soon relieved from their anxiety, for, though he took the leap, he did so more cunningly than gallantly, dropping himself in the most singular manner, so that his hind legs first reached the broken rocks below, nor were the dogs long in following him. Buskar sprang first, and, extraordinary to relate, did not lose his legs. Bran followed, and on reaching the ground performed a complete somersault. He soon, however, recovered his legs, and the chase was continued in an oblique direction down the side of a most rugged and rocky brae, the deer, apparently, more fresh and nimble than ever, jumping through the rocks like a goat, and the dogs well up, though occasionally receiving the most fearful falls. From the high position in which we were placed, the chase was visible for nearly half a mile. When some rising ground intercepted our view, we made with all speed for a higher point, and, on reaching it, we could perceive that the dogs, having got upon smooth ground, had gained on the deer, who was still going at speed, and were close up with him. Bran was then leading, and in a few seconds was at his heels, and immediately seized his hock with such violence of grasp as seemed in a great measure to paralyze the limb, for the deer's speed was immediately checked. Buskar was not far behind, for soon afterwards, passing Bran, he seized the deer by the neck. Notwithstanding the weight of the 2 dogs which were hanging to him, having the assistance of the slope of the ground, he continued dragging them along at a most extraordinary rate, in defiance of their utmost exertions to detain him, and succeeded more than once in kicking Bran off, but he became at length exhausted. The dogs succeeded in pulling him down, and though he made several attempts to rise, he never completely regained his legs. On coming up, we found him perfectly dead, with the joints of both his forelegs dislocated at the knees, his throat perforated, and his chest and flanks much lacerated. As the ground was perfectly smooth for a considerable distance round the place where he fell, and not in any degree swampy, it is difficult to account for the dislocation of his knees, unless it happened during his struggles to rise. Buskar was perfectly exhausted, and had lain down, shaking from head to foot, much like a broken-down horse. But on our approaching the deer, he rose, walked round him with a determined growl, and would scarcely permit us to get near him. He had not, however, received any cut or injury, while Bran showed several bruises, nearly a square inch having been taken off the front of his foreleg, so that the bone was visible, and a piece of burnt heather had passed quite through his foot. Nothing could exceed the determined courage displayed by both dogs, particularly by Buskar, throughout the chase, and especially in preserving his hold, though dragged by the deer in a most violent manner. It is hoped that this account of the high spirit and perseverance of the Scotch deer-hound will not be found uninteresting. This noble creature was the pride and companion of our ancestors, and for a long period in the history of this country, particularly in Ireland, the only dog used in the sports of the field. When we consider the great courage, combined with the most perfect gentleness of this animal, his gigantic, picturesque, and graceful form, it must be a subject of regret that the breed is likely to become extinct. Where shall we find dogs possessing such a combination of fine and noble qualities? The following anecdote, which with the accompanying fine engraving, is taken from the New Sporting Magazine for January 1839, presents a striking example of the same kind. The incident which the artist has made the subject for our embellishment occurred with Lord Ussleton's staghounds on Tuesday, the 1st of May, when the stag, after a fast run of an hour, jumped over a precipice and broke his neck. The hounds were at this time close to his haunches, and a couple and a half of the leading dogs went over with the stag. Two of the hounds were so hurt that they could not move, and the third was found by the greencoat, first up, lying on the dead deer. I am indebted to that clever and intelligent authoress, Mrs. S. Carter Hall, for her recollections of an Irish wolf-dog and his master, which I cannot do better than give in her own words. When I was a child, I had a very close friendship with a genuine old wolf-dog, Bruno by name. He was the property of an old friend of my grandmother's, who claimed descent from the Irish kings. His name was O'Toole. His manners were the most courtly you can imagine, as they might well be, for he had spent much time and fortune at the French court, when Marie Antoinette was in her prime and beauty. His visits were my jubilee. There was the kind, dignified old gentleman, who told me tales. There was his tall, gaunt dog, grey with age, and yet with me full of play. And there were two rough terriers, whom Bruno kept in admirable order. He managed the little one by simply placing his paw upon it when it was too frisky. But Vixen, the large one, like many ladies, had a will of her own, and entertained some idea of being mistress. Bruno would bear a good deal from her, giving, however, now and then, a low deep growl. But when provoked too much, he would quietly lift the dog off the ground by the strength of his jaws (his teeth were gone), stand with her in his mouth at the doors until they were opened, and then deposit her, half strangled as she was, in a nettle-bed some distance from the house. The dog's discrimination was curious. If Vixen was thrown upon him, or if we forced her to insult him, he never punished her. But if she, on her own accord, teased him more than his patience could bear, the punishment was certain to follow. O'Toole and his dogs always occupied the same room, the terriers being on the bed with their master. No entreaty, however, ever induced Bruno to sleep on anything softer than stone. He would remove the hearth-rug and lay on the marble. His master used to instance the dog's disdain of luxury as a mark of his noble nature. I should not omit to tell you, as characteristic of my old friend, that O'Toole was proud, and never would submit to be called Mr., meeting one day Lord Arne in Dame Street, Dublin, while the old man was followed by his 3 wolf-dogs, of which Bruno was the last. The young nobleman, who had also his followers in the shape of Parliament men, said to the descendant of Irish kings, nodding to him familiarly at the same time, "How do you do, Mr. O'Toole?" The old man paused, drew himself up, lifted his hat, made his courtly bow, and answered, "O'Toole salutes Arne." I can recall nothing more picturesque than that majestic old gentleman and his dog, both remnants of a bygone age. Bruno was rough, but not long-coated, very grave, observant, enduring every one, very fond of children, playing with them gently, but only crouching and fawning on his master. And that, O'Toole would say, is a proof of my royal blood. I could fill a volume with memoirs of that fine old man. He was more than 6 feet in height, and his dog always sat with his head on his master's knee. This is altogether a pretty and interesting picture, The sagacity of this fine breed is well illustrated in what follows. A gentleman walking along the road on Kingston Hill, accompanied by a friend and a noble deer-hound, which was also a retriever, threw his glove into a ditch, and having walked on for a mile, sent his dog back for it. After waiting for a considerable time, and the dog not returning, they retraced their steps. Hearing loud cries in the distance, they hastened on, and at last saw the dog dragging a boy by his coat towards them. On questioning the boy, it appeared that he had picked up the glove and put it into his pocket. The sagacious animal had no other means of conveying it to his master than by compelling the boy to accompany him. The following anecdotes are from Captain Thomas Brown's now scarce work, Biographical Sketches and Anecdotes of Dogs. He says, Sir Walter Scott has most obligingly furnished me with the following anecdotes of his celebrated dog Maida. I was once riding over a field on which the reapers were at work, the stooks being placed behind them as is usual. Maida, having found a hare, began to chase her, to the great amusement of the spectators, as the hare turned very often and very swiftly among the stooks. At length, being hard pressed, she fairly bolted into one of them. Maida went in headlong after her, and the stook began to be much agitated in various directions. At length the sheaves tumbled down, and the hare and the dog, terrified alike at their overthrow, ran different ways, to the great amusement of the spectators. Among several peculiarities which Maida possessed, one was a strong aversion to a certain class of artists, arising from the frequent restraint he was subjected to in having his portrait taken, on account of his majestic appearance. The instant he saw a pencil and paper produced, he prepared to beat a retreat, and, if forced to remain, he exhibited the strongest marks of displeasure. Randalson MacDonnell, Esquire, of Glengarry, has most kindly furnished the following interesting notices and anecdotes of the Scottish Highland greyhound. Not many years since, one of Glengarry's tenants, who had some business with his chief, happened to arrive at Glengarry House at rather an early hour in the morning. A deer-hound, perceiving this person sauntering about before the domestics were astir, walked quietly up to him, took him gently by the wrist with his teeth, and proceeded to lead him off the ground. The man, finding him forbearing, attempted resistance, but the dog instantly seized his wrist with a redoubled pressure, soon convincing him that his attempt was in vain. Thus admonished, the man took the hint, and quietly yielded to his canine conductor, who, without further injury, led him to the outside of the gate, and left him. The whole of the dogs at Glengarry House were allowed to go at liberty at all times. The Highland greyhounds, or deer-hounds as they are called in the Highlands, have a great antipathy to the sheep-dogs, and never fail to attack them whenever an opportunity offers. A shepherd, whose collie had frequently been attacked by the deer-dogs of Glengarry singly, and always succeeded in beating them off on such occasions, was one day assailed by them in a body, and his life would have been in considerable danger but for one of the keepers, who happened to pass at the time and called them off. The following circumstance will prove the exquisite sense of smell possessed by the deer-hound. One of this breed, named Bran, when held in the leash, followed the track of a wounded stag, and that in most unfavourable rainy weather, for 3 successive days, at the end of which time the game was shot. He was wounded first within 9 miles of Invergarry House, and was traced that night to the estate of Glenmoriston. At dusk in the evening, the deer-stalkers placed a stone on each side of the last fresh print of his hoof, and another over it, and this they did each night following. On the succeeding morning they removed the upper stone, when the dog recovered the scent, and the deer was that day traced over a great part of Glenmoriston's ground. On the 3rd day he was retraced to the lands of Glengarry, and there shot. My present dog, Covestry, to great courage unites the quality of gentle disposition with much fidelity and attachment. Though not so large as some of his kindred, he is nevertheless as high-spirited and determined as any of his race, which the following circumstance will testify. About 3 years ago, a deer from the wood of Derry Garb, whose previous hurts had been healed, came out of Glengarry's Pass, who wounded it severely in the body with a rifle bullet. The deer-hounds were immediately laid on the blood track. The stag was started in the course of a few minutes. The dogs were instantly slipped, and the fine animal ran to bay in a deep pool of water below a cascade on the Garryculach burn. Comstrey immediately plunged in and seized the stag by the throat. Both went under water, surrounded with the white foam, slightly tinged with the deer's blood. The dog soon came to the surface to recover his breath, and before the other could do so, Comstrey dived and again seized him by the throat. The stag was soon after taken out of the pool dead. Comstrey's colour is grey, with a white chest, but we have had them in different colours at Glengarry, such as pure white, black, brindled, and sand colour. When Highlanders dream of a black dog, it is interpreted to mean one of the clan of MacDonnell, but if of a deer-hound, it denotes a chief, or one of the principal persons of that clan. That the Scottish dogs were much prized in England from the earliest times, the following interesting account taken from Holinshead's Chronicles, History of Scotland, page 71, printed in 1586, will show. And shortly after the return of these ambassadors into their country, divers young gentlemen of the Pictish nobility repaired unto King Crathlint to hunt and make merry with him. But when they should depart homeward, perceiving that the Scottish dogs did fair excel theirs, both in fairness, swiftness, hardiness, and also in long standing up and holding out, they got divers, both dogs and bitches of the best kinds for breed, to be given them by the Scottish lords. And yet not so contented, they stole one belonging to the king from his keeper, being more esteemed of him than all the others which he had about him. The master of the leash, being informed hereof, pursued after them which had stolen that dog, thinking indeed to have taken him from them. But they, not willing to part with him, fell at altercation, and in the end chanced to strike the master of the leash through with their horse spears, and he died presently. Whereupon noise and cry being raised in the country by his servants, divers of the Scots, as they were going home from hunting, returned, and falling upon the Picts to revenge the death of their fellow, there ensued a shrewd bickering betwixt them, so that of the Scots there died 60 gentlemen, besides a great number of the commons, not one of them understanding, till all was done, what the matter meant. Of the Picts there were about 100 slain. This circumstance led to a bloody war betwixt the two nations. The following interesting anecdote, related by Mr. Carr in his Stranger in Ireland, there can be no doubt, I think, refers to the Irish wolf-dog. Mr. Carr says, that while on his journey to Ireland, he wandered to a little church, which owed its elevation to the following circumstance. Llewellyn the Great, who resided near the base of Snowdon, had a beautiful dog named Gelert, which had been presented to him by King John in 1205. One day, in consequence of the faithful animal, which at night always sentinelled his master's bed, not making his appearance in the chase, Llewellyn returned home very angry, and met the dog covered with blood at the door of the chamber of his child. Upon entering it, he found the bed overturned, and the coverlet stained with gore. He called to his boy, but receiving no answer, he rashly concluded that he had been killed by Gelert, and in his anguish instantly thrust his sword through the poor animal's body. The Honourable Robert Spencer has beautifully told the remainder of the story.
His suppliant looks, as prone he fell, no pity could impart, but still his Gelert's dying yell passed heavy on his heart. Aroused by Gelert's dying yell, some slumber awakened nigh. What words the parent's joy could tell, to hear his infant's cry? Nor scathe had he, nor harm, nor dread, but the same couch beneath lay a gaunt wolf all torn and dead, tremendous still in death. O what was then Llewelyn's pain, for now the truth was clear, his gallant hound the wolf had slain, to save Llewelyn's heir.
Footnote: see the entire poem in Tomkins' Beauties of English Poetry, 18vo, 1847. End of footnote. In order to mitigate his offence, Llewelyn built this chapel, and raised a tomb to poor Gelert, and the spot to this day is called Beth Gelert, or the grave of Gelert. I should not omit to mention that in Mr. Windle's account of Cork Kerry, etc., there is the following notice of the wolf and Irish wolf dog. The last wolf seen in Ireland was killed in the neighbourhood of Annascuit, near Dingle, in 1710. The place is still known by the name of Wolf's Step. The Irish call the wolf dog Sag Cliun, and old Campion, speaking of the Irish, says, "They are not without wolves, and greyhounds to hunt them, bigger of bone and limb than a colt." This noble animal is also described as similar in shape to a greyhound, larger than a mastiff, and tractable as a spaniel. The following fact will serve to prove that the deerhound is possessed of a fine sense of smelling, a circumstance which has been doubted by many persons. The head keeper of Richmond Park is possessed of a famous old deerhound bitch, remarkable for her sagacity, and for having taken 5 bucks in one day. After a battue in the park, in the winter of 1845, he directed one of the under-keepers to examine the ground carefully, which had been shot over the day before. He was accompanied by the old dog, who was to act as retriever. She came to a point in one of the covers, as was her custom when she seemed to find a rabbit, but the keeper, finding that it was a hare, called her off. After going some distance, the dog went back and pointed the hare a second time. The keeper put her up, and then found that she had been wounded, having had her hind leg broken. Here the fine sense of smell was the more remarkable, as this old dog will not look at a hare, nor indeed can she be induced to run after one. One of her progeny ran a wounded buck into the large pond in the park, swam after it, killed it in the water, and then seizing it by the foot, swam with it to the shore. Having now given my reader all the information I can gather on this dog of bygone times, I will gratify him with the letter I have received from a lady whose name is dear to Ireland, and highly placed in the ranks of English literature. Dear Sir, I am much flattered by your compliment to my national erudition, a very scanty stock in my best of times, and now nearly used up, in furnishing forth the pages of many an idle tale, worked out in the Irish interest, as the mouse nibbled at the lion's net. The same presumption, if not with the same results. However, I will rub up my old Shanos, as Elizabeth said of her Latin, and endeavour to recollect the little I have ever known on the subject of the Irish wolf-dog. Natural history is too much a matter of fact to have ever interested the poetic temperament of the Irish. Schools of poetry, heraldry, and music were opened, says the Irish historians, time immemorial. St. Patrick found the academies of Lismore and Armagh in a flourishing condition when he arrived on his great mission, and the more modern college of Clonard, founded in the 5th century by Bishop Finan, had a great reputation for its learning and learned professors, but it does not appear that there was ever any chair of natural history or philosophy in these scholastic seminaries. Their transactions recorded the miracles of saints rather than the miracles of nature, and had some daring Cuvier or enterprising Lyell or Murchison opened those spacious cabinets once, in the deep bosom of the ocean buried, or entombed in mountain layers for unnumbered ages, the Druid priests would probably have immolated the daring naturalist under his highest oak. Is it quite sure that the Prior of Armagh, or the founder of the Royal Academy of Clonard, the good St. Finian himself, would have served them much better? Certain, however, it is, that the Druids, Bards, Filias, and Shonnachies, and Saints of Ireland, who left such mighty reputations behind them for learning, have not dropped one word on the subject of the natural history of their Isle of Song, and though they may have dabbled a little in the prosaic pursuit, they probably soon discovered its perilous tendency, and sang with the last and most charming of Irish bards. No, science, to you we have long bade a last and careless adieu. Nearly 2000 years after the foundation of the most learned academies of Ireland, a pretty little zoological garden was opened in the capital of the country, but no living type of the Irish wolf-dog is to be found there, nor were any fossil remains of the noble animal discovered in the Wicklow mines, which were worked some 50 years back, but which, for want of capital or perseverance, only furnished a few chronobane halfpence, and materials for a musical farce to one of the most delightful farcical Irish writers of his time, for in Ireland tout finit par une chanson, as Figaro had it of the France of his age, when worse results do not follow disappointment. Footnotes. I fear this is a sad geological anachronism. However, I cannot but hope that the Irish wolf-dog will yet be found in some cavern associated with the prototypes of Ireland's earliest heroes, who peopled the land soon after it emerged from the deep, great, glorious, and free, first flower of the earth and first gem of the sea. Second footnote. O'Keefe, Wicklow Gold Mines. End of footnotes. The Irish wolf-dog, therefore, it may be asserted, belongs to the poetical traditions of Ireland, or to its remote Milesian histories. Gomer, the eldest son of Japhet, and others, the immediate posterity of Noah, after the dispersion of mankind at Babel, ventured, it is said, to commit themselves by ships upon the sea, to search out the unknown corners of the world, and thus found out a western land called Ireland. Dr. Warner. It is probable they were the first to disturb its tranquillity by the introduction of wolves, a fragment of the menagerie of the Ark, for all noxious and destructive animals and reptiles were brought into Ireland by her invaders. The soil and clime of the woody Morven, however, though not genial to their naturalisation, was long a prey to one of the most ferocious animals imported by foreign aggression to increase and multiply. Ireland swarmed with wolves, and its colonists and aborigines would in time have alike shared the fate of Little Red Riding Hood, when lo, up started the noble Canis familiaris hibernicus, which, greatly improved by a cross with the wolf itself, was found everywhere in fierce antagonism with foreign ferocity, and for his eminent services was not only speedily adopted by patriot kings and heroes as part of their courtly and warlike parade, but sung by bards and immortalised by poets, as worthy of such illustrious companionship. It is thus Bran, the famous and beloved hound of Fingal, has become as immortal as his master, and a track is still shown on a mountain in Tyrone, near Newtown Stuart, called the Track of the Foot of Bran, the Hound of Fionn MacCool. So much for poetry and tradition. Modern naturalists, however, in their animal biography and prosaic view of things, have assigned the introduction of the wolf-dog in Ireland to the Danes, who brought it over in their first invasion, and its resemblance to Le Gros Danois of Buffon favours this supposition. When Ireland swarmed with wolves, says Pennant, these dogs were confined to the chase, but as soon as these animals were extirpated, the number of the dogs decreased, and from that period were kept chiefly for state. Goldsmith mentions having only seen in his time in Ireland one Irish wolfhound that was 4 feet high, and though the father of the late Marquis of Sligo endeavoured to preserve the breed, his kennels in later years exhibited but a scanty specimen. These majestic and beautiful animals are now, I believe, quite extinct in Ireland, where their scarcity is accounted for by Mr. Pennant as the consequence of the late King of Poland having procured from thence by his agent as many as could be purchased. The last notice taken of the Irish wolf dog in fictitious narrative may, I believe, be found in one of my own national novels, O'Donnell, where the hero and his hound are first introduced to the reader together. I borrowed the picture, as I gave it, from living originals, which in my earliest youth struck forcibly on my imagination, in the person of the celebrated Archibald Hamilton Rowan, accompanied by his Irish hound Bran. This is all I know or can recollect of my noble and beautiful compatriot. But I remember that when some writer in Fraser's Magazine styled me that Irish she-wolf dog, I felt complimented by the epithet, since to attack the enemies of Ireland, and to worry when they could not destroy them, was the peculiar attribute of the species. I have the honour to be, dear Sir, most truly yours, Sydney Morgan. William Street, Albert Gate. End of The Irish and Highland Wolf Dog, Part 2. Recording by Noel Badrian, County Offaly, Ireland.
Section 7 of Anecdotes of Dogs. Nor will it less delight the attentive sage to observe that instinct which unerring guides the brutal race, which mimics reason's lore, and oft transcends. The dog, whom nothing can mislead, must be a dog of parts indeed, is often wiser than his master. Somerville. This noble dog may be justly styled the friend and guardian of his master. I had some doubts in making out my list of dogs whether he ought not to take precedence of all others; but after duly weighing the matter in my own mind, I have given the palm to the Irish wolfhound, and the honest Newfoundland immediately follows him. I not only think that this precedence will gratify some of my friends in Ireland, who have called upon me to do justice to one of their favourite and national emblems, but it is perhaps due in strict justice to an animal who proved himself so great a benefactor to his native country. There is, moreover, such a degree of romance attached to the recollection of his fine qualities and imposing appearance, that I should be sorry to lessen them by appearing to give the preference to any other dog. At the same time, I may be allowed to add, that I have seen such courage, perseverance, and fidelity in the Newfoundland dog, and am acquainted with so many well authenticated facts of his more than ordinary sense and utility, that I think him entitled to be considered as little inferior to the Irish wolf dog. When we reflect on the docility of the Newfoundland dog, his affectionate disposition, his aptitude in receiving instruction, and his instantaneous sense of impending danger, we shall no longer wonder at his being called the friend of his master, whom he is at all times ready to defend at the risk of his own life. How noble is his appearance, and at the same time how serene is his countenance! Sa fierté, sa beauté, sa jeunesse agréable, le fit chérir de vous, et il est redoutable à vos fiers ennemis par sa courage. No animal, perhaps, can show more real courage than this dog. His perseverance in what he undertakes is so great, that he never relinquishes an attempt which has been enjoined him as long as there is a chance of success. I allude more particularly to storms at sea and consequent shipwreck, when his services, his courage, and indefatigable exertions have been truly wonderful. Numerous persons have been saved from a watery grave by these dogs, and ropes have been conveyed by them from a sinking ship to the shore amidst foaming billows, by which means whole crews have been saved from destruction. Their feet are particularly well adapted to enable them to swim, being webbed very much like those of a duck, and they are at all times ready to plunge into the water to save a human being from drowning. Some dogs delight in following a fox, others in hunting the hare or killing vermin. The delight of the Newfoundland dog appears to be in the preservation of the lives of the human race. A story is related on good authority of one of these dogs being in the habit, when he saw persons swimming in the Seine at Paris, of seizing them and bringing them to the shore. In the immediate neighbourhood of Windsor, a servant was saved from drowning by a Newfoundland dog, who seized him by the collar of his coat when he was almost exhausted, and brought him to the banks, where some of the family were assembled watching with great anxiety the exertions of the noble animal. Those who were much at Windsor not many years since must have seen a fine Newfoundland dog called Baby reposing occasionally in front of the White Hart Hotel. Baby was a general favourite, and he deserved to be so, for he was mild in his disposition, brave as a lion, and very sensible. When he was thirsty, and could not procure water at the pump in the yard, he has frequently been seen to go to the stable, fetch an empty bucket, and stand with it in his mouth at the pump till some one came for water. He then, by wagging his tail and expressive looks, made his want known, and had his bucket filled. Exposed as Baby was to the attacks of all sorts of curs, as he slumbered in the sun in front of the hotel, he seemed to think that a pat with his powerful paw was quite sufficient punishment for them. But he never tamely submitted to insult from a dog approaching his own size, and his courage was only equalled by his gentleness. The following anecdote, which is well authenticated, shows the sagacity as well as the kindliness of disposition of these dogs. In the city of Worcester, one of the principal streets leads by a gentle declivity to the river Severn. One day a child, in crossing the street, fell down in the middle of it, and a horse and cart, which were descending the hill, would have passed over it, had not a Newfoundland dog rushed to the rescue of the child, caught it up in his mouth, and conveyed it in safety to the foot pavement. My kind friend, Mr. T., took a Newfoundland dog and a small spaniel into a boat with him on the river Thames, and when he got into the middle of the river, he turned them into the water. They swam different ways, but the spaniel got into the current, and after struggling some time was in danger of being drowned. As soon as the Newfoundland dog perceived the predicament of his companion, he swam to his assistance, and brought him safe to the shore. A vessel went down in a gale of wind near Liverpool, and every one on board perishes. A Newfoundland dog was seen swimming about the place where the vessel was lost for some time, and at last came on shore very much exhausted. For 3 days he swam off to the same spot, and was evidently trying to find his lost master, so strong was his affection. I have always been pleased with that charming remark of Sir Edwin Landseer, that the Newfoundland dog was a distinguished member of the Humane Society. How delightfully has that distinguished artist portrayed the character of dogs in his pictures, and what justice has he done to their noble qualities! We see in them honesty, fidelity, courage, and sense, no exaggeration, no flattery. He makes us feel that his dogs will love us without selfishness, and defend us at the risk of their own lives, that though friends may forsake us, they never will, and that in misfortune, poverty, and death, their affection will be unchanged, and their gratitude unceasing. But to return to the Newfoundland dog, and we shall again find him acting his part as a member of the Humane Society. A gentleman bathing in the sea at Portsmouth was in the greatest danger of being drowned. Assistance was loudly called for, but no boat was ready, and though many persons were looking on, no one could be found to go to his help. In this predicament, a Newfoundland dog rushed into the sea, and conveyed the gentleman in safety to land. He afterwards purchased the dog for a large sum, treated him as long as he lived with gratitude and kindness, and had the following words worked on his tablecloths and napkins: Virum extuli mari. A person, in crossing a plank at a mill, fell into the stream at night, and was saved by his Newfoundland dog, and who afterwards recovered his hat, which had fallen from his head and was floating down the stream. There can be no doubt but that dogs calculate and almost reason. A dog who had been in the habit of stealing from a kitchen, which had 2 doors opening into it, would never do so if one of them was shut, as he was afraid of being caught. If both the doors were open, his chance of escape was greater, and he therefore seized what he could. This sort of calculation, if I may call it so, was shown by a Newfoundland bitch. She had suckled 2 whelps until they were able to take care of themselves. They were, however, constantly following and disturbing her in order to be suckled, when she had little or no milk to give them. She was confined in a shed which was separated from another by a wooden partition some feet high. Into this shed she conveyed her puppies, and left them there while she returned to the other to enjoy a night's rest unmolested. This shows that the animal was capable of reflecting to a degree beyond what would have been the result of mere instinct. The late Reverend James Simpson, of the Potterrow congregation, Edinburgh, had a large dog of the Newfoundland breed. At that time he lived at Liberton, a distance of 2 miles from Edinburgh, in a house to which was attached a garden. One Sacrament Sunday, the servant, who was left at home in charge of the house, thought it a good opportunity to entertain her friends, as her master and mistress were not likely to return home till after the evening service, about 9 o'clock. During the day the dog accompanied them through the garden, and indeed wherever they went, in the most attentive manner, and seemed well pleased. In the evening, when the time arrived that the party meant to separate, they proceeded to do so. But the dog, the instant they went to the door, interposed, and placing himself before it, would not allow one of them to touch the handle. On their persisting, and attempting to use force, he became furious, and in a menacing manner drove them back into the kitchen, where he kept them until the arrival of Mr. and Mrs. Simpson, who were surprised to find a party at so late an hour, and more so to see the dog standing sentinel over them. Being thus detected, the servant acknowledged the whole circumstance, when her friends were allowed to depart, after being admonished by the worthy divine in regard to the proper use of the Sabbath. They could not but consider the dog as an instrument in the hand of Providence, to point out the impropriety of spending this holy day in feasting, rather than in the duties of religion. After the above circumstance, it became necessary for Mr. Simpson, on account of his children's education, to leave his country residence, when he took a house in Edinburgh in a common stair. Speaking of this one day to a friend who had visited him, he concluded that he would be obliged to part with his dog, as he was too large an animal to be kept in such a house. The animal was present, and heard him say so, and must have understood what he meant, as he disappeared that evening, and was never afterwards heard of. These circumstances have been related to me by an elder of Mr. Simpson's congregation, who had them from himself. I am indebted to the late amiable Lord Stowell for the following anecdote, which has since been verified by Mr. Henry Wicks, brother of the Archdeacon. A Newfoundland dog belonging to Archdeacon Wicks, which had never quitted the island, was brought over to London by him in January 1834, and when he and his family landed at Blackwall, the dog was left on board the vessel. A few days afterwards the Archdeacon went from the Borough side of the Thames in a boat to the vessel, which was then in St. Katharine's Docks, to see about his luggage, but did not intend at that time to take the dog from the ship. However, on his leaving the vessel, the dog succeeded in extricating himself from his confinement, jumped overboard, and swam after the boat across the Thames, followed his master into the counting-house on Gunshot Wharf, Tooley Street, and then over London Bridge and through the city to St. Bartholomew's Hospital. The dog was shut within the square whilst the Archdeacon went into his father's house, and he then followed him on his way to Russell Square, but strayed somewhere in Holborn, and as several gentlemen had stopped to admire him in the street, saying he was worth a great deal of money, the Archdeacon concluded that some dog-stealer had enticed him away. He, however, wrote to the captain of the vessel to mention his loss, and made inquiries on the following morning at St. Bartholomew's Hospital, when he learnt that the dog had come to the gates late in the evening, and howled most piteously for admission, but was driven away. 2 days afterwards the captain of the vessel waited on the Archdeacon with the dog, who had not only found his way back to the water's edge on the Borough side, but, what is more surprising, swam across the Thames, where no scent could have directed him, and found out the vessel in St. Katharine's Docks. This sagacious and affectionate creature had, previous to his leaving Newfoundland, saved his master's life by directing his way home when lost in a snowstorm many miles from any shelter. The dog was presented to the Archdeacon's uncle, Thomas Poynder, Esquire, Clapham Common, in whose possession it continued until its death. Every particular has been faithfully given of this extraordinary occurrence. Here we see a dog brought for the first time from Newfoundland, and who can scarcely be said to have put his feet on ground in England, not only finding his way through a crowded city to the banks of the river, but also finding the ship he wanted in that river, and in which he evidently thought he should discover his lost master. It is an instance of sense of so peculiar a kind that it is difficult to define it, or the faculty which enables animals to find their way to a place over ground which they had not previously traversed. A gentleman of Suffolk, on an excursion with his friend, was attended by a Newfoundland dog, which soon became the subject of conversation. The master, after a warm eulogium upon the perfections of his canine favourite, assured his companion that he would, upon receiving the order, return and fetch any article he should leave behind, from any distance. To confirm this assertion, a marked shilling was put under a large square stone by the side of the road, being first shown to the dog. The gentleman then rode for 3 miles, when the dog received his signal from the master to return for the shilling he had seen put under the stone. The dog turned back. The gentleman rode on, and reached home. But to their surprise and disappointment the hitherto faithful messenger did not return during the day. It afterwards appeared that he had gone to the place where the shilling was deposited, but the stone being too large for his strength to remove, he had stayed howling at the place till 2 horsemen riding by, and attracted by his seeming distress, stopped to look at him, when one of them alighting removed the stone, and seeing the shilling, put it into his pocket, not at the time conceiving it to be the object of the dog's search. The dog followed their horses for 20 miles, remained undisturbed in the room where they supped, followed the chambermaid into the bedchamber, and secreted himself under one of the beds. The possessor of the shilling hung his trousers upon a nail by the bedside, but when the travellers were both asleep, the dog took them in his mouth, and leaping out of the window, which was left open on account of the sultry heat, reached the house of his master at 4 o'clock in the morning with the prize he had made free with, in the pocket of which were found a watch and money, that were returned upon being advertised, when the whole mystery was mutually unravelled, to the admiration of all parties. Footnote: a similar instance of canine intelligence will be found in page 51 of the present volume. End footnote. Many years ago I saw a horse belonging to a quartermaster in the 1st Dragoon Guards, when the regiment was quartered at Ipswich, find a shilling, which was covered with sawdust, in the riding school at the cavalry barracks at that place, and give it to his owner. I thought this a wonderful instance of sagacity as well as docility, but how very far does this fall short of the intellectual faculty of dogs! I do not intend to assert that they are endowed with mental powers equal to those which the human race possess, but to contend that there is not a faculty of the human mind of which some evident proofs of its existence may not be found in dogs. Thus we find them possessed of memory, imagination, the powers of imitation, curiosity, cunning, revenge, ingenuity, gratitude, devotion or affection, and other qualities. They are able to communicate their wants, their pleasures, and their pains, their apprehensions of danger, and their prospects of future good, by modulating their voices accordingly, and by significant gestures. They perfectly comprehend our wishes, and live with us as friends and companions. When the fear of man and dread of him were inflicted as a curse on the animal creation, the dog kind alone seems an exception, and their sagacity and fidelity to the human race was an incalculable blessing bestowed upon them. These remarks are fully borne out in a very interesting article on the dog in the Quarterly Review of September, 1843. A fine, handsome, and valuable black dog of the Newfoundland species, belonging to Mr. Floyd, solicitor, Holmfirth, committed suicide by drowning itself in the river which flows at the back of its owner's habitation. For some days previous the animal seemed less animated than usual, but on this particular occasion he was noticed to throw himself into the water and endeavour to sink by preserving perfect stillness of the legs and feet. Being dragged out of the stream, the dog was tied up for a time, but had no sooner been released than he again hastened to the water and again tried to sink, and was again got out. This occurred many times, until at length the animal with repeated efforts appeared to get exhausted, and by dint of keeping his head determinedly under water for a few minutes, succeeded at last in obtaining his object, for when taken out this time he was indeed dead. The case is worth recording, as affording another proof of the general instinct and sagacity of the canine race. Mr. Nicol, late of Pall Mall, told me he saw an old foxhound deliberately drown itself, and was ready to make oath of it. Mrs. K., residing opposite Windsor Park Wall, Datchet, had a beautiful Newfoundland dog. For the convenience of the family a boat was kept, that they might at times cross the water without the inconvenience of going a considerable way round to Datchet Bridge. The dog was so delighted with the aquatic trips that he very rarely permitted the boat to go without him. It happened that the coachman, who had been but little accustomed to the depths and shallows of the water, intending a forcible push with the punt pole, which was not long enough to reach the bottom, fell over the side of the boat in the deepest part of the water, and in the central part of the current, which accident was observed by a part of the family then at the front windows of the house. Sudden and dreadful as the alarm was, they had the consolation of seeing the sagacious animal instantaneously follow his companion, when, after diving and making 2 or 3 abortive attempts, by laying hold of different parts of his apparel, which as repeatedly gave way or overpowered his exertions, he then, with the most determined and energetic fortitude, seized him by the arm and brought him to the edge of the bank, where the domestics of the terrified family were ready to assist in extricating him from his perilous situation. [Footnote: The Sportsman's Cabinet.] End footnote. I have mentioned that revenge had been shown by dogs, and the following is an instance of it. A gentleman was staying at Worthing, where his Newfoundland dog was teased and annoyed by a small cur which snapped and barked at him. This he bore without appearing to notice it for some time, but at last the Newfoundland dog seemed to lose his usual patience and forbearance, and he one day, in the presence of several spectators, took the cur up by his back, swam with it into the sea, held it under the water, and would probably have drowned it, had not a boat been put off and rescued it. There was another instance communicated to me. A fine Newfoundland dog had been constantly annoyed by a small spaniel. The former, seizing the opportunity when they were on a terrace under which a river flowed, took up the spaniel in his mouth and dropped it over the parapet into the river. Jukes, in his Excursions in and about Newfoundland, says, "A thin, short-haired black dog belonging to George Harvey came off to us to-day. This animal was of a breed very different from what we understand by the term Newfoundland dog in England. He had a thin tapering snout, a long thin tail, and rather thin but powerful legs, with a lank body, the hair short and smooth. These are the most abundant dogs of the country, the long-haired curly dogs being comparatively rare. They are by no means handsome, but are generally more intelligent and useful than the others. This one caught his own fish. He sat on a projecting rock beneath a fish lake or stage where the fish are laid to dry, watching the water, which had a depth of 6 or 8 feet, the bottom of which was white with fish bones. On throwing a piece of codfish into the water, 3 or 4 heavy, clumsy-looking fish, called in Newfoundland sculpins, with great heads and mouths, and many spines about them, and generally about a foot long, would swim in to catch it. These he would set attentively, and the moment one turned his broadside to him, he darted down like a fish-hawk, and seldom came up without the fish in his mouth. As he caught them, he carried them regularly to a place a few yards off, where he laid them down; and they told us that in the summer he would sometimes make a pile of 50 or 60 a day just at that place. He never attempted to eat them, but seemed to be fishing purely for his own amusement. I watched him for about 2 hours, and when the fish did not come, I observed he once or twice put his right foot in the water, and paddled it about. This foot was white, and Harvey said he did it to toll or entice the fish; but whether it was for that specific reason, or merely a motion of impatience, I could not exactly decide. Extraordinary as the following anecdote may appear to some persons, it is strictly true, and strongly shows the sense, and I am almost inclined to add reason, of the Newfoundland dog. A friend of mine, while shooting wild fowl with his brother, was attended by a sagacious dog of this breed. In getting near some reeds by the side of a river, they threw down their hats and crept to the edge of the water, when they fired at some birds. They soon afterwards sent the dog to bring their hats, one of which was smaller than the other. After several attempts to bring them both together in his mouth, the dog at last placed the smaller hat in the larger one, pressed it down with his foot, and thus was able to bring them both at the same time. A gentleman residing in Fifeshire, and not far from the city of St. Andrews, was in possession of a very fine Newfoundland dog, which was remarkable alike for its tractability and its trustworthiness. At 2 other points, each distant about a mile, and at the same distance from this gentleman's mansion, there were 2 dogs of great power, but of less tractable breeds than the Newfoundland one. One of these was a large mastiff, kept as a watch-dog by a farmer, and the other a stanch bull-dog that kept guard over the parish mill. As each of these 3 was lord ascendant of all animals at his master's residence, they all had a good deal of aristocratic pride and pugnacity, so that 2 of them seldom met without attempting to settle their respective dignities by a wager of battle. The Newfoundland dog was of some service in the domestic arrangements, besides his guardianship of the house, for every forenoon he was sent to the baker's shop in the village, about half a mile distant, with a towel containing money in the corner, and he returned with the value of the money in bread. There were many useless and not over-civil curs in the village, as there are in too many villages throughout the country; but generally the haughty Newfoundland treated this ignoble race in that contemptuous style in which great dogs are wont to treat little ones. When the dog returned from the baker's shop, he used to be regularly served with his dinner, and went peaceably on house duty for the rest of the day. One day, however, he returned with his coat dirtied and his ears scratched, having been subjected to a combined attack of the curs, while he had charge of his towel and bread, and so could not defend himself. Instead of waiting for his dinner as usual, he laid down his charge somewhat sulkily and marched off. And upon looking after him, it was observed that he was crossing the intervening hollow in a straight line for the house of the farmer, or rather on an embassy to the farmer's mastiff. The farmer's people noticed this unusual visit, which they were induced to do, from its being a meeting of peace between those who had habitually been belligerents. After some intercourse of which no interpretation could be given, the two set off together in the direction of the mill, and having arrived there, they in brief space engaged the miller's bulldog as an ally. The straight road to the village where the indignity had been offered to the Newfoundland dog passed immediately in front of his master's house, but there was a more private and more circuitous road by the back of the mill. The three took this road, reached the village, scoured it in great wrath, putting to the tooth every cur they could get sight of, and having taken their revenge and washed themselves in a ditch, they returned, each dog to the abode of his master, and when any two of them happened to meet afterwards, they displayed the same pugnacity as they had done previous to this joint expedition. There is a well authenticated anecdote of two dogs at Donaghadee, in which the instinctive daring of the one by the other caused a friendship, and, as it should seem, a kind of lamentation for the dead, after one of them had paid the debt of nature. This happened while the government harbour or pier for the packets at Donaghadee was in the course of building, and it took place in the sight of several witnesses. The one dog in this case was also a Newfoundland, and the other was a mastiff. They were both powerful dogs, and though each was good-natured when alone, they were very much in the habit of fighting when they met. One day they had a fierce and prolonged battle on the pier, from the point of which they both fell into the sea, and as the pier was long and steep, they had no means of escape but by swimming a considerable distance. Throwing water upon fighting dogs is an approved means of putting an end to their hostilities, and it is natural to suppose that two combatants of the same species tumbling themselves into the sea would have the same effect. It had, and each began to make for the land as best he could. The Newfoundland, being an excellent swimmer, very speedily gained the pier, on which he stood shaking himself, but at the same time watching the motions of his late antagonist, which, being no swimmer, was struggling exhausted in the water, and just about to sink. In dashed the Newfoundland dog, took the other gently by the collar, kept his head above water, and brought him safely on shore. There was a peculiar kind of recognition between the two animals. They never fought again. They were always together, and when the Newfoundland dog had been accidentally killed by the passage of a stone waggon on the railway over him, the other languished and evidently lamented for a long time. A gentleman had a pointer and Newfoundland dog which were great friends. The former broke his leg and was confined to a kennel. During that time the Newfoundland never failed bringing bones and other food to the pointer, and would sit for hours together by the side of his suffering friend. During a period of very hot weather, the mayor of Plymouth gave orders that all dogs found wandering in the public streets should be secured by the police, and removed to the prison yard. Among them was a Newfoundland dog belonging to a ship owner of the port, who with several others was tied up in the yard. The Newfoundland soon gnawed the rope which confined him, and then, hearing the cries of his companions to be released, he set to work to gnaw the ropes which confined them, and had succeeded in 3 or 4 instances, when he was interrupted by the entrance of the jailer. A nearly similar case has frequently occurred in the Cumberland Gardens, Windsor Great Park. 2 dogs of the Newfoundland breed were confined in kennels at that place. When one of them was let loose, he has been frequently seen to set his companion free. A boatman once plunged into the water to swim with another man for a wager. His Newfoundland dog, mistaking the purpose, and supposing that his master was in danger, plunged after him, and dragged him to the shore by his hair, to the great diversion of the spectators. Mr. Peter MacArthur informs me that in the year 1821, when opposite to Falmouth, he was at breakfast with a gentleman, when a large Newfoundland dog, all dripping with water, entered the room and laid a newspaper on the table. The gentleman, who was one of the Society of Friends, informed the party that this dog swam regularly across the ferry every morning, and went to the post office and fetched the papers of the day. Mr. Blaine, in his Encyclopedia of Rural Sports, tells the following story. A Newfoundland dog, of the small, smooth-haired variety, in coming to England from his native country, was washed overboard during a tempestuous night. As daylight appeared, the gale ceased, when a sailor at the masthead descried something far in the wake of the vessel, which, by the help of his glass, he was led to believe was the dog, which was so great a favourite with the crew, that it was unanimously requested of the captain of the vessel to lie to, and wait for the chance of saving the poor brute. The captain, who had probably lost some time already by the storm, peremptorily refused to listen to the humane proposal. Whether it was the kindly feeling of the sailors, or the superstitious dread that if the dog were suffered to perish nothing would afterwards prosper with them, we are not informed; but we do know that, as soon as a refusal was made, the steersman left the helm, roundly asserting that he, for one, would never lend a hand to steer away from either Christian or brute in distress. The feeling was immediately caught by the rest of the crew, and maintained so resolutely that the captain was forced to accede to the general wish, and the poor dog eventually reached the ship in safety, after having been, as we were informed, and implicitly believe, some hours in a tempestuous sea. Bewick mentions an instance which shows the extraordinary sagacity of these dogs. In a severe storm a ship was lost off Yarmouth, and no living creature escaped except a Newfoundland dog, which swam to the shore with the captain's pocket-book in his mouth. Several of the bystanders attempted to take it from him, but he would not part with it. At length, selecting one person from the crowd, whose appearance probably pleased him, he leaped against his breast in a fawning manner, and delivered the book to his care. End of Chapter 7. Recording by M.J. Frank, Portland, Oregon. Section 8 of Anecdotes of Dogs. The translation of them. Tipo in villa. Tipo ego hic iaceo lapidem ne sperne viator, qui tali impositus stat super ossa cani. Larga minatura manu dedit omnia nostrum, quecunque exornant nobilitantque genus. Rober erat validum formae coccina venustas, ingenu mores intemerata fides, nec pudet in visi nomen gessisse tyranni, si tam dissimili viximus ingenio. Naufragus in nuda tenbeiae ejectus arena, ploravi domino me superesse meo, quem mihi luctanti frustra, frustraque juvanti. Abreptum oceani in gurgite mersit hiems. Solus ego sospes, sed quas miser ille tabelas. Morte mihi in media creditit, ore ferens. Dulci me hospitio vergae excepare coloni, ipsa etiam his olim gens aliena plagis, et mihi gratum erat in longa spatiaria ora, et quamquam in fido membra lavare mari, gratum erat aestivis puerorum adjungere turmis, participem lusus me comitemque vie, verum ubi de multis captanti frustula mensis, bruma aderat seniique hora timenda mei, insperata a Deo illuxit fortuna novique perfugium et requiem cura dedit Domini, exinde hos saltus, heic inter florea rura, et vixi felix et tumulum hunc habeo. Footnote: Tenbea portus est Cambriae meridionales, ubi Belgarum colonis arege, ut fertur, Henrico primo locata est. Horum posteri a circum iacente, Celtice originis, populo lingua etiam nunc omnino discrepant. End footnote. Footnote: Infinitivo quem vocant, hoc in ier desinente solus credo, inter meliores notae, quos habemus, elegorum scriptores usus est catulas, sed qualis ille poeta, sed quantus in omni genere Latini, carminis et artifex elegantiae et magister. End footnote. Tipo, translated by a young lady, a near relation of the author. Here, stranger, pause, nor view with scornful eyes the stone which marks where faithful Tipo lies. Freely kind nature gave each liberal grace, which most ennobles and exalts our race. Excelling strength and beauty joined in me, ingenuous worth and firm fidelity. Nor shame I to have borne a tyrant's name, so far unlike to his my spotless fame. Cast by a fatal storm on Tenby's coast, reckless of life, I wailed my master lost, whom long contending with the o'erwhelming wave, in vain with fruitless love I strove to save. I, only I, alas, surviving bore his dying trust, his tablets to the shore. Kind welcome from the Belgian race I found, who, once in times remote, to British ground strangers like me came from a foreign strand. I loved at large along the extended sand to roam, and oft beneath the swelling wave, though known so fatal once, my limbs to lave, or join the children in their summer play, first in their sports, companion of their way. Thus, while from many a hand a meal I sought, winter and age had certain misery brought, but fortune smiled, a safe and blest abode a new-found master's generous love bestowed. And midst these shades, where smiling flowerets bloom, gave me a happy life and honoured tomb. Footnote: His master's pocket-book, with which Tipo, the only living creature saved from the wreck, came ashore. End footnote. Dr. Abel, in one of his lectures on phrenology, related a very striking anecdote of a Newfoundland dog at Cork. This dog was of a noble and generous disposition, and when he left his master's house was often assailed by a number of little noisy dogs in the street. He usually passed them with apparent unconcern, as if they were beneath his notice. One little cur, however, was particularly troublesome, and at length carried his petulance so far as to bite the Newfoundland dog in the back of his foot. This was too much to be patiently endured. He instantly turned round, ran after the offender, and seized him by the skin of his back. In this way he carried him in his mouth to the quay, and holding him some time over the water, at length dropped him into it. He did not seem, however, to wish to punish the culprit too much, for he waited a little while. The poor animal, who was unused to that element, was not only well ducked, but near sinking, when he plunged in himself, and brought the others safe to land. An officer, late in the 15th Hussars, informed me that he had witnessed a similar occurrence at St. Petersburg. These certainly are instances of a noble and generous disposition, as well as of great forbearance in not resenting an injury. I may add the following instance of sagacity from the same quarter. A vessel was driven by a storm on the beach of Lydd in Kent. The surf was rolling furiously. 8 men were calling for help, but not a boat could be got off to their assistance. At length a gentleman came on the beach, accompanied by his Newfoundland dog. He directed the attention of the noble animal to the vessel, and put a short stick into his mouth. The intelligent and courageous dog at once understood his meaning, and sprung into the sea, fighting his way through the foaming waves. He could not, however, get close enough to the vessel to deliver that with which he was charged, but the crew joyfully made fast a rope to another piece of wood, and threw it towards him. The sagacious dog saw the whole business in an instant. He dropped his own piece, and immediately seized that which had been cast to him, and then, with a degree of strength and determination almost incredible, he dragged it through the surge and delivered it to his master. By this means a line of communication was formed, and every man on board saved. The keeper of a ferry on the banks of the Severn had a sagacious Newfoundland dog. If a dog was left behind by his owner in crossing, and was afraid of taking to the water, the Newfoundland dog has been frequently known to take the yelping animal in his mouth and convey it into the river. A person, while rowing a boat, pushed his Newfoundland dog into the stream. The animal followed the boat for some time, till, probably finding himself fatigued, he endeavoured to get into it by placing his feet on the side. His owner repeatedly pushed the dog away, and in one of his efforts to do so, he overbalanced himself and fell into the river, and would probably have been drowned, had not the noble and generous animal immediately seized and held him above water till assistance arrived from the shore. About 12 years ago, a fine dog of a cross breed between a Newfoundland and a pointer had been left by the captain of a vessel in the care of Mr. Park of the White Hart Inn, Greenock. A friend of his, a gentleman from Argyllshire, took a fancy to this dog, and when returning home requested the loan of him for some time from Mr. Park, which he granted. This gentleman had some time before married a lady much to the dissatisfaction of his friends, who in consequence treated her with some degree of coldness and neglect. While he remained at home, the dog constantly attended him, and paid no apparent attention to the lady, who on her part never evinced any particular partiality for the dog. One time, however, the gentleman was called from home on business, and was to be absent several days. He wished to take the dog with him, but no entreaties could induce him to follow. The animal was then tied up to prevent his leaving the house in his absence, but he became quite furious till he was released, when he flew into the house and found his mistress, and would not leave her. He watched at the door of whatever room she was in, and would allow no one to approach without her special permission. When the gentleman returned home, the dog seemed to take no more notice of the lady, but returned quietly to his former lodging in the stable. The whole circumstance caused considerable surprise, and the gentleman, wishing to try if the dog would again act in the same manner, left home for a day or two, when the animal actually resumed the faithful guardianship of his mistress as before, and this he continued to do whenever his master was absent, all the time he remained in his possession, which was 2 years. The following anecdotes of an astonishing dog called Dandy are related by Captain Brown. Mr. M'Intyre, patent mangle manufacturer, Regent Bridge, Edinburgh, has a dog of the Newfoundland breed, crossed with some other, named Dandy, whose sagacious qualifications are truly astonishing and almost incredible. As the animal continues daily to give the most striking proofs of his powers, he is well known in the neighbourhood, and any person may satisfy himself of the reality of those feats, many of which the writer has himself had the pleasure to witness. When Mr. M'Intyre is in company, how numerous soever it may be, if he but say to the dog, "Dandy, bring me my hat," he immediately picks out the hat from all the others and puts it in his master's hand. Should every gentleman in company throw a penknife on the floor, the dog, when commanded, will select his master's knife from the heap and bring it to him. A pack of cards being scattered in the room, if his master have previously selected one of them, the dog will find it out and bring it to him. A comb was hid on the top of a mantelpiece in the room, and the dog required to bring it, which he almost immediately did, although in the search he found a number of articles also belonging to his master, purposely strewed around, all which he passed over, and brought the identical comb which he was required to find, fully proving that he is not guided by the sense of smell, but that he perfectly understands whatever is spoken to him. One evening, some gentlemen being in company, one of them accidentally dropped a shilling on the floor, which, after the most careful search, could not be found. Mr. M'Intyre, seeing his dog sitting in a corner, and looking as if quite unconscious of what was passing, said to him, "Dandy, find us the shilling, and you shall have a biscuit." The dog immediately jumped upon the table and laid down the shilling, which he had previously picked up without having been perceived. One time, having been left in a room in the house of Mrs. Thomas, High Street, he remained quiet for a considerable time, but as no one opened the door, he became impatient and rang the bell. And when the servant opened the door, she was surprised to find the dog pulling the bell rope. Since that period, which was the first time he was observed to do it, he pulls the bell whenever he is desired, and what appears still more remarkable, if there is no bell rope in the room, he will examine the table, and if he finds a hand bell, he takes it in his mouth and rings it. Mr. M'Intyre, having one evening supped with a friend, on his return home, as it was rather late, he found all the family in bed. He could not find his boot-jack in the place where it usually lay, nor could he find it anywhere in the room after the strictest search. He then said to his dog, "Dandy, I cannot find my boot-jack. Search for it." The faithful animal, quite sensible of what had been said to him, scratched at the room door, which his master opened. Dandy proceeded to a very distant part of the house, and soon returned, carrying in his mouth the boot-jack, which Mr. M. now recollected to have left that morning under a sofa. A number of gentlemen, well acquainted with Dandy, are daily in the habit of giving him a penny, which he takes to a baker's shop and purchases bread for himself. One of these gentlemen, who lives in James's Square, when passing some time ago, was accosted by Dandy in expectation of his usual present. Mr. T. then said to him, "I have not a penny with me to-day, but I have one at home." Having returned to his house some time after, he heard a noise at the door, which was opened by the servant, when in sprang Dandy to receive his penny. In a frolic, Mr. T. gave him a bad one, which he as usual carried to the baker, but was refused his bread, as the money was bad. He immediately returned to Mr. T.'s, knocked at the door, and when the servant opened it, laid the penny down at her feet, and walked off, seemingly with the greatest contempt. Although Dandy, in general, makes an immediate purchase of bread with the money which he receives, yet the following circumstance clearly demonstrates that he possesses more prudent foresight than many who are reckoned rational beings. One Sunday, when it was very unlikely that he could have received a present of money, Dandy was observed to bring home a loaf. Mr. M'Intyre, being somewhat surprised at this, desired the servant to search the room to see if any money could be found. While she was engaged in this task, the dog seemed quite unconcerned till she approached the bed, when he ran to her and gently drew her back from it. Mr. M. then secured the dog, which kept struggling and growling while the servant went under the bed, where she found 7½d under a bit of cloth. But from that time he never could endure the girl, and was frequently observed to hide his money in a corner of a saw pit under the dust. When Mr. M. has company, if he desire the dog to see any one of the gentlemen home, it will walk with him till he reach his home, and then return to his master, how great soever the distance may be. A brother of Mr. M.'s and another gentleman went one day to Newhaven, and took Dandy along with them. After having bathed, they entered a garden in the town, and having taken some refreshment in one of the arbours, they took a walk around the garden, the gentleman leaving his hat and gloves in the place. In the meantime some strangers came into the garden, and went into the arbour which the others had left. Dandy immediately, without being ordered, ran to the place and brought off the hat and gloves, which he presented to the owner. One of the gloves, however, had been left, but it was no sooner mentioned to the dog than he rushed to the place, jumped again into the midst of the astonished company, and brought off the glove in triumph. A gentleman living with Mr. M'Intyre, going out to supper one evening, locked the garden gate behind him, and laid the key on the top of the wall, which is about 7 feet high. When he returned, expecting to let himself in the same way, to his great surprise the key could not be found, and he was obliged to go round to the front door, which was a considerable distance about. The next morning strict search was made for the key, but still no trace of it could be discovered. At last, perceiving that the dog followed him wherever he went, he said to him, "Dandy, you have the key, go fetch it." Dandy immediately went into the garden, and scratched away the earth from the root of a cabbage, and produced the key, which he himself had undoubtedly hid in that place. If his master place him on a chair and request him to sing, he will instantly commence a howling, which he gives high or low as signs are made to him with the finger. About 3 years ago, a mangle was sent by a cart from the warehouse, Regent Bridge, to Portobello, at which time the dog was not present. Afterwards Mr. M. went to his own house, north back of the Canongate, and took Dandy with him to have the mangle delivered. When he had proceeded a little way, the dog ran off, and he lost sight of him. He still walked forward, and in a little time he found the cart in which the mangle was, turned towards Edinburgh, with Dandy holding fast by the reins, and the carter in the greatest perplexity. The man stated that the dog had overtaken him, jumped on his cart, and examined the mangle, and then had seized the reins of the horse and turned him fairly round, and that he would not let go his hold, although he had beaten him with the stick. On Mr. M.'s arrival, however, the dog quietly allowed the carter to proceed to his place of destination. The following is another instance of extraordinary sagacity. A Newfoundland dog belonging to a grocer had observed one of the porters of the house, and who was often in the shop, frequently take money from the till, and which the man was in the habit of concealing in the stable. The dog, having witnessed these thefts, became restless, pulling persons by the skirts of their coats, and apparently wishing them to follow him. At length an apprentice had occasion to go to the stable, The dog followed him, and having drawn his attention to the heap of rubbish under which the money was buried, began to scratch till he had brought the booty to view. The apprentice brought it to his master, who marked the money and restored it to the place where it had been hidden. Some of the marked money was soon afterwards found on the porter, who was taken before a magistrate and convicted of the theft. A Newfoundland dog, which was frequently to be seen in a tavern in the High Street of Glasgow, lay generally at the door. When any person came to the house, he trotted before them into an apartment, rang the bell, and then resumed his station at the door. The great utility and sagacity of the Newfoundland dog in cases of drowning were shown in the following instance. 11 sailors, a woman, and the waterman had reached a sloop of war in Hamoise in a shore boat. One of the sailors, stooping rather suddenly over the side of the boat to reach his hat, which had fallen into the sea, the boat capsized, and they were all plunged into the water. A Newfoundland dog on the quarter deck of the sloop, seeing the accident, instantly leaped amongst the unfortunate persons, and seizing one man by the collar of his coat, he supported his head above water until a boat had hastened to the spot and saved the lives of all but the waterman. After delivering his burden in safety, the noble animal made a wide circuit round the ship in search of another person, but not finding one, he took up an oar in his mouth which was floating away, and brought it to the side of the ship. A sailor, attended by a Newfoundland dog, became so intoxicated that he fell on the pavement in Piccadilly and was unable to rise, and soon fell asleep. The faithful dog took position at his master's head, and resisted every attempt made to remove him. The man, having at last slept off the fumes of his intoxicating libations, awoke, and being told of the care his dog had taken of him, exclaimed, "This is not the first time he has kept watch over me." On Thursday evening, January 28th, 1858, as the play of Jessie Vere was being performed at Woolwich Theatre, and when a scene in the third act had been reached, in which a terrific struggle for the possession of a child takes place between the fond mother and 2 hired ruffians, a large Newfoundland dog, which had by some means gained admittance with its owner into the pit, leaped over the heads of the musicians in the orchestra, and flew to the rescue, seizing one of the assassins, and almost dragging him to the ground. It was with difficulty removed and dragged off the stage. The dog, which is the property of the chief engineer of Her Majesty's ship Buffalo, has been habitually accustomed to the society of children, for whom he has on many occasions evinced strong proofs of affection. Mr. Bewick, in his History of Quadrupeds, mentions some instances of the sagacity and intellect of Newfoundland dogs, and it may not be uninteresting to the admirers of that celebrated wood engraver to be informed, on the authority of his daughters, that the group on the bridge in his print of the Newfoundland dog represents Mr. Preston, a printer of Newcastle, Mr. Vint of Whittingham, Mr. Bell, house steward, and Mr. Bewick. Their initials, P, V, B, and B, are introduced in the woodcut. The dog was drawn at Eslington, the seat of Mr. Liddell, the eldest son of Lord Ravensworth. Footnote: see Bewick's Quadrupeds, page 306, first edition. End footnote. In Newfoundland, this dog is invaluable, and answers the purpose of a horse. He is docile, capable of strong attachment, and is easy to please in the quality of his food, as he will live on scraps of boiled fish, either salted or fresh, and on boiled potatoes and cabbage. The natural colour of this dog is black, with the exception of a very few white spots. Their sagacity is sometimes so extraordinary as on many occasions to show that they only want the faculty of speech to make themselves fully understood. The Rev. L. Anspach, in his History of the Island of Newfoundland, mentions some instances of this intelligence. One of the magistrates of Harbour Grace, the late Mr. Garland, had an old dog, which was in the habit of carrying a lantern before his master at night, as steadily as the most attentive servant could do, stopping short when his master made a stop, and proceeding when he saw him disposed to follow him. If his master was absent from home, on the lantern being fixed to his mouth, and the command given, "Go fetch your master," he would immediately set off and proceed directly to the town, which lay at the distance of more than a mile from the place of his master's residence. He would then stop at the door of every house which he knew his master was in the habit of frequenting, and laying down his lantern would growl and strike the door, making all the noise in his power until it was opened. If his master was not there, he would proceed further until he had found him. If he accompanied him only once into a house, it was sufficient to induce him to take that house in his round. The principal use of this animal in Newfoundland, in addition to his qualities as a good watch dog and a faithful companion, is to assist in fetching from the woods the lumber intended either for repairing the fish stages or for fuel; and this is done by dragging it on the snow or ice, or else on sledges, the dog being tackled to it. These animals bark only when strongly provoked. They are not quarrelsome, but treat the smaller species with a great degree of patience and forbearance. They will defend their masters on seeing the least appearance of an attack on his person. The well-known partiality of these dogs for the water, in which they appear as if in their proper element, diving and keeping their heads under the surface for a considerable time, seems to give them some connection with the class of amphibious animals. At the same time, the several instances of their superior sagacity, and the essential services which they have been frequently known to render to humanity, give them a distinguished rank in the scale of the brute creation. I will mention another instance of this. The Durham packet of Sunderland was, in 1815, wrecked near Clay, in Norfolk. A faithful dog was employed to use his efforts to carry the lead line on shore from the vessel, but there being a very heavy sea and a deep beach, it appeared that the drawback of the surf was too powerful for the animal to contend with. Mr. Parker, shipbuilder of Wells, and Mr. Jackson, junior, of Clay, who were on the spot, observing this, instantly rushed into the sea, which was running very high, and gallantly succeeded, though at a great risk, in catching hold of the dog, which was much exhausted, but which had all this time kept the line in his mouth. The line being thus obtained, a communication with the vessel was established, and a warp being passed from the ship to the shore, the lives of all on board, 9 in number, including 2 children, were saved. End of Section 8. Recording by M.J. Frank, Portland, Oregon. Section 9 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M.J. Frank. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse, Chapter 9. The Newfoundland Dog, Part 3. Some dogs are of an extremely jealous disposition, and the following extraordinary instance of it was communicated to me by Mr. Charles Davis, the well-known and highly respected huntsman of Her Majesty's stag-hounds, a man who has gained many friends, and perhaps never lost one, by his well-regulated conduct and sporting qualifications. He informed me that a friend of his had a fine Newfoundland dog, which was a great favourite with the family. While this dog was confined in the yard, a pet lamb was given to one of the children, which the former soon discovered to be sharing a great portion of those caresses which he had been in the habit of receiving. This circumstance produced so great an effect on the poor animal that he refused to eat, and fretted till he became extremely unwell. Thinking that exercise might be of use to him, he was let loose. No sooner was this done than the dog watched his opportunity and seized the lamb in his mouth. He was seen conveying it down a lane about a quarter of a mile from his master's house, at the bottom of which the river Thames flowed. On arriving at it, he held the lamb under water till it was drowned, and thus effectually got rid of his rival. On examining the lamb, it did not appear to have been bitten or otherwise injured, and it might almost be supposed that the dog had chosen the easiest death in removing the object of his dislike. The sense of these animals is indeed perfectly wonderful. A lieutenant in the navy informed me that while his ship was under sail in the Mediterranean, a favourite canary bird escaped from its cage and flew into the sea. A Newfoundland dog on board witnessed the circumstance, immediately jumped into the sea, and swam to the bird, which he seized in his mouth, and then swam back with it to the ship. On arriving on board and opening the dog's mouth, it was found that the bird was perfectly uninjured, so tenderly had it been treated, as though the dog had been aware that the slightest pressure would have destroyed it. Mr. Youatt, whose remarks on the usefulness and good qualities of the inferior animals in his work on Humanity to Brutes do him so much credit, gives the following anecdote as a proof of the reasoning power of a Newfoundland dog. Wanting one day to go through a tall iron gate from one part of his premises to another, he found a lame puppy lying just within it, so that he could not get in without rolling the poor animal over, and perhaps injuring it. Mr. Youatt stood for a while hesitating what to do, and at length determined to go round through another gate. A fine Newfoundland dog, however, who had been waiting patiently for his wonted caresses, and perhaps wondering why his master did not get in as usual, looked accidentally down at his lame companion. He comprehended the whole business in a moment, put down his great paw, and as gently and quickly as possible rolled the invalid out of the way, and then drew himself back in order to leave room for the opening of the gate. We may be inclined to deny reasoning faculties to dogs, but if this was not reason, it may be difficult to define what else it could be. Mr. Youatt also says that his own experience furnishes him with an instance of memory and gratitude of a Newfoundland dog, who was greatly attached to him. He says, as it became inconvenient to him to keep the dog, he gave him to one he knew would treat him kindly. 4 years passed, and he had not seen him, when one day, as he was walking towards Kingston, and had arrived at the brow of the hill where Jerry Abershaw's gibbet then stood, he met Carlo and his master. The dog recollected Mr. Youatt in a moment, and they made much of each other. His master, after a little chat, proceeded towards Wandsworth, and Carlo, as in duty bound, followed him. Mr. Youatt had not, however, got half-way down the hill, when the dog was again at his side, lowly but deeply growling, and every hair bristling. On looking about, he saw 2 ill-looking fellows making their way through the bushes, which occupied the angular space between Roehampton and Wandsworth roads. Their intention was scarcely questionable, and indeed a week or 2 before he had narrowly escaped from 2 miscreants like them. "I can scarcely say," proceeds Mr. Youatt, "what I felt, for presently one of the scoundrels emerged from the bushes not 20 yards from me, but he no sooner saw my companion and heard his growling, the loudness and depth of which were fearfully increasing, than he retreated, and I saw no more of him or of his associate. My gallant defender accompanied me to the direction post at the bottom of the hill, and there, with many a mutual and honest greeting, we parted, and he bounded away to overtake his rightful owner. We never met again, but I need not say that I often thought of him with admiration and gratitude." It is pleasing to record such instances of kindness in a brute. Here we see a recollection of, and gratitude for, previous good treatment, and that towards one whom the dog had not seen for 4 years. There is a sort of bewilderment in the human mind, when we come to analyze the feelings, affections, and peculiar instinctive faculties of dogs. A French writer, M. Blaise, has asserted that the dog most undoubtedly has all the qualities of a man possessed of good feeling, and adds that man has not the fine qualities of the dog. We make a virtue of that gratitude, which is nothing more than a duty incumbent upon us, while it is an inherent quality in the dog. Canis gratus est, et amicitiae memor. We repudiate ingratitude, and yet every one is more or less guilty of it. Indeed, where shall we find the man who is free from it? Take, however, the first dog you meet with, and the moment he has adopted you for his master, from that moment you are sure of his gratitude and affection. He will love you without calculating what he shall gain by it. His greatest pleasure will be to be near you, and should you be reduced to beg your bread, no poverty will induce him to abandon you. Your friends may, and probably will do so. The object of your love and attachment will not, perhaps, like to encounter poverty with you. Your wife, by some possibility, it is a rare case, however, if she has received kind treatment, may forget her vows, but your dog will never leave you. He will either die at your feet, or if he should survive you, will accompany you to the grave. An intelligent correspondent, to whom I am indebted for some sensible remarks on the faculties of dogs, has remarked that large-headed dogs are generally possessed of superior faculties to others. This fact favors the phrenological opinion that size of brain is evidence of superior power. He has a dog possessing a remarkably large head, and few dogs can match him in intelligence. He is a cross with a Newfoundland breed, and besides his cleverness in the field as a retriever, he shows his sagacity at home in the performance of several useful feats. One consists in carrying messages. If a neighbor is to be communicated with, the dog is always ready to be the bearer of a letter. He will take orders to the workmen who reside at a short distance from the house, and will scratch impatiently at their door when so employed, although at other times, desirous of sharing the warmth of their kitchen fire, he would wait patiently, and then, entering with a seriousness befitting the imagined importance of his mission, would carefully deliver the note, never returning without having discharged his trust. His usefulness in recovering articles accidentally lost has often been proved. As he is not always allowed to be present at dinner, he will bring a hat, book, or anything he can find, and hold it in his mouth as a sort of apology for his intrusion. He seems pleased at being allowed to lead his master's horse to the stable. Newfoundland dogs may readily be taught to rescue drowning persons. In France this forms a part of their education, and they are now kept in readiness on the banks of the Seine, where they form a sort of humane society corps. By throwing the stuffed figure of a man into a river, and requiring the dog to fetch it out, he is soon taught to do so when necessary, and thus he is able to rescue drowning persons. This hint might not be thrown away on our own excellent humane society. Many dogs are called of the Newfoundland breed who have but small relationship with that sensible animal. The St. John's and Labrador dogs are also very different from each other. The former is strong in his limbs, rough-haired, small in the head, and carries his tail very high. The other, by far the best for every kind of shooting, is often black than of another color, and scarcely bigger than a pointer. He is made rather long in the head and nose, pretty deep in the chest, very fine in the legs, has short or smooth hair, does not carry his tail so much curled as the other, and is extremely quick and active in running, swimming, or fighting. The St. John's breed of these dogs is chiefly used on their native coast by fishermen. Their sense of smelling is scarcely to be credited. Their discrimination of scent, in following a wounded pheasant through a whole covert full of game, appears almost impossible. The real Newfoundland dog may be broken into any kind of shooting, and without additional instruction is generally under such command that he may be safely kept in if required to be taken out with pointers. For finding wounded game of every description, there is not his equal in the canine race, and he is sine qua non in the general pursuit of wildfowl. These dogs should be treated gently, and much encouraged when required to do anything, as their faults are easily checked. If used roughly, they are apt to turn sulky. They will also recollect and avenge an injury. A traveller on horseback, in passing through a small village in Cumberland, observed a Newfoundland dog reposing by the side of the road, and from mere wantonness gave him a blow with his whip. The animal made a violent rush at and pursued him a considerable distance. Having to proceed through the same place the next journey, which was about 12 months afterwards, and while in the act of leading his horse, the dog, no doubt recollecting his former assailant, instantly seized him by the boot and bit his leg. Some persons, however, coming up, rescued him from further injury. A gamekeeper had a Newfoundland dog which he used as a retriever. Shooting in a wood one day, he killed a pheasant which fell at some distance, and he sent his dog for it. When half way to the bird, he suddenly returned, refusing to go beyond the place at which he had first stopped. This being an unusual circumstance, the man endeavoured more and more to enforce his command, which being unable to effect either by words or his whip, he at last, in a great passion, gave the dog a violent kick in the ribs, which laid it dead at his feet. He then proceeded to pick up the bird, and on returning from the spot, discovered a man concealed in the thicket. He immediately seized him, and upon examination several snares were found on his person. This may be a useful hint to those who are apt to take violent measures with their dogs. A gentleman who had a country house near London discovered on arriving at it one day that he had brought away a key which would be wanted by his family in town. Having an intelligent Newfoundland dog which had been accustomed to carry things, he sent him back with it. While passing with the key, the animal was attacked by a butcher's dog, against which he made no resistance, but got away from him. After safely delivering the key, he returned to rejoin his master, but stopped in the way at the butcher's shop, whose dog again sallied forth. The Newfoundland this time attacked him with a fury which nothing but revenge could have inspired, nor did he quit the aggressor till he had killed him. The following fact affords another proof of the extraordinary sagacity of these dogs. A Newfoundland dog of the true breed was brought from that country, and given to a gentleman who resided near Thames Street in London. As he had no means of keeping the animal, except in close confinement, he sent him to a friend in Scotland by a Berwick smack. When he arrived in Scotland, he took the first opportunity of escaping, and though he certainly had never before travelled 1 yard of the road, he found his way back to his former residence in Fish Street Hill, but in so exhausted a state that he could only express his joy at seeing his master, and then died. So wonderful is the sense of these dogs, that I have heard of 3 instances in which they have voluntarily guarded the bedchamber doors of their mistresses during the whole night, in the absence of their masters, although on no other occasion did they approach them. The Romans appear to have had a dog which seems to have been very similar in character to our Newfoundland. In the museum at Naples there is an antique bronze discovered amongst the ruins of Herculaneum, which represents two large dogs dragging from the sea some apparently drowned persons. The following interesting fact affords another instance of the sagacity and good feeling of the Newfoundland dog. In the year 1841, as a labourer named Rake, in the parish of Botley, near Southampton, was at work in a gravel pit, the top stratum gave way, and he was buried up to his neck by the great quantity of gravel which fell upon him. He was at the same time so much hurt, two of his ribs being broken, that he found it impossible to make any attempt to extricate himself from his perilous situation. Indeed, nothing could be more fearful than the prospect before him. No one was within hearing of his cries, nor was any one likely to come near the spot. He must almost inevitably have perished, had it not been for a Newfoundland dog belonging to his employer. This animal had been watching the man at his work for some days, as if he had been aware that his assistance would be required, for no particular attachment to each other had been exhibited on either side. As soon, however, as the accident occurred, the dog jumped into the pit, and commenced removing the gravel with his paws, and this he did in so vigorous and expeditious a manner, that the poor man was at length able to liberate himself, though with extreme difficulty. What an example of kindness, sensibility, and I may add reason, does this instance afford us! A gentleman in Ireland had a remarkably fine and intelligent Newfoundland dog named Boatswain, whose acts were the constant theme of admiration. On one occasion, an aged lady who resided in the house, and the mother-in-law of the owner of the dog, was indisposed and confined to her bed. The old lady was tired of chickens and other productions of the farmyard, and a consultation was held in her room as to what could be procured to please her fancy for dinner. Various things were mentioned and declined, in the midst of which Boatswain, who was greatly attached to the old lady, entered her room with a fine young rabbit in his mouth, which he laid at the foot of the bed, wagging his tail with great exultation. It is not meant to infer that the dog knew anything of the difficulty of finding a dinner to the lady's taste, but seeing her distressed in mind and body, it is not improbable that he had brought his offering in the hopes of pleasing her. On another occasion, his master found this dog early one summer's morning keeping watch over an unfortunate countryman, who was standing with his back to a wall in the rear of the premises, pale with terror. He was a simple, honest creature living in the neighbourhood. Having to attend some fair or market about 4 o'clock in the morning, he made a short cut through the grounds, which were under the protection of Boatswain, who drove the intruder to the wall, and kept him there, showing his teeth, and giving a growl whenever he offered to stir from the spot. In this way he was kept a prisoner till the owner of the faithful animal released him. There was a Newfoundland dog on board H.M.S. Bellona, which kept the deck during the battle of Copenhagen, running backward and forward with so brave an anger that he became a greater favourite with the men than ever. When the ship was paid off after the peace of Amiens, the sailors had a parting dinner on shore. Victor was placed in the chair, and fed with roast beef and plum pudding, and the bill was made out in Victor's name. This anecdote is taken from Southey's Omniana. I am indebted to a kind correspondent for the following anecdotes. A friend of mine, who in the time of the war commanded the Sea Fencibles in the neighbourhood of Southend, possessed in those days a magnificent Newfoundland dog named Venture. This noble creature my friend was accustomed to take with him in the pursuit of wild fowl. One cold evening, after having tolerable sport, the dog was suddenly missed. he had been last seen when in pursuit of a winged bird. As the ice was floating in the river, and the dog was true to his name, and would swim any distance for the recovery of wounded game, it was feared he must have fallen a victim to the hazards of the sport, and his owner returned home in consequence much dispirited. On his arrival at his house, what was his extreme surprise, on entering the drawing room, to find his wife accompanied by the dog, and a fine mallard lying on the table. The lady had, on her part, been overwhelmed with anxiety by the dog's having returned alone some time before, knowing the frequently perilous amusement in which her husband had embarked. The dog had straight on his return rushed to the drawing room where the lady sat, and had laid the wild duck at her feet, having brought it safely in his mouth several miles. A gentleman once sent a coat to the tailor to be mended. It was left upon a counter in the shop. His dog had accompanied the servant to the tailor's. The animal watched his opportunity, pulled the coat down from the counter, and brought it home in triumph to his master. There is a tendency in the pride of man to deny the power of reasoning in animals, while it is the belief of some that reason is often a more sure guide to the brute beast for the purposes designed by Providence than that of their detractors. The fact is, I think, few persons who reflect deny the power in a degree to the less gifted of nature's works. Certainly not some of the wisest of our race. Bishop Butler, in his Analogy, I think, assumes it, while the following beautiful inscription, designed for the epitaph of a favourite Newfoundland dog, was penned by no less a person than the late wise and venerable Earl of Eldon. From it his views on this subject may, I fancy, be easily discerned. They are published in the Life of him, written by Horace Twiss. You who wander hither, pass not unheeded the spot where poor Caesar is deposited. To his rank among created beings the power of reasoning is denied. Caesar manifested joy, for days before his master arrived at Encombe. Caesar manifested grief, for days before his master left it. What name shall be given to that faculty which thus made expectation a source of joy, which thus made expectation a source of grief? End of Section 9. Recording by M.J. Frank, Portland, Oregon.
Section 10 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Chapter 10. Part 1. The Collie, or Shepherd's Dog. My dog, the trustiest of his kind, with gratitude inflames my mind. I mark his true, his faithful way, and in my service copy tray. Gay. Who that has seen has not been delighted with a charming picture by Mr. Landseer of the shepherd's dog resting his head on the coffin which contained the body of his dead master? Grief, fidelity, and affection are so strongly portrayed in the countenance of the poor dog that they cannot be mistaken. We may fancy him to have been the constant companion of the old shepherd through many a dreary day of rain and frost and snow on the neighboring hills, gathering the scattered flock with persevering industry, and receiving the reward of his exertions in the approbation of his master. On returning to the humble cottage at night, he partakes of the shepherd's scanty fare, and then, coiled up before the flickering light of a few collected sticks, cold and shivering with wet, he wakes to greet his master at the first glimmering of morn, and is ready to renew his toils. Poor dog! What a lesson do you afford to those who are incapable of your gratitude, fidelity, and affection! And what justice has the charming artist done to these noble qualities! I trust he will receive this fanciful description of his dog as a little tribute paid to his talents as well as to his good feeling. The late Mr. Satterthwaite, grandfather of Thomas Rogerson, Esquire, of Liverpool and Ballymilligan, Isle of Man, who died some years ago at Colthouse, near Hawkshead, soon after his marriage, resided near the Low Wood Inn, on the borders of Windermere Lake. He left home early one morning, accompanied by his shepherd's dog, to look after some sheep on the mountains near Rydal, about 4 miles distant, and discovering two at the bottom of a precipice between two rocks, he descended, with the view of extricating them. But when he got to the bottom, he could neither assist them nor get up himself, and there he was confined until midnight. The faithful dog remained at the top of the precipice, watching his master, but at nightfall he proceeded home, scratched at the door, and was let in by his mistress, who expressed her surprise at the barking of the dog and non-arrival of her husband. She had no sooner sat down than the dog ran barking towards her, and then went to the door. But as she did not follow, the dog ran to her again, seized her apron, and endeavored to pull her to the door, which circumstance caused her to suppose some accident had befallen her husband. She immediately called up the servant man, and told him she was sure, from the strange conduct of the dog, that something must have happened to his master. She told the man to take a lantern and some ropes, follow the dog, taking care to get assistance at Ambleside, which he did. No sooner had the man opened the door than the dog bounded out, leaped up at him, barked, and then ran forward, but quickly returned, leaped up again, barked, and then ran forward, as if to hasten the man's speed. The faithful dog led the man and his companions to the prison of his master. The ropes were instantly lowered, and Mr. Satterthwaite was providentially released from his perilous situation. The sheep also were recovered. How well do I recollect the Ettrick shepherd descanting on the sagacity and perseverance of his favourite sheep-dog. His name was Sirrah, and he told me the following extraordinary anecdote of him, which I give in his own words. About 700 lambs, which were once under my care at weaning time, broke up at midnight, and scampered off in 3 divisions across the hills, in spite of all that I and an assistant lad could do to keep them together. "Sirrah, my man," said I in great affliction, "they are away." The night was so dark that I could not see Sirrah, but the faithful animal heard my words such as of all others were sure to set him most on the alert, and without much ado he silently set off in search of the recreant flock. Meanwhile I and my companion did not fail to do all in our power to recover our lost charge. We spent the whole night in scouring the hills for miles around, but of neither the lambs nor Sirrah could we obtain the slightest trace. It was the most extraordinary circumstance that had occurred in my pastoral life. We had nothing for it, day having dawned, but to return to our master and inform him that we had lost his whole flock of lambs, and knew not what had become of them. On our way home, however, we discovered a body of lambs at the bottom of a deep ravine called the Flesh Crech, and the indefatigable Sirrah standing in front of them, looking all around for some relief, but still standing true to his charge. The sun was then up, and when we first came in view of them, we concluded that it was one of the divisions which Sirrah had been unable to manage until he came to that commanding situation. But what was our astonishment when we discovered by degrees that not one lamb of the whole flock was wanting. How he had got all the divisions collected in the dark is beyond my comprehension. The charge was left entirely to himself from midnight until the rising of the sun, and if all the shepherds in the forest had been there to have assisted him, they could not have effected it with greater propriety. All that I can farther say is that I have never felt so grateful to any creature below the sun as I did to my honest Sirrah that morning. "I once sent you," says Mr. Hogg some years later in a letter to the editor of Blackwood Edinburgh Magazine, "an account of a notable dog of my own named Sirrah. which amused a number of your readers a great deal, and put their faith in my veracity somewhat to the test. But in this district, where the singular qualities of the animal were known, so far from any of the anecdotes being disputed, every shepherd values himself to this day on the possession of facts far outstripping any of those recorded by you formerly. With a few of these I shall conclude this paper. But in the first place I must give you some account of my own renowned Hector, which I promised long ago. He was the son and immediate successor of the faithful old Sirrah, and though not nearly so valuable a dog as his father, he was a far more interesting one. He had 3 times more humor and whim about him, and though exceedingly docile, his bravest acts were mostly tinctured with a grain of stupidity, which showed his reasoning faculty to be laughingly obtuse. I shall mention a striking instance of it. I was once at the farm of Shorthope on Ettrick Head, receiving some lambs that I had bought, and was going to take to market with some more the next day. Owing to some accidental delay, I did not get final delivery of the lambs till it was growing late, and being obliged to be at my own house that night, I was not a little dismayed lest I should scatter and lose my lambs if darkness overtook me. Darkness did overtake me by the time I got halfway, and no ordinary darkness for an August evening. The lambs, having been weaned that day, and of the wild black-faced breed, became exceedingly unruly, and for a good while I lost hopes of mastering them. Hector managed the point, and we got them safe home, but both he and his master were alike sore for foughten. It had become so dark that we were obliged to fold them with candles, and after closing them safely up, I went home with my father and the rest to supper. When Hector's supper was set down, behold, he was a-wanting, and as I knew we had him at the fold, which was within call of the house, I went out and called and whistled on him for a good while, but he did not make his appearance. I was distressed about this, for having to take away the lambs next morning, I knew I could not drive them a mile without my dog, if it had been to save the whole drove. The next morning, as soon as it was day, I arose and inquired if Hector had come home. No, he had not been seen. I knew not what to do, but my father proposed that he would take out the lambs and herd them, and let them get some meat to fit them for the road, and that I should ride with all speed to Shorthope to see if my dog had gone back there. Accordingly we went together to the fold to turn out the lambs, and there was poor Hector sitting trembling in the very middle of the fold door, and on the inside of the flake that closed it, with his eyes still steadfastly fixed on the lambs. He had been so hardly set with them after it grew dark that he durst not for his life leave them, although hungry, fatigued, and cold, for the night had turned out a deluge of rain. He had never so much as lain down, for only the small spot that he sat on was dry, and there had he kept watch the whole night. Almost any other collie would have discerned that the lambs were safe enough in the fold, but honest Hector had not been able to see through this. He even refused to take my word for it, for he would not quit his watch, though he heard me calling both at night and morning. Another peculiarity of his was that he had a mortal antipathy to the family mouser, which was ingrained in his nature from his very puppyhood, yet so perfectly absurd was he that no impertinence on her side and no baiting on could ever induce him to lay his mouth on her or injure her in the slightest degree. There was not a day, and scarcely an hour passed over, that the family did not get some amusement with these 2 animals. Whenever he was within doors, his whole occupation was watching and pointing the cat from morning to night. When she flitted from one place to another, so did he in a moment, and then squatting down, he kept his point sedulously, till he was either called off or fell asleep. He was an exceedingly poor eater of meat, always had to be pressed to it, and often would not take it till we brought in the cat. The malicious looks that he cast at her from under his eyebrows on such occasions were exceedingly ludicrous, considering his utter disinclination to injure her. Whenever he saw her, he drew near his bicker and looked angry, but still he would not taste till she was brought to it. Then he cocked his tail, set up his burses, and began lapping furiously, as if in utter desperation. His good nature, however, was so immovable that he would never refuse her a share of what was placed before him. He even lapped close to the one side of the dish, and left her room. But mercy, how he did ply! It will appear strange to you to hear a dog's reasoning faculty mentioned as I have done. But I declare I have hardly ever seen a shepherd's dog do anything without believing that I perceived his reasons for it. I have often amused myself in calculating what his motives were for such and such things, and I generally found them very cogent ones. But Hector had a droll stupidity about him, and took up forms and rules of his own, for which I could never perceive any motive that was not even farther out of the way than the action itself. He had one uniform practice, and a very bad one it was, during the time of family worship, and just 3 or 4 seconds before the conclusion of the prayer he started to his feet and ran barking round the apartment like a crazed beast. My father was so much amused with this that he would never suffer me to correct him for it, and I scarcely ever saw the old man rise from the prayer without his endeavoring to suppress a smile at the extravagance of Hector. None of us could ever figure out how he knew that the prayer was near done, for my father was not formal in his prayers, but certes he did know, and of that we had nightly evidence. There never was anything for which I was so puzzled to discover a motive as this. But from accident I did discover it, and however ludicrous it may appear, I am certain I was correct. It was much in character with many of Hector's feats, and rather, I think, the most outré of any principle he ever acted on. As I said, his great daily occupation was pointing the cat. Now, when he saw us kneel around in a circle, with our faces couched on our paws, in the same posture with himself, it struck his absurd head that we were all engaged in pointing the cat. He lay on tenters all the while, but the acuteness of his ear enabling him through time to ascertain the very moment when we would all spring to our feet, he thought to himself, "I shall be first after all for you all." He inherited his dad's unfortunate ear for music, not perhaps in so extravagant a degree, but he ever took care to exhibit it on the most untimely and ill-judged occasions. Owing to some misunderstanding between the minister of the parish and the session clerk, the precenting in church devolved on my father, who was the senior elder. Now my father could have sung several of the old church tunes middling well in his own family circle, but it so happened that when mounted in the desk he never could command the starting notes of any but one, St. Paul's, which were always in undue readiness at the root of his tongue, to the exclusion of every other semibreve in the whole range of sacred melody. The minister gave out psalms 4 times in the course of every day's service. Consequently, the congregation were treated with St. Paul's in the morning at great length, twice in the course of the service, and then once again at the close, nothing but St. Paul's. And it being itself a monotonous tune, nothing could exceed the monotony that prevailed in the primitive church of Ettrick. Out of pure sympathy for my father alone, I was compelled to take the precentorship in hand, and having plenty of tunes, for a good while I came on as well as could be expected, as men say of their wives. But unfortunately for me, Hector found out that I attended church every Sunday, and though I had him always closed up carefully at home, he rarely failed in making his appearance in church at some time of the day. Whenever I saw him, a tremor came over my spirits, for I well knew what the issue would be. The moment that he heard my voice strike up the psalm with might and majesty, then did he fall in with such overpowering vehemence that he and I seldom got any to join in the music but our 2 selves. The shepherds hid their heads and laid them down on the backs of their seats rowed in their plaids, and the lasses looked down to the ground and laughed till their faces grew red. I despised to stick the tune, and therefore was obliged to carry on, in spite of the obstreperous accompaniment, but I was time after time so completely put out of all countenance with the brute, that I was obliged to give up my office in disgust, and leave the parish once more to their old friend St. Paul. Hector was quite incapable of performing the same feats among sheep that his father did, but as far as his judgment served him, he was a docile and obliging creature. He had one singular quality of keeping true to the charge to which he was set. If we had been shearing or sorting sheep in any way, when a division was turned out and Hector got the word to attend to them, he would have done it pleasantly for a whole day without the least symptom of weariness. No noise or hurry about the fold, which brings every other dog from his business, had the least effect on Hector, save that it made him a little troublesome on his own charge, and set him a running round and round them, turning them in at corners from a sort of impatience to be employed as well as his baying neighbors at the fold. Whenever old Sirrah found himself hard set in commanding wild sheep on steep ground, where they are worst to manage, he never failed, without any hint to the purpose, to throw himself wide in below them, and lay their faces to the hill, by which means he got the command of them in a minute. I could never make Hector comprehend this advantage with all my art, although his father found it entirely of himself. The former would turn or wear sheep no other way but on the hill above them, and though very good at it, he gave both them and himself double the trouble and fatigue. It cannot be supposed that he could understand all that was passing in the little family circle, but he certainly comprehended a good part of it. In particular, it was very easy to discover that he rarely missed aught that was said about himself, the sheep, the cat, or of a hunt. When aught of that nature came to be discussed, Hector's attention and impatience soon became manifest. There was one winter evening I said to my mother that I was going to Bowerhope for a fortnight. For that I had more conveniency for writing with Alexander Laidlaw than at home, and I added, but I will not take Hector with me, for he is constantly quarrelling with the rest of the dogs, singing music, or breeding some uproar. Na, quoth she, leave Hector with me. I like best to have him at hame, poor fellow. These were all the words that passed. The next morning the waters were in a great flood, and I did not go away till after breakfast. But when the time came for tying up Hector, he was a-wanting. The deil's in that beast, said I. I will wager that he heard what we were saying yesternight, and has gone off for Bowerhope as soon as the door was opened this morning. If that should really be the case, I think the beast no canny, said my mother. The Yarrow was so large as to be quite impassable, so that I had to walk up by St. Mary's Loch, and go across by the boat, and on drawing near to Bowerhope, I soon perceived that matters had gone precisely as I suspected. Large as the Yarrow was, and it appeared impassable by any living creature, Hector had made his escape early in the morning, had swam the river, and was sitting like a druket hen on a knoll at the east end of the house, awaiting my arrival with great impatience. I had a great attachment to this animal, who, to a good deal of absurdity, joined all the amiable qualities of his species. He was rather of a small size, very rough and shagged, and not far from the color of a fox. His son Lion was the very picture of his dad, and had a good deal more sagacity, but also more selfishness. A history of the one, however, would only be an epitome of that of the other. Mr. William Nicholson took a fine likeness of this latter one, which he still possesses. He could not get him to sit for his picture in such a position as he wanted, till he exhibited a singularly fine portrait of a small dog on the opposite side of the room. Lion took it for a real animal, and disliking its fierce and important look exceedingly, he immediately set up his ears and his shaggy birses, and fixing a stern eye on the picture in manifest wrath, he would then sit for a whole day and point at it without budging or altering his position. It is a curious fact in the history of these animals that the most useless of the breed have often the greatest degree of sagacity in trifling and useless matters. An exceedingly good sheep-dog attends to nothing else but that particular branch of business to which he is bred. His whole capacity is exerted and exhausted on it, and he is of little avail in miscellaneous matters, whereas a very indifferent cur, bred about the house and accustomed to assist in everything, will often put the more noble breed to disgrace in those paltry services. If one calls out, for instance, that the cows are in the corn, or the hens in the garden, the house cully needs no other hint, but runs and turns them out. The shepherd's dog knows not what is astir, and if he is called out in a hurry for such work, all that he will do is to break to the hill and rear himself up on end to see if no sheep are running away. A bred sheep dog, if coming hungry from the hills and getting into a milk house, would most likely think of nothing else than filling his belly with the cream. Not so his uninitiated brother. He is bred at home to far higher principles of honor. I have known such to lie night and day among from 10 to 20 pails full of milk, and never once break the cream of one of them with the tip of his tongue, nor would he suffer cat, rat, or any other creature to touch it. This latter sort, too, are far more acute at taking up what is said in a family. The anecdotes of these animals are all so much alike, that were I but to relate the 1000th part of those I have heard, they would often look very much like repetitions. I shall therefore in this paper only mention one or two of the most singular which I know to be well authenticated. There was a shepherd lad near Langholm, whose name was Scott, who possessed a bitch famed all over the west border for her singular tractability. He could have sent her home with 1 sheep, 2 sheep, or any given number from any of the neighboring farms, and in the lambing season it was his uniform practice to send her home with the kebbed ewes just as he got them. I must let the town reader understand this. A kebbed ewe is one whose lamb dies. As soon as such is found, she is immediately brought home by the shepherd, and another lamb put to her. And Scott, on going his rounds on the hill, whenever he found a kebbed ewe, immediately he gave her in charge to his bitch to take home, which saved him from coming back that way again, and going over the same ground he had visited before. She always took them carefully home, and put them into a fold which was close by the house, keeping watch over them till she was seen by some one of the family, upon which she instantly decamped and hastened back to her master, who sometimes sent her 3 times home in one morning with different charges. It was the custom of the farmer to watch her and take the sheep in charge from her, but this required a good deal of caution, for as soon as she perceived that she was seen, whether the sheep were put into the fold or not, she concluded her charge was at an end, and no flattery could induce her to stay and assist in folding them. There was a display of accuracy and attention in this that I cannot say I have ever seen equalled. The late Mr. Steele Flesher in Peebles had a bitch that was fully equal to the one mentioned above, and that too in the very same qualification. Her feats in taking sheep from the neighboring farms into the flesh market at Peebles form innumerable anecdotes in that vicinity, but there is one related of her that manifests so much sagacity with natural affection that I do not think the history of the animal creation furnishes such another. Mr. Steele had such implicit dependence on the attention of this animal to his orders, that whenever he put a lot of sheep before her, he took a pride in leaving them to herself, and either remained to take a glass with the farmer of whom he had made the purchase, or took another road to look after bargains or other business. But one time he chanced to commit a drove to her charge at a place called Willensley, without attending to her condition as he ought to have done. This farm is 5 miles from Peebles, over wild hills, and there is no regularly defined path to it. Whether Mr. Steele remained behind or chose another road, I know not, but on coming home late in the evening, he was astonished at hearing that his faithful animal had not made her appearance with the flock. He and his son or servant instantly prepared to set out by different paths in search of her, but on their going out to the street, there she was, coming with the drove, no one missing, and, marvelous to relate, she was carrying a young pup in her mouth. She had been taken in travail on those hills, and how the poor beast had contrived to manage the drove in her state of suffering is beyond human calculation, for her road lay through sheep the whole way. Her master's heart smote him when he saw what she had suffered and effected. But she was nothing daunted, and having deposited her young one in a place of safety, she again set out full speed to the hills, and brought another and another, till she removed her whole litter one by one, but the last one was dead. The stories related of the dogs of sheep stealers are fairly beyond all credibility. I cannot attach credit to some of them without believing the animals to have been devils incarnate, come to the earth for the destruction both of the souls and bodies of men. I cannot mention names for the sake of families that still remain in the country, but there have been sundry men executed who belonged to this district of the kingdom for that heinous crime in my own days, and others have absconded just in time to save their necks. There was not one of these to whom I allude who did not acknowledge his dog to be the greatest aggressor. One young man in particular, who was, I believe, overtaken by justice for his first offense, stated that after he had folded the sheep by moonlight, and selected his number from the flock of a former master, he took them out and set away with them toward Edinburgh. But before he got them quite off the farm, his conscience smote him, as he said, but more likely a dread of that which soon followed, and he quitted the sheep, letting them go again to the hill. He called his dog off them, and mounting his pony, he rode away. At that time he said his dog was capering and playing around him, as if glad of having got free of a troublesome business, and he regarded him no more, till, after having rode about 3 miles, he thought again and again that he heard something coming up behind him. Halting at length to ascertain what it was, in a few minutes there comes his dog with the stolen animals, driving them at a furious rate to keep up with his master. The sheep were all smoking and hanging out their tongues, and their guide was fully as warm as they. The young man was now exceedingly troubled, for the sheep having been brought so far from home, he dreaded there would be a pursuit, and he could not get them home again before day. Resolving at all events to keep his hands clear of them, he corrected his dog in great wrath, left the sheep once more, and taking Collie with him, rode off a second time. He had not ridden above a mile till he perceived that his assistant had again given him the slip, and suspecting for what purpose, he was terribly alarmed as well as chagrined, for daylight now approached, and he durst not make a noise calling on his dog for fear of alarming the neighborhood in a place where they were both well known. He resolved therefore to abandon the animal to himself, and take a road across the country which he was sure the other did not know and could not follow. He took that road, but being on horseback, he could not get across the enclosed fields. He at length came to a gate which he shut behind him, and went about half a mile farther by a zigzag course to a farmhouse where both his sister and sweetheart lived, and at that place he remained until after breakfast time. The people of this house were all examined on the trial, and no one had either seen the sheep or heard them mentioned, save one man, who came up to the aggressor as he was standing at the stable door, and told him that his dog had the sheep safe enough down at the Crooked yet, and he needed not hurry himself. He answered that the sheep were not his, they were young Mr. Thompson's, who had left them to his charge, and he was in search of a man to drive them, which made him come off his road. After this discovery, it was impossible for the poor fellow to get quit of them, so he went down and took possession of the stolen drove once more, carried them on, and disposed of them, and finally the transaction cost him his life. The dog, for the last 4 or 5 miles that he had brought the sheep, could have no other guide to the road his master had gone but the smell of his pony's feet. I appeal to every unprejudiced person if this was not as like one of the devil's tricks as an honest collie's. It is also well known that there was a notorious sheep stealer in the county of Mid Lothian, who, had it not been for the skins and the heads, would never have been condemned, as he could with the greatest ease have proved an alibi every time suspicions were entertained against him. He always went by one road, calling on his acquaintances, and taking care to appear to everybody by whom he was known, while his dog went by another with the stolen sheep. And then, on the 2 felons meeting again, they had nothing more to do than turn the sheep into an associate's enclosure, in whose house The dog was well fed and entertained, and would have soon taken all the fat sheep on the Lothian edges to that house. This was likewise a female, a jet black one, with a deep coat of soft hair, but smooth headed and very strong and handsome in her make. On the disappearance of her master, she lay about the hills and places where he had frequented, but she never attempted to steal a drove by herself, nor the smallest thing for her own hand. She was kept some time by a relation of her master's, but never acted heartily in his service, soon came privately to an untimely end. Of this there is little doubt, although some spread the report that one evening, after uttering 2 or 3 loud howls, she instantly vanished. From such dogs as these, good Lord deliver us. The following is perhaps a still more extraordinary anecdote of the fidelity shown by a sheep dog to its charge. It was communicated by Robert Murray, shepherd, to Mr. Samuel Richmond, Path of Cowdie, near Dunning, in Perthshire. Murray had purchased for his master 80 of sheep at the Falkirk tryst, but having occasion to stop another day, and confident in the faithfulness and sagacity of his collie, which was a female, he committed the drove to her care, with orders to drive them home, a distance of about 17 miles. The poor animal, when a few miles on the road, dropped 2 whelps, but faithful to her charge, she drove the sheep on a mile or 2 further, then allowing them to stop, returned for her pups, which she carried for about 2 miles in advance of the sheep. Leaving her pups, the collie again returned for the sheep, and drove them onwards a few miles. This she continued to do, alternately carrying her own young ones and taking charge of the flock, until she reached home. The manner of her acting on this occasion was afterwards gathered by the shepherd from various individuals who had observed these extraordinary proceedings of the dumb animal on the road. However, when the collie reached her home and delivered her charge, it was found that the 2 pups were dead. In this extremity the instinct of the poor brute was, if possible, still more remarkable. She went to a rabbit brae in the vicinity, and dug out of the earth 2 young rabbits, which she deposited on some straw in a barn, and continued to suckle for some time, until one of the farm servants unluckily let down a full sack upon them and smothered them. Chapter 10.
Section 11 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Chapter 3. The Collie or Shepherd's Dog. Part 2. The following anecdote is related by Captain Brown. A shepherd had driven a part of his flock to a neighboring farm, leaving his dog to watch the remainder during the day and the next night, expecting to revisit them the following morning. Unfortunately, however, when at the fair, the shepherd forgot both his dog and his sheep, and did not return home till the morning of the 3rd day. His first inquiry was, whether his dog had been seen. The answer was no. "Then he must be dead," replied the shepherd in a tone of anguish, "for I know he is too faithful to desert his charge." He instantly repaired to the heath. The dog had sufficient strength remaining to crawl to his master's feet, and express his joy at his return, and almost immediately after expired. Mr. Blaine relates the following circumstance. I remember watching a shepherd boy in Scotland, who was sitting on the bank of a wide but shallow stream. A sheep, who had strayed to a considerable distance on the other shore of the water, the boy, calling to his dog, ordered him to fetch that sheep back, but to do it gently, for she was heavy and lame. I do not affect to say that the dog understood the reason for which he was commanded to perform this office in a more gentle manner than usual, but that he did understand he was to do it gently was very evident, for he immediately marched away through the water, came gently up to the side of the sheep, turned her towards the rest, and then they both walked quietly side by side to the flock. I was scarcely ever more pleased at a trifling incident in the rural scenery than this. The sense and recollection of the sheep dog were shown in the following instance. When I occupied a small farm in Surrey, I was in the habit of joining with a friend in the purchase of 200 Cheviot sheep. The first year we had them, the shepherd who drove them from the north was asked by us how he got on. "Why, very badly," said the man, "for I had a young dog, and he did not manage well in keeping the sheep from running up lanes and out of the way places." The next year we had the same number of sheep brought up, and by the same man. In answer to our question about his journey, he informed us that he got on very well, for his dog had recollected all the turnings of the road which the sheep had passed the previous year, and had kept them straight the whole of the way. It has always appeared to me that the patriarchal flocks, the shepherds and their dogs, are seen to more advantage on the wild hills of Cumberland and Westmoreland than in any other situation. When I have wandered along the sides of some of the beautiful lakes of those countries, and have witnessed the effects of light and shade at different times of day on the water in the distant hills and valleys, and seen the numerous sheep scattered over the latter, how delightful has been the prospect! During the early morning the bright beams of the sun did not produce too much glare and heat, but served to give a charming glitter to the dewdrops as they besparkled the grass and flowers. The tracks of the sheep might be seen by the disappearance of the gentle dew from their path as they proceeded to their pasture, driven by the watchful collie. This was a scene of cheerfulness which every lover of nature would admire. In the evening the calmness of the lake was delightful. The light hovered over it, and the reflection of the trees in the transparent water beautified the scene. The beams of the setting sun glowed over the valleys, and then illumined the tops of the hills, then gradually disappeared, but the great tints of evening still had their beauty, and a diversity of them was preserved long after the greater effects of the setting sun had vanished. Deep shade was contrasted with former splendor, till at last the lovely moon appeared in modest light, and formed a streak across the lake, which was occasionally broken as a ripple, raised by a breeze of the gentlest kind, passed over it. While the sun still gleamed on the mountain side, the shepherd might be observed resting at its foot, while his patient dog ranged about collecting the flock, and bringing them towards his master. Dear lovely lake, never shall I forget your beauteous scenery. Seated in the cool of the evening under one of the noble trees on your shore, the only sounds I heard were the soft ripple of the water, and the late warbling of the redbreast. Yes, I forget the humming beetle as it rapidly passed, and the owl calling to its mate in the distant wood. How peaceful were my feelings! Happy the man whose tranquil mind Sees nature in her changes kind, And pleased the whole surveys. For him the morn benignly smiles, And evening shades rewards the toils That measure out his days. The varying year may shift the scene, The sounding tempest lashed amain, And heaven's own thunder roll. Calmly he views the bursting storm, Tempests nor thunders can deform The quiet of his soul. C.B. Nor is the scenery from the lakes the only thing to be admired in this delightful country. Lanes may be traversed sheltered by the oak, the ash, and the hazel, and only those who have seen the Cumberland hazels can form an idea of the beauty of their silvery bark and luxuriant growth. From these lanes there are occasional openings through which a placid lake or a distant range of hills may be seen. And what picturesque and rugged hills they are! Huge projecting rocks and verdant lawns, and deep channels of rugged stone, over which a foaming torrent forces its way in the rainy season, and is succeeded in dry weather by a sparkling rivulet, which trickles down to swell the little brooklet at the foot of the hill, as it winds its way to the neighbouring lake. These may be seen in the patches of heather, and the patient collie watching for a signal to collect the scattered flock, dotted, as it appears to be, over the almost inaccessible heights. At some distance it is difficult to see the sheep, at least by a stranger, partly on account of the dark colour of their fleeces, for they have not the whiteness of our flocks in the Midland Downs, and partly from the shadow on the hills, separated as they are from each other. As the evening closes, the sagacious dog receives a hint from its master, and the sheep are quickly collected from places to which the shepherd could with difficulty make his way. Snow and frost are no check to the labours of the collie dog. His exertions are indefatigable, and the only reward he appears to expect is the approbation of his master. The following amusing anecdote of a sort of a sheep dog was communicated to me by the owner. The dog's name was Hero. His habits were odd enough, and he gave many instances of his sagacity. The following was one of them. Hero was in the constant habit of accompanying the farm horses in their daily labour, pacing the ploughed fields regularly aside the team, and returning with them to and from his meals, always taking care to scamper home at a certain hour for a more dainty portion when his mistress dined. During one of these hasty visits he met a young woman, whom he had never seen before, wearing his mistress's cloak. After looking at her with a scrutinizing eye, he turned around and followed her closely, to her great dismay, to a neighbouring village 4 miles off, where the brother of his mistress lived, and into whose house the woman entered. Probably concluding from this circumstance that she was a privileged person, he returned quietly back again. Had she passed the house, the dog would most probably have seized the cloak, in order to restore it to his mistress. I trust my readers will begin to feel some interest in this sagacious and useful animal, and I will add one or two more well authenticated anecdotes of him. Captain Brown says that his friend, Mr. Peter MacArthur, related to him the following anecdote of a shepherd's dog, which belonged to his grandfather, who at that time resided in the island of Mull. Upon one occasion a cow had been missed for some days, and no trace of it could be found, and a shepherd's dog, called Drummer, was also absent. On the second or third day the dog returned, and taking Mr. MacArthur's father by the coat, pulled him towards the door, but he did not follow it. He then went to his grandfather, and pulled him in the same way by the coat, but without being attended to. He next went to one of the men servants, and tugged at him also by the coat. Conceiving at last that there was something peculiar which the dog wanted, they agreed to follow him. This seemed to give him great pleasure, and he ran barking and frisking before them, till he led them to a cowshed in the middle of a field. There they found the cow fixed by the horns to a beam, from which they immediately extricated her, and conducted her home much exhausted for want of food. It is obvious that but for the sagacity of this faithful animal she certainly would have died. Mr. John Cobb, farmer at Tillieburney of Lethnot, near Brechin, during a severe snowstorm in the year 1798, had gone with his dog, called Caesar, to a spot on the small stream of Parfrey, a tributary of the North Esk, where his sheep on such occasions used to take shelter beneath some lofty and precipitous rocks called Ugly Face, which overhung the stream. While employed in driving them out, an immense avalanche fell from these rocks, and completely buried him and his dog. He found all his endeavours to extricate himself from this fearful situation in vain, and at last, worn out, fell asleep. However, his dog had contrived to work his way out, and returned home next day about noon. The dog, by whining and looking in the faces of the family, and afterwards running to the door, showed them that he wished them to follow him. They accordingly did so, accompanied by a number of men provided with spades. He led them to the spot where his master was, and after scraping away snow which had fallen from the time he had quitted the spot, he quickly disappeared in the hole by which he had effected his escape. They began to dig, and by nightfall they found Mr. Cobb, quite benumbed, standing in an upright posture, but as life was not quite extinguished, he was rolled in warm blankets, and soon recovered. As well as may be conceived, he felt the greatest regard for his preserver, and treated him ever afterwards with much tenderness. The collie lived to a great age, and when he died his master said it gave him as much pain as the death of a child, and he would have buried him in a coffin, had he not thought that his neighbours would turn it into ridicule. A gentleman of my acquaintance had a sheep dog, which was generally kept in a yard by the side of his house in the country. One day a beggar made his way into the yard, armed with a stout stick, with which he defended himself from the attacks of the dog, who barked at and attempted to bite him. On the appearance of a servant the dog ceased barking, and watching his opportunity, he got behind the beggar, snatched the stick from his hand, and carried it into the road, where he left it. A shepherd named Clark, travelling home to Huntlaw, parish of Minto, near Jedburgh, with some sheep, had occasion to pass through a small village, where he went into a public house to take a dram with some old cronies whom he had met on the road, leaving the sheep in charge of the dog. His friends and he had indulged in a crack for several hours, till he entirely forgot his drove. In the meantime the dog had wearied, and determined to take the sheep home himself, a distance of about 10 miles. The shepherd, on coming to the spot where he had left the animals, found they were gone; but knowing well that he might depend on the fidelity of his dog, he followed straightway to Huntlaw. On coming to a gateway which had interrupted their progress, he perceived the dog and sheep quietly reposing, and had it not been for that bar to their course he would have taken them home. 2 miles of their way was by a made road, and the rest through an open moor. One of the most interesting anecdotes I have known, says Sir Patrick Walker, who related this anecdote to Captain Brown, and the one which follows, relates to a sheep dog. The names of the parties have escaped me just now, but I recollect perfectly that it came from an authentic source. The circumstances were these. A gentleman sold a considerable flock of sheep to a dealer, which the latter had not hands to drive. The seller, however, told him he had a very intelligent dog, which he would send to assist him to a place about 30 miles off, and that when he reached the end of this journey, he had only to feed the dog and desire him to go home. The dog accordingly received his orders, and set off with the flock and the drover, but he was absent for so many days that his master began to have serious alarms about him, when one morning, to his great surprise, he found the dog returned with a very large flock of sheep, including the whole that he had lately sold. The fact turned out to be that the drover was so pleased with the collie that he resolved to steal him, and locked him up until the time when he was to leave the country. The dog grew sulky and made various attempts to escape, and one evening he fortunately succeeded. Whether the brute had discovered the drover's intention, and supposed the sheep were also stolen, it is difficult to say, but by his conduct it looked so, for he immediately went to the field, collected the sheep, and drove them all the way back to his master. A few years ago, upon a shooting party in the Braes of Rannoch, the dogs were so worn out as to be unfit for travel. Our guide said he knew the shepherd who had a dog that might perhaps help us. He called, and the young man came with his little black collie, to which, as soon as he had conversed with the guide, he said something in Erse. The dog set off in a sneaking sort of manner up the hill, and when he showed any degree of keenness, we hastened to follow, lest it should set up the birds. But the lad advised us to be canny, as it was time enough when Lud came back to tell. In a short space Lud made his appearance on a knoll, and sat down, and the shepherd said we might go up now, for Lud had found the birds. The dog waited till we were ready, and trotted on at his master's command, who soon cautioned us to be on the alert, for Lud signified we were in the midst of the covey. We immediately found this to be the case, and in the course of the day the same thing occurred frequently. The following anecdote will serve to show the strong affection of the sheep dog. I will give it in the words of a gentleman who witnessed the fact in the north of England. The following instance of canine affection came under my observation at a farmsteading, where I happened to be. A collie belonging to the shepherd on the farm appeared very restless and agitated. She frequently sent forth short howls, and moaned as if in great agony. "What on earth is the matter with the dog?" I asked. "You see, sir," said the shepherd, "I drowned all her whelps in the pond to day, and she's busy greeting for them." Of course I had no objection to offer to this explanation, but resolved to watch her future operations. She was not long in setting off to the pond and fishing out her offspring. One strong brindled pup she seemed to lament over the most. After looking at it for some time, she again set off at a quick rate to a new house, then in the course of erection, and scooped out a deep hole among the rubbish. She then went one by one, deposited the remains of her young in it, and covered them up most carefully. After she had fulfilled the task, she resumed her labours among her woolly charge as usual. In the winter of the year 1795, as Mr. Bulstead's son, of Great Salkeld in Cumberland, was attending the sheep of his father upon Great Salkeld Common, he had the misfortune to fall and break his leg. He was then at the distance of 3 miles from home. There was no chance of any persons coming to so unfrequented a place within call, and evening was fast approaching. In his dreadful dilemma, suffering extreme pain from the fracture, and laying upon the damp ground at so dreary a season of the year, his fearful situation suggested him the following expedient. Folding one of his gloves in his pocket handkerchief, he fastened it around the neck of the dog, and rather emphatically ordered him home. These dogs, trained so admirably to orders and signals during their attendance upon the flock, are well known to be under the most minute subjection, and to execute the commands of their masters with an alacrity scarcely to be conceived. Perfectly convinced of some inexplicable disquietude from the situation in which his master lay, he set off at a pace which soon brought him to the house, where he scratched with great violence at the door for immediate admittance. This obtained, the parents were in the utmost alarm and consternation at his appearance, especially when they had examined the handkerchief and its contents. Instantly concluding that some accident had befallen their son, they did not delay a moment to go in search of him. The dog, apparently conscious that the principal part of his duty was yet to be performed, anxiously led the way, and conducted the agitated parents to the spot where their son lay, overwhelmed in pain, increased by the awful uncertainty of his situation. Happily he was removed just at the close of day, and the necessary assistance being procured, he soon recovered. He was never more pleasingly engaged than when reciting the sagacity and affection of his faithful follower, who then became his constant companion. Mr. Hawks, farmer of Halling, returned, much intoxicated, from Maidstone market with his dog, when the whole face of the country was covered with snow, mistook his path, and passed over a ditch on his right hand towards the river. Fortunately he was unable to get up the bank, or he must have fallen into the Medway at nearly high water. Overcome with the liquor, Hawks fell amongst the snow, in one of the coldest nights ever remembered. Turning on his back, he was soon asleep. His dog scratched the snow about him, and then mounted upon the body, rolled himself around, and laid him on his master's bosom, for which his shaggy hide provided a seasonable covering. In this state, with snow falling all the time, the farmer and his dog lay the whole of the night. In the morning, a Mr. Finch, who was out with his gun, perceiving an uncommon appearance, proceeded toward it. At his approach the dog got off the body, shook the snow from him, and by significant actions encouraged Mr. Finch to advance. Upon wiping the snow from the face, the person was immediately recognized, and was conveyed to the first house, when a pulsation in the heart being evident, the necessary means to recover him were employed, and in a short time Hawks was able to relate his own story. In gratitude for his faithful friend, a silver collar was made for his wearing, and thus inscribed: "In man true friendship I long strove to find, but missed my aim. At length I found it in my dog most kind. Man blush for shame." The following tale is copied from the Glasgow Post. A few days hence, while Hector Macalister was on the Aran Hills looking after his sheep, 6 miles from home or other habitation, his 2 collie dogs started a rabbit, which ran under a large block of granite. He thrust his arm under the stone, expecting to catch it, but instead of doing so he removed the supports of the block, which instantly came down on his arm, holding him as fast as a vice. His pain was great, but the pains he felt were greater when he thought of home and the death he seemed doomed to die. In this position he lay from 10 in the morning to 4 in the afternoon, when, finding that all his efforts to extricate himself were unavailing, he tried several times, without effect, to get his knife out of his pocket to cut his arm off. His only chance was now to send home his dogs, in the view of alarming his friends. After much difficulty, as the faithful creatures were most unwilling to leave him, he succeeded, and Mrs. Macalister, seeing them return alone, took the alarm, and collecting the neighbours, went in search of her husband, led on by the faithful collies. When they came to the spot, poor Macalister was speechless with crying for assistance. It required 5 strong men to remove the block from his arm. A further instance of reason and self-judgment was shown in the collie, which, having to collect some sheep from the sides of a gorge through which ran a morass, saw one of the animals precipitate itself into the shifting mass, where it sank immediately up to the neck, leaving nothing but his small black head visible. The dog looked at the sheep, and then at his master, with an embarrassed "what shall I do" kind of expression; but the latter, being too far off to notice the difficulty or to assist the dog with infinite address, seized the struggling animal by the neck and dragged it by main force to the dry land, and then compelled it to join the flock he was collecting. The care a sheep dog will take of the sheep committed to his charge is extraordinary, and he will readily chastise any other dog which happens to molest them. Colonel Hamilton Smith relates that a strange cur one day bit a sheep in the rear of the flock, unseen by the shepherd. The assault was committed by a tailor's dog, but not unnoticed by the other, which immediately seized the delinquent by the ear and dragged him into a puddle, where he kept dabbing him in the mud with the utmost gravity. The cur yelled. The tailor came shipshod with his goose to the rescue, and flung it at the sheep dog, but missed him, and did not venture to pick it up till the castigation was over. And here I cannot do better than introduce Dr. Walcott's Peter Pindar charming lines on the Old Shepherd Dog. The old shepherd's dog, like his master, was gray, his teeth all departed, and feeble his tongue. Yet where Corin went he was followed by Tray. Thus happy through life did they hobble along. When fatigued on the grass the shepherd would lie for nap in the sun. Midst his slumber so sweet, his faithful companion crawled constantly nigh, placed his head on his lap, or lay down at his feet. When the winter was heard on the hill and the plain, when the torrents descended and cold was the wind, if Corin went forth mid the tempest and rain, Tray scorned to be left in the chimney behind. At length in the straw Tray made his last bed, for vain against death is the stoutest endeavour. To the corn's hand he reared up his weak head, then fell back and closed his eyes, and closed them forever. Not long after trade did the shepherd remain, who oft o'er his grave with true sorrow would bend. Then dying thus feebly was heard the poor swain, "O bury me, neighbours, beside my old friend." Section 12 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jepsey. Chapter 3. The Collie or Shepherd's Dog. Part 3. There can be little doubt but that the dog I have been describing is possessed of almost human sagacity. The following is an extraordinary instance of it. It is related by Dr. Anderson, a young farmer in the neighbourhood of Innerleithen, whose circumstances were supposed to be good, and who was connected with many of the best store farming families in the county, had been tempted to commit some extensive depredations upon the flocks of his neighbours, in which he was assisted by his shepherd. The pastoral farms of Tweeddale, which generally consist each of a certain range of hilly ground, had in those days no enclosures. Their boundaries were indicated only by the natural features of the country. The sheep were accordingly liable to wander and to become intermixed with each other, and at every reckoning of a flock a certain allowance had to be made for this, as for other contingencies. For some time Mr. William Gibson, tenant in Newby, an extensive farm stretching from the neighbourhood of Peebles to the borders of Selkirkshire, had remarked a surprising increase in the amount of his annual losses. He questioned his shepherds severely, taxed them with carelessness in picking up and bringing home the dead, and plainly intimated that he had conceived some unfair dealing to be in progress. The men, finding themselves thus exposed to suspicion of a very painful kind, were as much chagrined as the worthy farmer himself, and kept their minds alive of every circumstance which might tend to afford any elucidation on the mystery. One day, while they were summering their lambs, the eye of a very acute old shepherd, named Heslop, was caught by a black-faced ewe which they had formerly missed, for the shepherds generally know every particular member of their flock, and which was now suckling its own lamb as if it had never been absent. On inspecting it carefully, it was found to bear an additional burn upon its face. Every farmer, it must be mentioned, impresses with a hot iron a particular letter upon the faces of his sheep, as a means of distinguishing his own from those of his neighbours. Mr. Gibson's burn was the letter T, and this was found distinctly enough impressed upon the face of the ewe; but above this mark there was an O, which was known to be the mark of a tenant of Wormiston, the individual already mentioned. It was immediately suspected that this and the other missing sheep had been abstracted by that person, a suspicion which derived strength from the reports of the neighbouring shepherds, by whom it appeared the black-faced ewe had been tracked for a considerable way in a direction leading from Wormiston to Newby. It was indeed ascertained that instinctive affection for her lamb had led this animal across the Tweed and over the lofty heights between Calsey and Newby, a route of considerable difficulty, and probably quite different from that which she had been led away, but the most direct that could have been taken. Mr. Gibson only stopped to obtain the concurrence of a neighbouring farmer, whose losses had been equally great, before proceeding with some of the legal authorities to Wormiston, where Miller the shepherd and his master were taken into custody, and conducted to the prison of Peebles. On a search of the farm, no fewer than 33 score of sheep, belonging to various individuals, were found, all bearing the condemnatory O above the original burns, and it was remarked that there was not a single ewe returned to Griston, the farm on the opposite bank of the Tweed, which did not minny her lambs, that is, assume the character of mother towards the offspring from which she had been separated. The magnitude of this crime, the rareness of such offences in the district, and the station in life of at least one of the offenders, produced a great sensation in Tweeddale, and caused the elicitation of every minute circumstance that could possibly be discovered respecting the means. Of the tale is the extent to which it appears that the instinct of dumb animals had been instrumental both in the crime and its detection. While the farmer seemed to have deputed the business chiefly to his shepherd, the shepherd seems to have deputed it again in many instances to a dog of extraordinary sagacity, which served him in his customary and lawful business. This animal, which bore the name of Yarrow, could not only act under his immediate direction in cutting off a portion of a flock and bringing it home to Wormiston, but is said to have been able to proceed solitarily and by night to a sheep walk, and there detach certain individuals previously pointed out by its master, which it would drive home by secret ways without allowing one to straggle. It is mentioned that, while returning home with their stolen droves, they avoided, even in the night, the roads along the banks of the river, or those that descended into the valley through the adjoining glens. They chose rather to come along the ridge of mountains that separate the small river Leithen from the Tweed; but even here there was sometimes danger, for the shepherds occasionally visit their flocks even before day, and often when Miller had driven his prey from a distance, and while he was yet miles from home, and the weather gleam of the eastern hills began to be tinged with the brightening dawn, he has left them to the charge of his dog, and descended himself into the banks of the Leithen, off his way, that he might not be connected with their company. Yarrow, although between 3 and 4 miles from his master, would continue, with care and silence, to bring the sheep on to Wormiston, where his master's appearance could be neither a matter of question nor surprise. Near to the thatched farmhouse was one of those old square towers, or peel houses, whose picturesque ruins were then seen ornamenting the course of the Tweed, as they had been placed alternately along the north and south bank, generally from 300 to 600 yards from it, sometimes on the shin, sometimes in the hollow of a hill. In the vault of this tower it was the practice of these men to conceal the sheep they had recently stolen, and while the rest of their people were absent on Sunday at the church, they used to employ themselves in cancelling with their knives the ear marks, and impressing with a hot iron a large O upon the face, that covered both sides of the animal's nose, for the purpose of obliterating the brand of the true owner. While his accomplices were so busied, Yarrow kept watch in the open air, gave notice without fail by his barking of the approach of strangers. The farmer and his servant were tried at Edinburgh in January 1773, and the proceedings excited an extraordinary interest, not only in the audience, but among the legal officials. Hyslop, the principal witness, gave so many curious particulars respecting the instincts of sheep, and the modes of distinguishing both by natural and artificial marks, that he was highly complimented by the bench. The evidence was so complete that both culprits were found guilty and expiated their crime on the scaffold. The general tradition is that Yarrow was also put to death, though in a less ceremonious manner; but this has probably no other foundation than a jeu d'esprit, which was cried through the streets of Edinburgh as his dying speech. We have been informed that the dog was in reality purchased after the execution of Miller by a sheep farmer in the neighbourhood, but did not take kindly to the honest courses, and his new master having no work of a different kind in which to engage him, he was remarked to show rather less sagacity than the ordinary shepherd's dog. An instance of shrewd discrimination in the shepherd's dog, almost as remarkable as that of poor Yarrow, was mentioned a few years ago in a Greenock newspaper. In the course of last summer, says the narrator, it chanced that sheep on the farm of a friend of ours, in the warder of Stinkar, were, like those of his neighbours, particularly affected with that common disease, maggots in the skin, to cure which distemper it is necessary to cut off the wool over the part affected, and apply a small quantity of tobacco juice or some other liquid. For this purpose the shepherd sent off on the hill one morning, accompanied by his faithful canine assistant Laddie. Arrived among the flock, the shepherd pointed out a diseased animal, and making the accustomed signal for the dog to capture it, poor Mélie was speedily sprawling on her back and gently held down by the dog till the arrival of her keeper, who proceeded to clip off a portion of her wool and apply the healing balsam. During the operation Laddie continued to gaze upon the operator with close attention, and the sheep having been released, he was directed to capture in succession 2 or 3 more of the flock, which underwent similar treatment. The sagacious animal had now become initiated into the mysteries of his master's vocation, for he set off unbidden through the flock and picked out with unerring precision those sheep which were affected with maggots in their skin, and held them down until the arrival of his master, who was thus, by the extraordinary instinct of Laddie, saved a world of trouble, while the operation of clipping and smearing was also greatly facilitated. Often as I have attempted to make acquaintance with a collie dog, I have never been able to succeed in producing any degree of familiarity. On the contrary, he has always regarded me with looks of shyness and suspicion. His master appears to be the only being to whom he is capable of showing any degree of attachment, and coiled up on his great coat, or reposing at his feet, he eyes the stranger with distrust, if not with anger. At the same time there is a look of extraordinary intelligence, which perhaps is possessed by no other animal in a greater degree. It has been said of him, that although he has not the noble port of the Newfoundland dog, the affectionate fondling of the spaniel, nor the fierce attachment which renders the mastiff so efficient a guard, yet he exceeds them all in readiness and extent of intelligence, combined with a degree of docility unequalled perhaps by any other animal in existence. There is, if the expression may be used, a philosophic look about him, which shows thought, patience, energy, and vigilance. During a recent visit in Cumberland, I took some pains to make myself acquainted with the character of this dog, and I am now convinced that too much cannot be said of his wonderful properties. He protects with indefatigable exertions the flock committed to his charge. When we consider the dreary wilds, the almost inaccessible heights, the rugged hills and lofty mountains to which the sheep have access, and to which man could scarcely penetrate, that some sheep will stray and intermix with other flocks, that the dog knows the extent of his walk as well as every individual of his flock, and that he will select his own as well as drive away intruders, we must admit his utility and admire his sagacity. Let me give another example of this in the words of Ettrick's shepherd. It was related to me by himself, and has since been published in the Piercy Anecdotes. I once witnessed a very singular feat performed by a dog belonging to John Graham, the late tenant at Ashdale. A neighbour came to his house after it was dark, and told him that he had lost a sheep on his farm, and that if he, Graham, did not secure her in the morning early, she would be lost, as he brought her far. John said he could not possibly get to the hill till next morning, but if he would take him to the very spot where he lost the sheep, perhaps his dog Chieftain would find her that night. On that they went away with all expedition, lest the traces of the feet should cool, and I, then a boy, being in the house, went with them. The night was pitch dark, which had been the cause of the man losing his ewe, and at length he pointed out a place to John by the side of the water where he had lost her. "Chieftain, fetch that," said John. "Bring her back, sir." The dog jumped around and reared himself up on end, but not being able to see anything, evidently misapprehended his master, on which John fell to scolding the dog, calling it a great many hard names. He at last told the man that he must point out the very track that the sheep went, otherwise he had no chance of recovering it. The man led him to a grey stone, and said he was sure she took the brae hillside within a yard of that. "Chieftain, come hither to my foot, you great numbed whelp," said John. Chieftain came. John pointed with his finger to the ground. "Fetch that, I say, sir. Bring that back. Away!" The dog scented slowly around the ground for some seconds, but soon began to mend his pace and vanished into the darkness. "Bring her back. Away, you great calf!" vociferated John, with a voice of exultation, as the dog broke to the hill. And as all these good dogs performed their work in perfect silence, we never saw nor heard any more of him for a long time. I think, if I remember right, we waited there about half an hour, during which time all the conversation was about the small chance the dog had to find the ewe, for it was agreed on all hands that she must long ago have mixed with the rest of the sheep on the farm. How that was, no man will ever be able to decide. John, however, still persisted in waiting until his dog came back, either with the ewe or without her. At last the trusty animal brought back the individual lost sheep to our very feet, which the man took on his back and went his way rejoicing. The care the shepherds of the north of England take in preserving a pure breed of these dogs is very great, and the value set upon them is proportionably high. Nor must the shepherds themselves be passed over without notice. They are a shrewd, sagacious set of men, many of them by no means uneducated, as is the case generally with the peasantry in the north of England. Indeed, it is from this class that many scholars and mathematicians have done so much credit, and I may add honour, to the counties of Cumberland and Westmoreland. An anecdote is related of a shepherd who was found by a gentleman attending his flock, and reading a volume of Milton. "What are you reading?" asked the gentleman. "Why," replied the shepherd, "I am reading an odd sort of a poet. He would fain rhyme, but does not know quite how to set about it." The valleys or glens which intersect the Grampian Mountains are chiefly inhabited by shepherds. The pastures over which each flock is permitted to range extend many miles in every direction. The shepherd never has a view of his whole flock at once, except that they are collected for sale or shearing. His occupation is to make daily excursions into the different extremities of his pastures in succession, and to turn back by means of his dog any stragglers which may be approaching the boundaries of his neighbours. In one of these excursions the shepherd happened to carry along with him one of his children, about 3 years old. This is the usual practice among the Highlanders, who accustom their children from their very earliest infancy to endure the rigours of the climate. After traversing his pasture for some time, attended by his dog, the shepherd found himself under the necessity of ascending a summit at some distance, in order to have a more extensive view of his range. As the ascent was too fatiguing for the child, he left him in a small plain at the bottom, with strict injunctions not to stir from it till his return. Scarcely, however, had he gained the summit, when the horizon was suddenly darkened by one of those impenetrable mists which frequently descend so rapidly amidst these mountains, as almost to turn day into night, and that in the course of a few minutes. The anxious father instantly hastened back to his child, but owing to the unusual darkness he missed his way in the descent. After a search of many hours amongst the dangerous morasses and cataracts with which these mountains abound, he was at length overtaken by night. Still wandering on, without knowing whither, he at length came to the verge of the mist, and by the light of the moon discovered that he had reached the bottom of his valley, and was within a short distance of his cottage. To renew the search that night was equally fruitless and dangerous, and he was therefore obliged to return to his cottage, having lost both his child and his dog, who had tended faithfully for years. Next morning by daybreak the shepherd, accompanied by a band of his neighbours, set out in search of the child. But after a day spent in fruitless fatigue, he was at last compelled by the approach of night to descend from the mountain. On returning to his cottage he found that the dog, which he had lost the day before, had been home, and on receiving a piece of cake had instantly gone off again. For several successive days the shepherd renewed the search for his child, but on returning at evening disappointed to his cottage, he found that the dog had been home, and on receiving his usual allowance of cake had instantly disappeared. Struck with this circumstance, he remained at home. One day, when the dog as usual departed with his piece of cake, he resolved to follow him, and find out the cause of this strange procedure. The dog led the way to a cataract at some distance from the spot where the shepherd had left his child. The banks of the cataract almost joined at the top, yet separated by an abyss of immense depth, presenting that appearance which so often astonishes and appalls travellers who frequent the Grampian Mountains, and indicates that these stupendous chasms were not the silent work of time, but sudden effect of some violent convulsion of the earth. Down one of these rugged and almost perpendicular descents the dog began, without hesitation, to make his way, and at last disappeared into a cave, the mouth of which was almost on a level with the torrent. The shepherd with some difficulty followed, but upon entering the cave, what were his emotions when he beheld his lost child eating with much satisfaction the cake which the dog had just brought to him, while the faithful animal stood by, eyeing his young charge with utmost complacence. From the situation in which the child was found, it appears that he had wandered to the brink of the precipice, and then either fallen or scrambled down till he reached the cave, which the dread of the torrent had probably prevented him from quitting. The dog had traced him to the spot, and afterwards prevented him from starving by giving up to him the whole or greater part of his own daily allowance. He appears never to have quitted the child by night or day, except when it was necessary to go for food, and then he was always seen running at full speed to and from the cottage. This extraordinary and interesting anecdote was taken from the Monthly Magazine of April, 1802, and bears every appearance of authenticity. It affords an instance of the sense, affection, and self-denial of a faithful animal, and is recorded to his honour, and as an example to the whole race of human beings. Mr. Daniel, in the supplement to his Rural Sports, gives the following account of the shepherd's dogs in North Wales. He says, "The sheep in this country are an ancient Alpine sort (how excellent the mutton is!), and that from their varying mode of life they assume very different habits to the sheep of an inland country, while those of the shepherd's dogs are no less conspicuous. The excellency of these animals renders sheep pens in a great degree unnecessary. If a shepherd wishes to inspect his flock in a cursory way, he places himself in the middle of the field, or the piece of ground they are depasturing, and giving a whistle or a shout, the dogs and the sheep are equally obedient to the sound, and draw towards the shepherd, and are kept within reach by one or more dogs, until the business which required them to be assembled is finished. In such estimation was this breed of dogs when the cattle constituted one of the grand sources of wealth to the country, that in the laws of Hywel Dda the legal price of one perfectly broken in for conditioning the flocks or herds to or from their pasturage was equal to that of an ox, for example 60 denarii, while the price of the house dog was estimated at only 4, which was the value of a sheep. If any doubt arose as to the genuineness of the breed, or as having been pastorally trained, then the owner and a neighbour were to make oath that he went with the flocks or herds in the morning and drove them, with the stragglers, home in the evening. I delight in seeing a shepherd's dog in full activity, anxious to obey the directions of his master. He runs with his utmost speed, encompassing a large space of open country in a short time, and brings those sheep that are wanted to the feet of his master. Indeed, the natural talents and sagacity of this dog are so great, partly by being the constant companion of his master, and partly by education, he may almost be considered a rational being. Mr. Smellie says that he reigns at the head of his flock, and that his language, whether expressive of blandishment or of command, is better heard and better understood than the voice of his master. Safety, order, and discipline are the effects of his vigilance and activity. Sheep and cattle are his subjects. These he conducts and protects with prudence and bravery, and never employs force against them, except for the preservation of peace and good order. He not only understands the language of his master, but, when too distant to be heard, he knows how to act by signals made with the hand. How well Delille describes this faithful animal: amiable autant qu'utile, superbe et caressant, courage et docile, formé pour le conduire et pour le protéger. Du troupeau qu'il gouverne, il est le vrai berger. Le ciel l'a fait pour nous, et dans leur cours rustique, il fut des rares pasteurs le premier domestique. Mr. Charles Darwin, in his interesting travels in South America, informs us that when riding it is a common thing to meet a large flock of sheep guarded by one or two dogs, at the distance of some miles from any house or man. He often wondered how firm a friendship had been established, till he found the method of education consisted in separating the puppy while very young from the mother, and accustoming it to its future companions. In order to do this, a ewe is held 3 or 4 times a day for the little thing to suck, and a nest of wool is made in the sheep pen. At no time is it allowed to associate with other dogs, or with children of the family. From this education it has no wish to leave the flock, and just as another dog will defend its master, so will these the sheep. It is amusing to observe, when approaching the flock, how the dog immediately advances, barking, till the sheep all close in his rear, as if round the oldest ram. These dogs are also easily taught to bring home the flock at a certain hour in the evening. Their most troublesome fault when young is their desire of playing with the sheep, for in their sport they sometimes gallop their poor subjects almost unmercifully. The shepherd dog comes to the house every day for some meat, and immediately it is given he sulks away as if ashamed of himself. On these occasions the house dogs are very tyrannical, and the least of them will attack and pursue the stranger. The minute, however, the latter has reached the flock, he turns round and begins to bark, and then all the house dogs take quietly to their heels. In a similar manner, a whole pack of hungry wild dogs will scarcely ever venture to attack a flock when under the protection of even one of these faithful shepherds. Chapter 4.
Section 13 of Anecdotes of Dogs. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Kukalo. Anecdotes of Dogs by Edward Jesse. Chapter 13. Thrill sounds are breaking o'er the startled ear, the shriek of agony, the cry of fear, and the sad tones of childhood in distress are echoing through the snow-clad wilderness. And who the first to waken to the sound, and quickly down the icy path to bound, to dare the storm with anxious step and grave, the first to answer and the first to save? 'Tis he, the brave old dog, who many a day has safe lost wanderers in that dreary way, and now, with head close crouched along the ground, is watching eagerly each coming sound. Sudden he starts. The cry is near. Oh, gallant Bruno, know no fear! On! for that cry may be the last, and human life is ebbing fast. And now he hurries on with heaving side, dashing the snow from off its shaggy hide. He nears the child, he hears his gasping sighs, and with a tender care he bears away the prize. Mrs. Houston. Sir Walter Scott said that he would believe anything of a St. Bernard dog. Their natural sagacity is indeed so sharpened by long practice and careful training, that a sort of language is established between them and the good monks of St. Bernard, by which mutual communications are made, such as few persons living in situations of less constant and severe trials can have any just conceptions of. When we look at the extraordinary sagacity of the animal, his great strength, and his instinctive faculties, we shall feel convinced how admirably he is adapted to fulfil the purpose for which he is chiefly employed, that of saving lives in snowstorms. The peculiar faculty of the St. Bernard dogs is shown by the curious fact, that if a whelp of this breed is placed upon snow for the first time, it will begin to scratch it, and sniff about as if in search of something. When they have been regularly trained, they are generally sent out in pairs during heavy snowstorms in search of travellers who may have been overwhelmed by the snow. In this way they pass over a great extent of country, and by the acuteness of their scent discover if any one is buried in the snowdrift. When it is considered that Mount St. Bernard is situated about 8,000 feet above the level of the sea, and that it is the highest habitable spot in Europe, and that the road which passes across it is constantly traversed, the great utility of the dogs is sufficiently manifest. Neither is the kindness, charity, and hospitality of the good monks less to be admired than the noble qualities of these dogs. "Under every circumstance," says Mr. Brockden, "in which it is possible to render assistance, the worthy religiousness of the St. Bernard set out upon their fearful duty unawed by the storm, and obeying a higher power. They seek the exhausted or overwhelmed traveller, accompanied by their dogs, whose sagacity will generally detect the victim though buried in the snow. The dogs also, as if conscious of a high duty, will roam alone through the day and night in these desolate regions, and if they discover an exhausted traveller will lie on him to impart warmth, and bark and howl for assistance." Mr. Matthews, in his Diary of an Invalid, gives this testimony in praise of the inmates of St. Bernard. "The approach," he says, "to the convent for the last hour of the ascent is too steep and difficult. The convent is not seen till you arrive within a few hundred yards of it, when it breaks upon the view all at once, at a turn in the rock. Upon a projecting crag near it stood one of the celebrated dogs, baying at our advance, as if to give notice of strangers. These dogs are of a large size, particularly high upon the legs, and generally of a milk white or of a tabby colour. They are most extraordinary creatures if all the stories the monks tell of them are true. They are used for the purpose of searching for travellers who may be buried in the snow, and many persons are rescued annually from death by their means. During the last winter, a traveller arrived at the convent in the midst of a snowstorm, having been compelled to leave his wife, who was unable to proceed further, at about a quarter of a mile's distance. A party of the monks immediately set out to her assistance, and found her completely buried under the snow. The sagacity of the dogs alone was the cause of her deliverance, for there was no visible trace, and it is difficult to understand how the scent can be conveyed through a deep covering of snow. It is stated that the monks themselves, when out upon search for travellers, have frequently owed their preservation to their dogs, in a manner which would seem to show that the dogs are endued with a presentiment of danger. Many stories of this kind have been told, and I was anxious to ascertain their truth. The monks stated 2 or 3 cases where the dogs had actually prevented them from returning to the convent by their accustomed route, when it afterwards turned out that if they had not followed the guidance of their dog in his deviation, they would have been overwhelmed by an avalanche. Whether the dog may be endued with an intuitive foreboding of danger, or whether he may have the faculty of detecting symptoms not perceptible to our duller senses, must be determined by philosophers. That dogs and other animals, especially elephants, have this faculty cannot be doubted. There is an instance on record of a dog having, by his importunity and peculiar gestures, induced his mistress to quit a wash-house in which she was at work, the roof of which fell in almost immediately afterwards. Dogs have been known to give the alarm of fire, by howling and other signs, before it was perceived by any of the inmates of the house. Their apprehension of danger is indeed very acute and very extraordinary, and may serve to account for and prove the accuracy of what has been stated respecting the instinct of the St. Bernard dogs. These dogs, however, do not always escape being overwhelmed by a sudden avalanche, which falls, as is most usual, in the spring of the year. Two of the domestics of the convent, with 2 or 3 dogs, were escorting some travellers, and were lost in an avalanche. One of the predecessors of these dogs, an intelligent animal, which had served the hospital for the space of 12 years, had, during that time, saved the lives of many individuals. Whenever the mountain was enveloped in fogs and snow, he set out in search of lost travellers. He was accustomed to run barking until he lost his breath, and would frequently venture on the most perilous places. When he found his strength was insufficient to draw from the snow a traveller benumbed with cold, he would run back to the hospital in search of the monks. One day this interesting animal found a child in a frozen state between the bridge of Durez and the ice house of Balsora. He immediately began to lick him, and having succeeded in restoring animation and the perfect recovery of the boy by means of his caresses, he induced the child to tie himself round his body. In this way he carried the poor little creature, as if in triumph, to the hospital. When old age deprived him of strength, the prior of the convent pensioned him at Berney by way of reward. He is now dead, and his body stuffed and deposited in the museum of that town. The little phial, in which he carried a reviving liquor for the distressed travellers whom he found among the mountains, is still suspended from his neck. The story of this dog has been often told, but it cannot be too frequently repeated. Its authenticity is well established, and it affords another proof of the utility and sense of the St. Bernard dogs. Neither can the benevolence of the good monks be too highly praised. To those accustomed to behold the habitations of man, surrounded by flowery gardens, green and pleasing meadows, rivulets winding and sparkling over their pebbly bottoms, and groves in which songsters haunt and warble, the sight of a large monastery, situated on a gigantic eminence, with clouds rolling at its foot, and encompassed only by beds of ice and snow, must be awfully impressive. Yet amidst these boundless labyrinths of rugged glens and precipices, in the very rudest seasons, as often as it snows or the weather is foggy, do some of these benevolent persons go forth, with long poles, guided by their sagacious dogs. In this way they seek the high road, which these animals, with their instinctive faculty, never miss, how difficult soever to find. If an unfortunate traveller has sunk beneath the force of the falling snows, or should be immersed among them, the dogs never fail to find the place of his interment, which they point out by scratching and snuffing, when the sufferer is dug out and carried to the monastery, where means are used for his recovery. The Count de Montevecchio's had a St. Bernard dog, which, as his master always had reported, could understand whatever he said to him, and the following short account deserves to be recorded, as it at once indicates memory, compassion, love, gratitude, and resentment in the faithful animal, even if we do not allow it to make good his master's opinion. The story is this. The Count had served long in the wars, and always had this faithful attendant with him. The Republic of Venice had been signally indebted to his courage, but had not rewarded him. He had a favour to ask of the then General Morosini, and as that commander was a man of singular pride and arrogance, he was obliged to wait a favourable opportunity of presenting his suit. One day, when the General himself had a favour to ask of the Doge, who was a person of high elegance, and celebrated for his love of expensive entertainments, he laid out half his fortune on a cold collation, to which he had invited the Doge, to put him in humour for his suit. Thinking this the most suitable time for his purpose, as he who was about to ask a favour for himself would hardly at that instant deny one to another, the Count went to him some hours before the Doge was expected, and was graciously received in the room where the table was prepared. Here he began to make his court to the General, by praising the elegance and pomp of the preparation, which consisted of many of thousands of finely cut vessels of Venetian glass, filled with the richest sweetmeats and cold provisions, and disposed on fine tables, all covered with one vast cloth, with a deep gold fringe which swept the ground. The Count said 1,000 fine things about the elegance and richness of the dessert, and particularly admired the profusion of expense in the workmanship of the crystal and the weight of the gold fringe. Thus far he was very courteously treated, and the lord of the feast pompously told him that all the workmen in Venice had been half a year employed about them. From this he proceeded to the business of his suit. But this met with a very different reception, and was not only refused, but the denial attended with very harsh language. The Count was shocked at the ill nature of the General, and went away in a very melancholy mood. As he went out, he patted his dog upon the head, and, out of the fullness of his heart, said to him with an afflicted air, "Tu vois, mon ami, comme l'on nous traite?" You see, my friend, how I am used. The dog looked up wistfully in his face, and returned him an answer with his tears. He accompanied him till he was at some distance from the General's, when, finding him engaged in company, he took that opportunity of leaving him with people who might justify him if accused. Upon which the dog, returning back to the house of the haughty officer, entered the great room, and taking hold of the gold tassel at one of the corners of the cloth, ran forcibly back, and drew after him the whole preparation, which in a moment lay strewed on the ground in a vast heap of broken glasses, thus revenging his master's quarrel, and ensuring as unexpected a reception to the General's requests as the latter had given to those of the Count. One of the St. Bernard dogs, named Barry, had a medal tied round his neck as a badge of honourable distinction, for he had saved the lives of 40 persons. He at length died nobly in his vocation. In the winter of 1816, a Piedmontese courier arrived at St. Bernard, on a very stormy day, labouring to make his way to the little village of St. Pierre in the valley beneath the mountain where his wife and children lived. It was in vain that the monks attempted to check his resolution to reach his family. They at last gave him 2 guides, each of whom was accompanied by a dog, one of which was the remarkable creature whose services had been so valuable. They set forth on their way down the mountain. In the meantime the anxious family of the poor courier, alarmed at his long absence, commenced the ascent of the mountain, in hopes of meeting him, or obtaining some information respecting him. Thus at the moment he and his guides were descending, his family were toiling up the icy steep crowned with the snows of ages. A sudden crackling noise was heard, and then a thundering roar echoing through the alpine heights, and all was still. Courier and guides, and dogs, and the courier's family were at the same moment overwhelmed by one common destruction. Not one escaped. 2 avalanches had broken away from the mountain pinnacles, and swept with impetuous force into the valley below. End of chapter 13. Recording by Ginger Kukalo, Washington, D.C.